Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started here this morning. Welcome to everybody that's out here in this nice rainy, windy day that we have in Kansas. And apparently it's going to be here all day long. And as I looked at the radar this morning, it's kind of swirling around us. It's not even moving. So, but it goes all the way up into Canada and down south to our friends in Texas. We're going to start off this morning of the Mental Health Modernization Committee with a review from our Legislative Research Department. And first up, I have Arida.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I want to draw your attention to your agenda and let you know that all of these documents that are listed under the review of committee information are included in your packets. We have two documents already on the KLRD website, which is ks.gov, and they're under the committees tab. If you go there and select special committees and then select this committee name, and then go to the resource link, you'll find any documents that are published there. All of these documents are also located on the Kansas Legislature's website, and they are found on Kansas Legislature, or ks.legislature.org, and you choose the special and select committees from the tabs at the top. Under the committees tab, there's a drop-down for special and select committees, and then you need to choose, when you get to the committees page, select the committee, and go to the agendas and minutes link, and you will see all of the testimony from previous meetings. And for this meeting, you'll need to choose the correct date from the drop-down to get to the documents there. There are two additional documents that are in the back of your packet today. One is a response from KDHE in response to the spreadsheet that we went through at the last meeting. And at that time, there was one of the recommendations, recommendation 1.2, talked about KDHE doing a study to increase access to psychiatric services, and they have prepared a response to that and additional information, and that's found on the very back of your packet. And there's also additional information from KDHE also regarding the 2020 suicide data update. We have some of that information up front, and then they submitted additional at the end of the day yesterday. So unless there are any questions, I will turn it over to Matt, who can talk about the update on the fiscal information.
Questions, committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Matthew Moore with Legislative Research. Just wanted to provide you an update. At the end of the last meeting, the request was made to take our funding chart. If you'll recall, that's the giant ledger sheet of paper, and break each line item down by funding source, so by federal funds, special revenue funds, and state general funds. I am working on completing that request. The request was put out to KDADs to provide that breakdown for the entire chart from fiscal year 11 until the approved. What you should have in your packet is a legal letter size sheet of paper, which is providing the actuals for 2020, 2021, and 2022. The agency has indicated it is working on providing that information for fiscal year 2011 to 2019. However, they anticipate it should take some time for them to be able to gather that for each line item.
For some reason, I don't see that in my packet.
It is that one. It should be after the KDHE suicide numbers, I believe.
Okay, that's fine.
So.
Yep, thank you.
So, as I said, this is what has been provided thus far, and then once I receive the rest of the information, that will allow me to make that update for that funding chart.
Okay, and KDADs did catch me before I walked in the room this morning and said that they're still working on it, so it's not because they're not trying to get it done, it's just trying to pull all that data together to get it in one place. So, questions, committee? All right, seeing none, thank you very much, Matt. Who's up next? Oh, already. Okay, do we have Representative Williams with us this morning? Online?
Yes, Madam Chairwoman, I am online.
Yeah, sorry, Rita, we were playing tag last night and she was going to try to make it, so we do have her. We did not necessarily anticipate. We're very appreciative. So Representative Williams, we appreciate you joining us this morning. I know you've got a tight schedule, so please proceed.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. And I appreciate the committee's time in talking about an important issue that fits right hand in hand with your discussions of mental health in Kansas. The question that I would like to frame to the committee today is this: are feelings of shame, depression, and anxiety infiltrating our schools in unanticipated ways? And as we look at that question, I want to first examine shame and guilt and differentiate the difference between shame and guilt. Shame deals with self, internalizing your view of yourself, and has very negative consequences when we feel inappropriate shame. Guilt, on the other hand, can be something that causes you to do something positive. You feel guilt for harming someone else. And so, therefore, you can seek forgiveness, reconciliation, and make amends. So, guilt and shame, one deals with self. That's shame. Guilt deals with your feelings in relationship to someone else. Well, why is that important? That's important because in the testimony that I provided you, there is a clear link between depression, which can lead to suicidal ideations and suicide, and shame. In fact, the link is so strong that there have been 108 studies involving over 22,000 subjects examining the impact of shame. Even more frightening when you consider that element of shame is taking a look at who is mostly affected. The Scientific American in 2019 said that shame makes us direct our focus inward and view our entire self in a negative light. It also adds that women are quicker to feel humiliation than men are, and adolescents feel shame more intensely than adults do. As a result, women and adolescents are more susceptible to the negative impacts of shame, such as low self-esteem and depression. So, how does that relate to the question at hand? It are feelings of shame and depression and anxiety that are so much a part of our everyday life. And maybe it comes through the technology, maybe it comes through the media that we watch, but is there a way that it's seeping into our school system and into our classrooms? Let me share a quote from Dr. Gary Thompson, that he is a clinical and forensic psychologist, and I did include this in my testimony. He said, imagine being 11 years old, whether directly or whether implied, you're told, hey, your mom, your dad are systemically broken. Your grandma or your great grandma or your great great grandma were slave owners. And because of that, I can't get a job, or fill in the blank. Let me ask you a question. Would these words cause children to feel undeserved shame for something that they know nothing about? And so that's my question to you. Dr. Thompson presents the idea that critical race theory, and we've all heard of critical race theory, it's a theory that's based in Marxist roots. And the theory is embedded in the concept that there are two classes of people, and they're the oppressor class and the oppressed class. And that's based entirely on the color of your skin, not the content of your character. So children that are being introduced to these concepts, whether directly or indirectly, start to internalize shame, Shame for things such as, and I'm going to give you examples. There was a lawsuit in the Evanston-Skokie School District, and there's many more out there, but this lawsuit was from a drama middle school teacher who put forward evidence of discrimination. In one example, she cites in a children's book in her school district, it said, racism is a white person's problem, and we're all caught up in it. When a child reads that, what does a child internalize? They internalize shame. What impact would these words have on young children who have not had those thoughts, had not been faced with those thoughts, are not raised in that manner, do not see their peers in that manner? What eventually happens, according to a Harvard study, is PSD symptoms. And so if you are confronted with the fact that you, because of the color of your skin, are racist and you are the problem, then that can manifest shame, especially in adolescents and women. Some other examples in our state, and you can determine whether or not this would cause shame in a young person that hears this. Are listed in my testimony, and I'll just cite a few of those. There was an activity in which participants played a game called Culture Toss. People are required to give up elements of their identity 2 at a time to survive in an oppressive police state where people are disappearing. Or would you approve if your child received a lesson, a homework assignment, and it said on the top of the lesson, for white children in particular? Or would you approve if your school district had resource pages that included developers, and I'll give an example of one, Zen Education Project, that is a Marxist historian. And for those of you that aren't familiar with what the colonial theory has done to the world in the 20th century alone, easily over 100 million people were murdered or killed as a result of Marxist and communist ideology. So those are concerning things. So these are examples of ways in which good intended ways that individuals might want to combat inequity, injustices, racism. But the question is, what else is it doing? Is it causing shame and anxiety and depression for our youth and for our children, either directly or indirectly? It's a tough topic you're talking about today, and so we have to be real and be willing to take on these tough issues and ask these hard questions. Where are kids getting these feelings? So really quick, I want to go back to present day. The CDC, it says suicide is the second leading cause of death for teens and youth. It's also reported on the CDC website that since 2019, girls have a 50% increase in suicide attempts. That's pretty significant. Where is this coming from? So I am just leaving you the question to investigate, find out what are our children reading? What are they being told? Are they told that values of kindness, values of forgiveness, values of love your neighbor as yourself are priority? Or are they being told that it is not the content of their character, but the color of their skin that determines their value? It's an important question. It's an important debate, and it's relevant for your meeting today. So I will just stand for questions if there are any. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to present the question of, is anxiety, shame, and depression infiltrating our schools? And if so, is CRT healthy for our children, or does it cause further harm than good? Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Williams. Are there any questions? Representative Wishu, right? Shu. Okay. I'm going to get it this year.
Thank you,
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking the time out. It looks like you're very busy today. I did not think we would be talking about this subject today, but so you referenced that you think that shame is causing all of these. First, I have two questions. First question, do you think that we should avoid talking about any subject that brings about any amount of shame in our youth? Or are we just talking about critical race theory today?
Thank you, Representative Shu. So, for example, when you talk about shame, there's a difference between shame and guilt. If a child does something to another child, or says something derogatory or hateful, or pushes or harms another child, that creates guilt, and then that gives that child an opportunity to say, "I'm sorry," and correct their behavior. So guilt is a very, very good thing. But I think we could all agree what shame can do to someone. For example, if a parent has a child that didn't get their room cleaned, stand outside the house with a sign that says, "I am a slob." We would all agree that that type of shaming does nothing for that child. And so what I'm doing is making a connection that shame is a very real and important feeling that is getting misappropriately placed on children. So there is a difference than having a deep discussion about where we are historically in our nation, the good things that have happened, the bad things that have happened with adults and even teens. But there's a difference in what's happening in grade schools, and it is happening. And secondly, I would note that the distinct connection between those 108 studies that cited shame in particular, it is not the only thing. There are many reasons that kids experience depression, anxiety, and that girls are especially at risk for suicidal tendencies. But one of them is shame, and I do not want it to be overlooked.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, my second question, first off, I would say that while the studies on shame might be valid and legitimate, I would say that whether or not we're ascribing shame versus guilt onto students, I think is more subjective than objective. My second question is that, and this is something I totally agree with you on, is that I think we should absolutely be teaching forgiveness in our students. But how do we teach forgiveness if we don't teach what needs to be forgiven?
So I would then ask you a question. Would it be appropriate for a 6-year-old little girl that is white opposed to a 6-year-old little girl that is Asian? We'll use that because race is the predominant focus. It is the foremost focus of critical race theory. Otherwise, it shouldn't even, I wouldn't even bring that up. But if you ask a little girl, and you ask her about her ancestors, number one, she's not going to know. Number two, not all people are inherently good or bad. If we go back to any race of people in any part of the world, you're going to find things that you're very proud of and things that you would be very disturbed to know. But to place that burden on a little white girl compared to another person of another ethnic or racial background is wrong. And she should not feel shame or guilt for something that she cannot control. One, her skin color. Number two, the past that predated her. So it would be inappropriate for a grade school to ever, take on these issues. And that's my feeling on that. And it does affect, and in terms of does this impact kids, I know that it does. And I'll tell you why. An example is that teachers that are being asked to have these discussions with kids are asking their students to write about it. How do they feel? The hundreds of written reports of how these children feel when they're asked to separate, for example, white at second grade, they're asked to separate white settlers, Indians, Theodore Roosevelt, the U.S. government, where they're asked to separate them into piles that say good people or good and bad, how do you think that little girl is going to feel about herself? She's not going to understand it. It's not in context, and she's going to feel shame. And if you don't believe it, then you'll have to start talking to teachers that are recording kids' responses. And that's the alarming thing for me. It's not the ideological differences. It's not the guilt or the things that we need to understand about U.S. history. That's great and important. But the shame part, that's when I take exception to it.
Thank you, Representative. One last follow-up question, if I may. I appreciate your example of the white girl and Asian girl. Do your opinions on teaching race, which we have established you cannot change, also apply to sex as well? Because as we know, there's a history in this country and a history overall as well of oppression based on sex. And I can see how teaching women's suffrage might make any boy, regardless of race, feel shame. Is that correct?
No, I don't think so. Again, it comes back to grade school. I have 4 children. I have 3 that are biological. I have 1 that we adopted from China. I have 1 son and I have 3 daughters. My son should feel no shame that it took until the 1920s so that women could vote. That women's suffrage could have happened a lot sooner. There was lots of works and there was a lot of work and advocacy for that. But thankfully, the women at that time stood hand in hand, side by side, to make sure that Black men could vote first. That was the priority. And so women waited. And there's a lot of history that wraps in that. So no, in teaching that women should have the right as equally as a man should not make a child, a boy, feel guilty or shame. I just don't believe in that. I believe that each of us are inherently have good and bad within each of us, and we have the ability to do good and bad. And ultimately, I think that's, for me, that's what my faith says. We all sin. And so I certainly wouldn't want to point my finger at one gender, at one race, and pretend that we're not all subject to the same flaws. We are.
Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Christy, welcome to the committee. Good to see you again. A couple observations and then a couple questions for you. CRT certainly has taken on a political life around this country and a lot of Kansas school board elections. Unfortunately, I think, and in my view, it's been distorted to quite a great degree. I think it's interesting to think about what effect our teaching does with kids relative to whether or not that impacts suicide rates. And I think that's an interesting topic. My sense from having worked in school districts for 33 years and been a adolescent, junior high age counselor was a lot of the difficulty is rooted in the home, and the school is asked to stabilize kids so that they can be educated. And looking at my own life, I think all of us feel like an outsider at some time or other, and I think particularly your comments about what does social media do, and some of those peer relationships, I think, become very detrimental. And that's certainly a lot more of my concern relative to suicide than some of the distortions I see on CRT. But back to CRT, interesting topic, certainly timely. Do you believe the schools need to teach diversity? And then I have a follow-up. If you don't think schools need to teach diversity, then I won't ask my second question, but I suspect you do. But I just wanted to be clear about that. I mean, race is an issue, and there is a history to it that you referenced. So
Truthful history should always be taught. I am not opposed to that. Diversity should always be, we should always be inclusive. I have not yet met anybody that would disagree with those, with that concept of teaching diversity. But I might remind the committee that we just had our state assessment results come out. And for those free and reduced lunch students, which many of them are minority students, for those students, 90% in math and English language arts, approximately 90% are not proficient. They are not where they need to be. That to me is alarming. And so I would say schools need to focus on making sure our kids are prepared for everything that comes next, which is their career in college. And I don't think that we're hitting that mark yet. So yes, diversity, but we also need to be doing the basics.
do you believe that how students see themselves and feel about themselves, old term we used was self-esteem, makes a difference in terms of their ability to apply themselves to gain those basic skills?
Of course.
Good. Boy, we really agree on that. So back to my diversity question then, and I do agree. I think we need to teach diversity, and I think there are a lot of components to that, and I think race is one of those. How would you deal with that topic?
So for the benefit of the committee that's focusing on mental health, I don't think that it would be appropriate for us to go into details of how we would teach it, how it would be incorporated into instruction. I think that my intent for being here today is just to have this committee be alerted that there are, besides just the family, which has a huge impact on our children and is mentioned in my third paragraph of my testimony, that there are other things that impact our kids besides family and societal issues and pressures and social media. And that may be with the question, critical race theory in the classroom, and it needs to be examined. And so I don't want to take your time on exactly how we would incorporate or how diversity. I think it'd be better time spent for your committee to focus on the mental health aspects and how this may some things that are occurring that are intended for good are actually causing harm.
Thank you for that response, and I just want to make one other comment about critical race theory, because it has been politicized, and I think it has been distorted, and I want to make sure our committee takes a balanced look at it. And I know even in my own district, it's become quite an issue, and the charge that is being taught in Kansas public schools and in my school, I don't think is a valid charge. And I think the whole notion about that theory as an academic theory versus how it translates into curriculum and what teachers do, and I don't see it being taught in a hateful way in our schools. I think it's an important topic to deal with as part of what schools deal with, particularly the historical perspective of it, and how I think our students, and I agree with Christy, need to know the truth and the facts about our history. It is well known from my time as a curriculum director, Texas wildly influenced in distorted ways a whole host of subjects, and most textbook manufacturers, because they were such a big market, had to adjust their purchases because the books only had what Texas was willing to accept. And I just watched something on TV that people were arguing about who sets, well, the victors determine what history is historically from all the battles down through history. And so I just want to make sure our group and the people who tune in don't believe, at least I don't believe, that CRT is being taught in our schools, and I don't believe that it's a huge problem. I do believe diversity is a huge problem, and I do believe that we need to teach kids kindness and respect and honesty, and every good teacher I've ever seen establishes that as ground rules in their class and holds students accountable for that. And that's regardless of their sex, their social, economic, or their race. And I think that's the more important thing. And I do think diversity is an important thing to teach, because I think we do have a history of racism, not just in our country, but in the world. And it's a piece that I think we're all grappling with. What's the right way for us to deal with that? And I don't think we found an answer out to that. And I think in my own life that I had a chance to hear Martin Luther King, and this little white kid from Western Kansas that never had a minority student in his life got to hear Martin Luther King when he came to K-State, and he made a huge impact on me that opened up my mind that there were other variables in life that do affect outcomes. And I felt like I needed to be very tuned in to my minority students and how their life was much different than the life I grew up with in my little Western Kansas community. So thank you.
And I think, Representative, what we've kind of learned as we've dealt with these issues is that you're probably right. The CRT is more on the higher ed level, but what is in our schools, and if you look at a lot of the different websites and how they portray it, it's DEI is the acronym for the K-12 schools. Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Williams, for your testimony. Couple of quick questions here. Diversity was brought up as an issue, and I know immediately people go to diversity based on external factors. I would like to ask you what you think about diversity of thought and the prevalence of that in our education system.
I think that's a great question, Senator. I think that many times if we disagree, we see that that is shut down. I think that we should be teaching our kids how to think, not what to think. We should be giving them opportunities to express themselves and to agreeably disagree. I think it's very common knowledge that our universities want a certain type of thinking, and that if you oppose it, then it's easy to label that type of thinking as hate speech or as speech that is counter to our own. And I don't think we give our due justice to our children by telling them what to think, but allowing them to make good informed choices and decisions.
Thank you, if I may, Madam Chair. I agree with Representative Landwehr and with Senator Hawk that I don't think you'll see critical race theory formalized in curriculum in classrooms, but we see it in other ways with offices of diversity, equity, and inclusion. So would you just speak to that? Because I think we're saying it's not a formalized curriculum, but how is it in our school system?
Senator, there's so much evidence, and I come back to the topic of shame, so much evidence that the subtlety of the way that information is being relayed and being taught is not promoting a healthy view for children, especially children that are being targeted by something such as DEI and critical race theory. I could give you example after example, and I'll just give you. I need to end with this one, Chairwoman, because I do have a doctor's appointment I'm late for. But let me give you one last example. There was a mother that shared testimony that she's from Thailand. She married a white American. She moved here and had lived in the United States for 20 years. Her little boy was in the second grade, and he was using a particular curriculum that is noted to be critical race theory. He was becoming very depressed, and he asked his mother, this little boy that's half Thai and half white, asked his mother, "Am I white?" And she said, "Why are you asking that question?" He was a second grader. And he said, "Because I don't want to be white." And then he said, "Am I an American?" And she said, "Well, yes, you're an American." She goes, "I don't want to be an American." So I think we could step away from this, the terms critical race theory or DEI or diversity and equity, and just look at the content. Just look at what is being asked of our kids. Just for that alone. If you looked at it and you saw it and you thought to yourself, what if that were flipped and we took out for white children only and we put for black children only? Or what if we made any particular child, because of their race, feel bad? They cannot determine the color of their skin. And we should be looking. I go back to Senator Hawks' comment about Martin Luther King. What a great example to follow, that we should be focusing on the content of our character. And Madam Chair, I wish I could stay for this discussion. I know you have much more on your agenda today. So if you would, I would like to exit because of my appointment.
All right, thank you, Representative Williams. We appreciate that. And I think that, committee, this is a section that deserves some lengthy discussion, and we didn't have, to dive in deeper to this in this particular committee on this today, but perhaps at some point, maybe some of our working groups can look at some of this and tie this together where we're dealing with on the mental health. So thank you, Representative Williams. Next up, I have Craig Newswander, the Deputy Director of Department of Education. Welcome to committee, Craig.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the opportunity to be here today, share a little bit of information with you. And I do mean a little bit. I'm going to try to be brief because you have 3 school districts to hear from that will be able to tell you much better than I can about the Mental Health Initiative Team Pilot Program that has been in place since 2018-19. The legislature put it in place at that time. We began with 9 pilot school districts. Today we have 55 across the state. A year ago we had 56. One had to drop from the program because they couldn't find a liaison to serve in their district. That's the only district that's ever been with the program that has not continued. And that was not necessarily by their choice, but because of circumstances. So the basic structure and goals of the program remain the same as they have been from the beginning. The goal is to provide treatment and track the behavioral health needs of students. There is a particular focus, has been from the beginning, on providing those services for students in foster care. It is not solely tied to students in foster care, but there is an intention to be sure we're not missing those students as they come through our school system. School districts and their community mental health centers sign a memorandum of understanding to participate in the program, outlining what each will provide and bring to the program. School districts hire a liaison who serves as a go-between between the mental health center, the school, the student, and the family, and kind of smooth out the communication and coordination of the efforts from everybody involved. That's the basics of the program. A few things have changed over the years. One that's different is initially only community mental health centers were involved. Last year, it was opened up for districts to work with other mental health providers, and there are a few that have done that. We provided you with some information, and we purposely tried not to overwhelm you with numbers, but we gave you copies of the reports that school districts file on how their students are doing. And you'll see that over the years, the format changed just a little bit, hopefully to make it more helpful for school districts and community mental health centers. One thing I need to explain, when you look at, for instance, one of the categories is the number of students showing improved behavior. And I think I mentioned as an example that particular category. But you'll see, for instance, in the year I'm looking at, Wichita had 157 students show improved behavior. That is not 157 out of their total 222 students. Not every student has improved behavior as an identified goal. So when they report 157, that's only out of those that had that particular goal identified. So just maybe a clarification. And then like I say, rather than overwhelming you too much with numbers, we put together a chart for the totals that I think you should find looks something like this. And admittedly, because the number of districts participating has grown, the number of students has grown, so it can be maybe a little misleading when you first look at it to see those huge numbers growing. That's obviously you go from 9 districts to 55. You hope that's what's going to happen. But we tried to clarify the bars represent the number of students that were served, and the lines show the increases in each of those particular categories. So maybe at a quick glance, this might give you a little better relationship as to how improvement in the categories has tracked along with the addition of schools. One of the other things I would touch on that has changed is ESSER funds. And school districts have received money from the federal government related to COVID that they can use to spend for a variety of services as outlined in the federal guidelines. One of those is mental health. And to date, in the ESSER 2 funds, school districts have targeted $21 million towards mental health services for students, which is a great thing. The concern, obviously, with ESSER funds is that money expires in September of 2024. So we'll be watching that and how working with school districts to see how they might be able to continue those services once those funds have been spent. So now that we're in the 4th year of the program, school districts and CMHCs are working on how can we make improvements to the program, how can we expand it to serve more districts, and which districts would probably be most benefited by that expansion. To that end, we have a group of districts that began meeting yesterday to hold some of those discussions, and hopefully we'll have some recommendations to make for school districts and perhaps legislatively. But we're focusing on what we can do as school districts to help that. One model rarely works the same in 286 districts. So today you'll have a chance to hear from 3 different districts that have 3 slightly different programs and takes on their mental health services for students. And with that, as I said, you don't need to hear a lot from me, but I would stand for questions at the appropriate time, Madam Chair.
Craig, a real quick question here is the chart that you were holding up, do we have that?
Do you not have that? You will have that.
All right, thank you, Craig.
I apologize.
Whenever you see us start digging through stuff, it means we
It
probably.
made me a little nervous when every head went down and papers were shuffling, yes.
Yeah, because we're just trying to follow along. So on the ESSER funds, are you telling us then that schools are using it for all their mental health services or for this program?
For all mental health services, not just this program by any means.
So one basically, what, 2 years of money, 3 years of money for ongoing programs?
Yes, another 3 years of
And then
money.
they're going to figure out what to do?
Yes.
All right. Committee, further question? Representative, is it still Arnberger.
I don't know what my last name is half the time. Thank you, Madam Chair. You mentioned a liaison and that one of the school districts was not able to find one. One, what school district was that? I'm just curious if it was in a rural area. And 2, what is the job description? What exactly is a liaison for this program? And do they have to have certain credentials or certain degree, that kind of stuff?
Good question, thank you. So the school district was El Saline, so not necessarily rural, right next door to Salina. I will tell you, when Salina joined the program, they were a little later in the fall getting started because they had the same issue, being able to find liaisons and getting them started. Requirements when the program began, the requirement for a school liaison was to have master's level certification. As we move through the program, 1, there's a shortage of those types of people, but 2, districts also reported for a lot of the services liaisons provided, it's not always necessary that they have that level of certification. So we now accept bachelor's level certification as liaisons.
Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Craig. Just to, and maybe this will be, John may be talking about this in his testimony, but do you think we have, or not do you think, do the school districts think that the legislature funds this program adequately for the 55 schools that are now, districts that are now participating?
I can tell you that this year, we had quite a few more districts that wanted to be involved, but the funding was flat, so we made the decision to keep the money with those school districts that have been involved in it. Knowing that, we asked them, those 55 that are involved, what additional money would you need for the coming year? And I didn't come prepared with that number, but they asked for more than what we had, which may be the answer to your question. A few districts were making some adjustments, so they didn't need quite as much. So we were able to provide additional money to some of the other districts, but not the amount that they requested.
And a follow-up. Does this cost community mental health centers out of their budget to participate in terms of doing this program? Or is it generally a positive economic decision for community mental health to participate with their local school districts?
The way the funding works for school districts, the grant funds 75% of the liaison salary. So in every district, that's the way it's set up now. Then the other, what would be the other 25% of the salary goes to the community mental health center. And then community health centers also have access to other funds that they can bill federally, insurance, those types of things. I'm not in a position to be able to tell you economically if that offsets their costs or not.
I would guess that it is, Madam Chair, but I don't know if we've discussed that. I would assume that they're able to access some of the Medicaid funds that they might not otherwise be able to access. But if there's an answer to that, sometime as we go through this process, I'd be interested in knowing, because I agree with you. I think we need more schools to participate in this. So, thank you.
I think what you'd find is that the school districts are able to bill certain codes for Medicaid, but not as many as what a CMHC can. So the CMHCs are able to have the ability to bill Medicaid. The CMHCs have the ability to bill CHIP, which is our children's Medicaid program. The school districts do not have that ability to do that. The CMHCs also have the ability to bill private pay insurance. And then there is a small SGF stipend out there to help the CMHCs with the uninsured.
I just want to make sure if we expand, and I'm looking at this from a ways and means standpoint, but if we expand this program, as I'd like to see, that it's not that we're adequately funding community mental health centers to provide their part of that service.
Right.
So I think we've only, from my standpoint, we've only looked at the school districts in terms of funding, but, and I'm assuming it's a good deal for community mental health, but I want to make sure that's the case.
I can almost assure you that it is, and the reason I say that is the CMHCs were actually a part, where this kind of originated from was before the first year we had the program was me visiting one of the schools in my district, and at the end of the conversation having a talk with the social worker, and one word that kept coming to mind was disconnect, disconnect, disconnect. The child only gets these services if they're at school. What happens on the weekend? What happens on in-service days? What happens at 11 o'clock at night? And so then I started talking with our CMHCs about this, so they were in on the very beginning, and they've actually helped design this. So I think and it doesn't mean we shouldn't ask the question. It's a very valid question when you're dealing with appropriates and Senate Ways and Means, is that I don't think that they would be participating with the program.
One last comment. I just wonder if, and I'm not looking at who the 55 are now, but if we expand to more rural, there might be bigger costs than there are, say, serving in a community like I live in that's more suburban. So, just
yeah, I tell you, they've actually done a pretty good job in our rural, which has been pretty impressive. Yeah, so I think as we go through it and you get more familiar with the program, you'll be able to see that. So, are there further questions of Craig? Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking on your KSDE website with the programs report, and I'm looking at Olathe because that's where my kids go, and I'm looking at the improved attendance, and there's 7. What I would like to know is, are you keeping metrics on how improved that attendance is, or just the number of students who may have improved attendance?
We don't have that at the State Department. Olathe probably does, and actually you'll hear from them shortly.
Yes,
but
I'm looking forward to it.
Not to put her on the spot, but
All right, well, thank you very much.
Well, one thing I might mention is that this report that you're seeing is the database that the information comes from is an online database, which is kind of nice. So especially when a child moves from one school to another, we're able to track them with their numbers. Senator Alley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my understanding is we start out with like 9 schools, is that correct? And then in the
School districts.
School districts, right.
And then you have buildings within the
Right, within
districts.
the districts. And now we're expanded up to 55. So of that, the $21 million was the URSA funds that you mentioned earlier. Is that, what does that really pay for?
that's in the, let me make sure I was clear on that. The $21 million in ESSER funds is all districts. 286 districts, we have about 10 that are still running their application through. So, but that's for all districts, not just the districts that are in this program. So that money is being used for a variety of mental health services, providing social workers, providing counselors, providing training for how do you deal with depression? What are some steps you can take? Those types of issues.
So the 20, excuse me, Senator, so the 21 million ESSER funds are not, they're not tied to this program. When this is budgeted through the approps and the Senate Ways and Means, ESSER funds are not included in this at all.
Right, but we have hired, with this $21 million, we have hired social workers and those type of workers for our school, in our schools.
That's correct,
To
Senator.
work with the mental health group, is that correct?
Okay, and you have to correct me if I'm wrong, Craig, but I don't believe that, they probably interact at some point, but it's separate. And that's one of the concerns that some of us are having from an approach process, is why we're hiring all of these social workers out here, which is a pretty large burden when you start looking at the salary side of that. And again, then when they're doing that, those services are only available when that school is open. Whereas with this K-12 program, which is, it shouldn't have anything to do with ESSER, and I think if school districts are using their funds for that, they're going to be in trouble in 2024. And the legislature's not going to be real receptive to the fact that they used one-time money for their program. This program here operates 24/7, 365 days a year, period. So that kid has access. The parents have access. This program is a true wraparound service. So maybe the CMHC starts working with a child and they realize that the problems are mom and dad struggling financially, not able to pay utilities, rent, whatever's going on, or they have some depression issues, then they can actually go in and help the parents as well. That doesn't happen with any of our social workers that are hired by a school district.
That, I think, is a big concern that I'm hearing, is that after 3:30 on Saturdays and in the summer, who do they turn to?
Right, and in this program here, we have a lot of them, I think almost all of them, actually operate in the school building a lot of times with the services, and it will be after hours. Some of these buildings are staying open till 7 or 8 o'clock of the evening in order for folks to come. And an unexpected benefit of this, not being from a rural district, just a lot of family that lives in rural, is that families that wouldn't go to their CMHC will go to the school building and no one knows why they're there. And they're able to get services. So I think, some of these school districts have been very accommodating on this program.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I do believe we need a plan in 2024 what to do with that.
I think that's on the school districts, because that's their budget. Further questions of Craig? All right, seeing none, oh, wait a minute, excuse me, Rita?
I just wanted to mention, we did receive the spreadsheet, but in combining all of them into one packet, we missed that one, so we are making copies now and out of the committee. Apologies.
Okay.
We did our best not to overwhelm you, and we did it anyway. I apologize.
All right, thank you, Craig, appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have John Hess. John, welcome back to the legislature. We're still upset with you and the Department of Education, but someday maybe we'll get over it. I don't know, I haven't decided yet.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. It's great to be back, and I'm just throwing things all over the place.
We're used to that.
Now, so briefly, I'm just going to cover kind of funding at the state level. I think, as hopefully we didn't further overwhelm my former colleagues at Legislative Research, there is also a spreadsheet that shows that we submitted on a legal size that has like the funding and aid that went to each individual school district, if you are so inclined. But I'm going to kind of focus on the funding at the state level and kind of what's going on. And I should be able to go through this quite briefly. So you have a little memo from me, and I'm going to start on the second page actually about this. So this was initially funded in the 2018 school finance bills. And so this included an appropriation of $9.95 million divided among three different items of appropriation. Only about $7.3 million of that was used in fiscal year 19. So through some action or some language inserted into the 2019 budget bill, $2.6 million reappropriated for this program into fiscal year 2020. And so on the second table, you can see after a lot of internal moving of money around and all sorts of things and some lapsing of funds back to the state general fund, the approved budget for fiscal year 2020 for this program was about $9 million. And that includes money to provide mental health services through the CMHCs and Medicaid, and then $4 million for the school liaisons and some internal operating money to hire staff to help implement the program and to contract with somebody to help with school districts. And then so in fiscal year 2020, $8.3 million of that was spent, which left a little under $700,000 unspent. This money was then lapsed back to the state general fund because there was not reappropriation language in the 2020 Senate Bill 66. I've only been around for 4 years and I'm losing track of all the budget bills. And so for fiscal year 2021, the approved budget was initially, after the 2020 session ended, was almost $13 million. Then the governor's allotment on July 1st, 2021 decreased that by $3.9 million, and then there was a further lapse included in 2021 House Bill 2134, which brought the approved budget down to $7.8 million for fiscal year 2021. Of that, most of that was $7.5 million was spent, so there was $333,000 left over, which again was not reappropriated. And so the approved budget this year is on the final page, was $7.8 million. You'll see the estimated expenditures is actually almost $56,000 above the appropriation. That's expected to not be a problem. School districts tend to request more state aid than they actually end up getting. So that the appropriation should be enough to cover all of that. So that's just kind of a quick where we are now. I will note that the state board in July of this year voted to request an enhancement of $3 million to further expand this program in fiscal year 2023. And so with that, Madam Chair, I can stand for any questions.
Okay, real quick question, John. We talked about in the beginning of the program, the first year of the program, all liaisons were paid 100% by the state, the salaries were, and that's when we were dealing with the master level. And I believe it was the second year that we went to master level. The second year we went to, it could be anyone with a bachelor's level. It didn't have to be a licensed social worker at any particular level. Is that correct?
I believe so. It went down to a bachelor's, and it was also when the school districts were required to pay 25% of that salary.
But I believe that there was a decision made by the Department of Education that some of the original pilot schools stayed at 100% on their liaisons. Is that correct?
Craig might have to correct me if I'm wrong, but no, I still believe they pay 75% of the liaisons. It's the amount of money that goes to their partner community mental health centers that's been held harmless. Yes. So the original 9 school districts have to provide a 25% match for their liaison, but the amount of money that goes to their partner CMHCs is still at the level that it was when the program began.
Right, but the liaison is a school employee.
That is correct.
So all districts are now paying 25%?
Yes.
Okay. Questions, committee? Representative Arnberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And John, I just want to make sure that I'm doing this correctly. So I took, on the second page, the expenditures for school liaison, I just rounded it to 3.4 million divided by 55 liaisons is almost $62,000 per liaison. And then the school district is paying 25%. So these school liaisons are making pretty good money, or?
Madam Chair, Representative, can I ask which fiscal year you're talking about?
Very bottom, 2020.
Fiscal year 2020.
So I just took the 3.4 and just rounded it to.
So in fiscal year 2020, there were 34 school districts, 36. It was in the mid-30s in that year for what they were doing. But so that was.
But the liaisons are by building, not by district. So if you've got 34 school districts,
Okay, so
you
there's more
could
than one.
have a lot more liaisons.
And so this other spreadsheet, which shows that by district, there were
we don't have?
Wait, do you? I do not know if you have it or not.
I don't see it.
Okay, I was just curious on just dividing that out, so they're making a lot more to do this than to work at a community mental health center, and so I just wanted to.
So there were 72 FTE in 2020 for school liaison among the participating school districts.
Okay,
And then 102.3 last year, and then 120.6 this year.
so then is it still 4 million that is for the school liaisons?
For this year, that's kind of all wrapped up into one appropriation. I would have
Okay.
to go back and it's.
So on the second page, or third page, where it says 2021, the state aid and school liaisons is all.
It's all kind of wrapped up. So if you.
And I'm sorry, John, I think if you look at the sheet that just got handed out that John was showing earlier, actually probably gives you a better picture.
Yeah, because this breaks it down, because it got, a couple years ago, it all got lumped into one line item appropriation, and so the numbers in my memo are just from those individual appropriations. The spreadsheet breaks it down by what it went to. So you see in 2021, about 4.7 million went to the school liaisons among 102.3 FTE.
Okay, that helps me out, thank you.
Are there further questions for John? All right, seeing none, John, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And you're welcome back anytime. You can bring him, Craig. All right, next committee, we have Ron Wilson, Superintendent with USD 489 out of Hayes. Welcome to committee. I think you were one of our originals somewhere else, weren't you?
Bet, yeah.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
so you got some history.
Yeah, it is great to be here. Like Representative Landwehr said, my name's Ron Wilson. I'm currently as the superintendent in Hayes 489. I am very passionate about the program that we're discussing today. And I think the reason I'm passionate, of course, is I care about kids and I care about their future. But not only that is I have a little background with mental health, and it goes back to my high school days, where in 1985, I lost 2 friends to suicide. That has carried me forward into my career, and over my career, 30 plus years in education, I have had to deal with 4 student suicides, several suicide attempts, and lots of suicide ideation, where students are considering suicide. So please understand, the program that we're talking about today has been just a godsend to help us look at hopefully fixing some of the mental health issues that we have been dealing with for a long time. Mental health just didn't develop during COVID, and I'm going to say it also, maybe I shouldn't, it just didn't develop during critical race theory. This has been here in our world a long time. I think the thing is, and it's the Maya Angelou quote, that you do the best you can until you know better, and when you know better, you do better. And that's how we have been addressing mental health in schools. And in 2018, as a superintendent of a small little district in Harrington, Kansas, I was very fortunate to be one of the 9 districts who piloted the mental health initiative program. And we found it just outstanding, because if you understand a little bit about Harrington, 45 minutes from Manhattan, an hour from Salina, those are our closest mental health facilities for students and families in Harrington. So suddenly we were able to bring therapists into our school building after hours, even during the school day, and work with students and families. And the impact that it made for that community was unbelievable. So fast forward, I become the superintendent in Hayes. Immediately, the first thing I did as a superintendent was say, how can we get this program in Hayes? And start talking to the people there, even before I was technically the superintendent. We applied, and we got accepted. We're now one of those 55 school districts that are part of the program. So I've been with this program, 2 different districts, all 4 years of the program. I will tell you, the impact is probably one of the greatest things that I have been involved with as an educator in taking care of kids and also helping our families in our community. I have there's lots of data to support this. I think you have some of that in front of you. Some of it is in my testimony as well, but I think sometimes we also forget the data that we don't have that's really, really important, and it's the data that we really can't get. It's just how many students who have now been a part of this program have not considered suicide. We'll never get that data, but that is a piece of data that, because they're now receiving services that maybe they were never receiving, and they're been made available through this program, they're not making those decisions. You know, how many times has a student really felt good about their future, their life, and where they're at because of the services that they're receiving through this mental health program? We look at 4 areas, and over the 4 years, I can definitely tell you, we have improved academic performance, we have improved school attendance. Through our screeners, we can definitely say we have improved internalizing behaviors for students in things such as self-esteem, their social skill development, anxiety, and depression for those students who are receiving services. We've even seen an improvement in the externalizing behaviors, things such as office referrals, in-school suspensions, out-of-school suspensions, even visits to school counselor, school nurse, even law enforcement contacts at school. So there's a lot of data to support how valuable this program has been. I included several personal stories in my testimony. I'm just going to reference one, and real quickly, I'm just going to talk about a 7th grader. 7th grader was identified last year in Hayes as we do a signs of suicide screener. And it was identified that this student may possibly be having some mental health issues. Parents were divorcing. She was feeling conflicted about where she should be and whose side she should be on. Lots of things were affecting her mental health. She was referred. We also do, as part of our reporting for the mental health program, we do a SABRE score, which looks at all of those issues in terms of those internalizing behaviors and externalizing behaviors. Well, this young girl was got involved with the program, is doing really well. Now, the only reason I bring this up is that if we didn't have this program, I don't know where this little girl would be today. Because of the things that we've been able to put in place because of this program, we were able to identify and address her needs. And right now, today, she's an honor roll student. I think the thing is, like I said, I'm very passionate about this program. I would like to see it expanded. I will tell you, I am grateful to the Kansas Legislature for what they have done and continued to do. I think the question was asked, is it enough? I would always say no, we need more because of the positive impact it really is playing. But I think there are some things that we can do to expand the program. And I'd just like to talk real quickly about those. I think, of course, continued funding or increased funding, I think are critical to continuing the positive impact you're seeing from these programs. I think it's important that we start looking at areas, counties that are seeing a high rate of youth suicide and making personal invitations to those school districts to get involved. I think, I would love to see more than 55 of our school districts in the state of Kansas involved with this. I think it would be also important that we have some kind of mentoring program. We now have 4 years of school districts that have been involved, and I think we can now start looking at some kind of mentoring program to get others involved, or even help school districts who maybe are not seeing the positive impacts that I have seen in the 2 school districts that I have been a part of. I think for the most part, everything that I have tried to share today is just a summary of what I've included in my testimony. But I feel very strongly about this program. I'm very grateful for the work that the Kansas Legislature has done. I see some real potential for further growth in this area, and I just appreciate the opportunity to come and just thank you, and also answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you very much. Committee questions? You did a great job with this, and every time I hear the stories from the districts, I get goosebumps and get chills. And I think anytime we save just one life,
yes,
is a lot more than we would have otherwise, and we know that it's many. So I want to thank you very much for being a believer, and I'm highlighting your testimony so you'll be hearing from us as we continue working on this program.
Super.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Oh, wait a minute, Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Ron, for being here.
Yeah.
Sorry to lose you in eastern Kansas.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah.
But you sort of, I appreciated the examples that you gave, and it sort of follows at least a lot of the young people that have struggles are in home situations where there's a lot of transitions going on, and it looks like this program, more than any others I've seen when I was working, have resources to sort of help kids with that and make that family connection. Is
yes.
that what you're seeing?
Oh, yeah, that's I think the real benefit of the program is the connections that we're establishing. These liaisons, and I think the question was asked exactly what does a liaison do, and that was probably the biggest question that even I had back in 2018, because when the program, we applied for the program, I still wasn't exactly sure what the liaison was supposed to do, and they were asking me questions and I didn't really know. But we figured it out. We built the airplane while we were flying it, and I can tell you that's the beauty of, because as a principal, you sometimes get these students who are suffering, going through a mental health crisis for various reasons. Well, in the past, before this program, as a principal and even as a counselor, we were, of course, contacting parents and bringing parents in and having conversations about what was going on. And then we were saying, okay, well, these are the resources that you can get in touch with. Now, many times the problem is those parents sometimes didn't follow through, or sometimes they would follow through, but then realized, okay, I can't take this much time off work to get my kid to that therapy session. And so where the benefit of the liaison is, they're creating that, they're taking a load off our families, they're taking a load off our school personnel, counselors, principals who are doing so many other things, and making sure there's a lot of follow through and that student is getting the services they need. And that's the beauty of what the liaison is doing.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And one of the things, Senator Hawk, that was done by the Department of Education was actually hiring an individual that spent many, many years lobbying for the Wichita School District, and she happened to retire. And it was like, okay, she knows how to speak school. And when we called her and asked her to step into this role, she's like, well, I really don't know the mental health. I said, that we can teach you. But she could relate to the school. She knew what they were dealing with, how their structures worked, even, whether it was urban or rural, there's still, basics out there. So that has just been a vital asset. And the other thing that we noticed as we went through, especially that first year, and that's why it had to be a pilot. And I hate today that it's still a pilot. I really hate that. But we knew that we were going to have hiccups as we went through, and we were able to solve them all year long instead of waiting for the legislature to come back in January. An example being like the liaisons. It was actually one of the pilot school districts that said they should all be master level social workers. So that's what we went out to get. As you well know, that's tough. We had some areas that couldn't do it. And I tell you, right here in Topeka, Kansas was one of them. So it's not just rural people, there's urban areas. So that's as we started looking and progressed through it, we realized it just takes someone with a bachelor's degree, it doesn't make any difference what their background is in it, to be able to kind of like be a traffic controller to get the kids into the program and making sure that they're staying on track with what's going on and the CMHCs are coming in, et cetera. So if that helps a little bit more. Further questions, Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm curious, how do you advertise this program? Do you, are the parents well aware of it at the beginning of the year, or are you identifying those students when you see that they're having troubles?
I think the thing is that's just part of our orientation for all students at the beginning of the year, making them aware of the program. Of course, it is individualized to the point where if we do see a need, we sometimes reach out to parents, and even though we've shared that information, they're sometimes not aware. But yeah, I think also it's marketing sometimes, and I would say that's on us in terms of the school. Sometimes we could probably do a better job of marketing to our families that this is available. I think also a way to make it better is that we make our physicians also aware of what we're actually doing in school, so that there can be some referencing back to the school of what is available. Because sometimes we don't always see it in school. We're doing a much better job of identifying through measures that we put in place, but sometimes we don't always know everything.
Yeah, I think however you can increase that I like the idea with physicians, because I know parents sometimes we can lose track of what's available. But I think on all of the above approach is really great to advertise that. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? All right, seeing none, thank you very much for being here. I appreciate that. Next, I have Angie Saliva. Did I pronounce that right? With Olathe. Welcome to committee.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for the invitation to testify and tell you about some of the things that we have going on in Olathe. In Olathe, we are very blessed to have a comprehensive mental health program. We are very deliberate in the services that we provide to each and every one of our students within our district, and then some of those special services we provide for students who have additional needs. Our needs in our district are great, and I don't want to understate any of those. Even though we have a lot of wonderful things going, I need to let you know that mental health issues within our students are very real. We are seeing this year some more extreme behaviors at all ages within our schools. Things that we have seen creeping up but probably have come to a head this year. Things like our elementary students acting out and doing things like destroying rooms and property within classrooms. We have probably more eloping, which is escaping classrooms without permission or leaving school grounds, than probably we've had before. We also probably, in Olathe, we're pretty lucky. We don't have a lot of physical altercations, but we've probably had more of those this year than what we are used to. Just so that you are aware of some of the things that schools deal with, not only this year, but every year, is schools are called upon to do threat assessments. Those are for students who express homicidal ideation. Those are luckily pretty rare within our district, but this year I have completed 3 threat assessments. That is compared to 2 in all of 2020 and 3 in all of 2019. I want you to have kind of a normal year, not just a COVID year to relate to. We have used our suicide protocol for students who have expressed suicidal ideation from the first day of school up until yesterday, 155 times. That's compared to the same time last year, we had 22 students we used our suicide protocol on, but it's not that far off from 2019 when we had 147 at this time of the school year. Our school district does pay for therapeutic services for students who have high need. As of yesterday, we are paying for 68 students to receive therapeutic services. That's compared to 10 at this time last year in 2020, but again, not far off from our normal year of 2019 when we were at 60. In addition, our district has a crisis team that is deployed upon the death of a student or a staff member or for any other instances that might require additional mental health support within each of our school buildings. Our district crisis team has been deployed 4 times this year so far. That is compared to 0 in 2020 and 1 in 2019. So these are some of the realities that are occurring within our school district, and this is why we have a comprehensive mental health program in place. My testimony references all the different things that we have in place. I just want to highlight a couple of them. We are very grateful to the Kansas Legislature for being part of the MHIT program. We began the program in 2020, so we are in our 2nd full year of being part of the MHIT program. We have 2 mental health liaisons. They serve our 8 title elementary schools in Olathe. So each of our mental health liaisons has 4 buildings that they serve. However, they are also used district-wide to connect students to Johnson County Mental Health when there is a need throughout any of our 58 school buildings. Our students who are referred through our mental health liaison program are our students who probably need our most extreme services and need those wraparound services that you have heard others talk about, where the student may not only need services, but the family may need services as well. We are blessed that our mental health liaisons are master's level practitioners. One is a licensed master level social worker. One is a licensed clinical counselor. both do have caseloads within the 4 buildings that they serve, and both are running our therapeutic elementary group that is called Bounce Back that my testimony references. So we are very grateful for that. Probably the biggest part of our comprehensive program has to do with our student wellness advocates and our contract therapists. Our student wellness advocates are licensed therapists that are salaried Olathe Public Schools employees. We brought these on in 2019, fall of 2019, and we started with 5. And we started with the intention of having 5 therapists serve our 5 high school feeder patterns within our district. We quickly learned that our student wellness advocates were going to be able to, due to the volume, they were going to be unable to do that. So in January of 2020, we brought on 5 additional student wellness advocates, and those serve our elementary schools. They have a very heavy caseload, 5 student wellness advocates. They share our 36 elementary schools, and so they have lots and lots of schools. Our therapists that are embedded in our schools are awesome because they're staff members. People know them, people trust them, our students know of them, and they break down some of the stigma that surrounds seeking mental health care. With our student wellness advocates and our mental health liaisons, they are able to provide therapy in the school setting, removing barriers of time, transportation for parents, and schools are places that our communities tend to trust, and that helps out also with the trust issue, and again, reducing mental health stigma. In addition, we have a very robust private partnership with many entities in the Johnson County community, and we call those people our contract therapists. Our contract therapists are licensed therapists who use our schools as satellite offices. It is a win-win for our therapist and our school district. Our contract therapists come into our schools, they see students who have been referred, and these are usually, again, students with some of our highest mental health needs. Our contract therapist charges our families directly for this care, so it is a fee-based service. However, due to a grant through our Olathe Public Schools Foundation, for any families who are not insured or for any families who are unable to pay for any reason, those contract therapists bill my office, and we invoice those on a monthly basis through that grant funding. I'm very blessed that we do have that robust grant funding through our Olathe Public Schools. As I mentioned before, we do have 68 students receiving that therapeutic service at this point in time. However, within any grant funding, I'm always concerned, will that funding dry up? These are services that are used within our schools. They are services that our community has quickly become reliant upon. And there's always that fear in the back of my mind, what if I stop fundraising? What if I stop promoting this? What's going to happen? Is this source of funding going to dry up? Because it is truly a charitable contribution from the citizens of Olathe to this program. We know that our comprehensive program, which provides education and mental health support for all students through our advisory lessons, through our counseling curriculum, and through our health curriculum, makes a difference. And we know that the special supports that we have for those students also makes a difference. My testimony does reference some efficacy data so that you can see that. We also have, of course, the perception data, which is always fun to hear what people are actually thinking about your program and how they are perceiving the work that you do, and that is also included. I want to close my testimony summary actually with an email I received just this morning. I encouraged my staff to send celebration chains is what we call it, because our therapists in our school districts, they work really, really hard. And the work that they do isn't always seen, and it is not often appreciated. So among ourselves, we send celebrations so that we can lift one another up and know that we are making a difference. So I received one of these this morning from one of our therapists. She said, I met often with a girl during her freshman year. She struggled with overwhelming anxiety accompanied by low self-esteem. She came from a different middle school than most of our students. She felt isolated and battled intrusive thoughts of suicide. Showing up for school each day and simply sitting through all her classes was quite a feat. We worked little by little to help push her through her anxiety, and with lots of coaxing and support, she even agreed to be in the crew of one of our school plays. Her attendance had improved, and she made some connections with other students by the time COVID hit in spring of 2020. I worried much of her progress would be lost by the time the next school year started. However, she seemed to be a different person, building on the hard-fought gains she made the year before. Her sophomore year, we were able to identify new ways to push through her anxiety and identify goals for her future rather than getting stuck in crisis mode. I'm happy to report to everyone that during this year, she has found a home as an active participant in our school's program and plans to become a special education teacher. Next year, she's scheduled to do next week, she has scheduled something to do something she couldn't have dreamed of 2 years ago, play a part on stage in our school's fall musical. And this is why I do this. So our program, like I said, in Olathe, we are lucky. It is comprehensive. It is robust. We are a large district, and we are able to have somebody like me in a position where I can focus on these things. But I worry about my colleagues in other districts who don't have the type of support and the type of personnel to deliver some of the services that we do. And even with all of these things in place, we could use more. I am happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Committee questions? Representative Lynn.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I hope that we can get together soon and discuss a lot of this. I'm really excited. One of the things that I didn't hear about, I spoke with Dr. Yeager earlier this week, and we talked about the youth mental health first aid training that some of the teachers and staff are going through. And then the need to have a certain percentage of teachers and staff having gone through that before you can start adding in the teen mental health for peer-to-peer support. What can you tell me about that?
Yes, thank you, and I'm glad that you're communicating with Dr. Yeager. He's amazing. Our staff is going through mental health first aid training. That is actually something that we worked on Tuesday. We had a group in, and we were working with our staff on mental health first aid. For those of you who don't know anything about mental health first aid, it's like getting CPR trained or physical first aid training. It doesn't make you a counselor or a psychologist or anything like that. It gives you enough information to be dangerous, is what I usually say. It gives you the opportunity to recognize when somebody might have a mental health issue or be in a situational distress situation, and then gives you a script of what to say, because a lot of times we might notice things, well, you know, we don't know how to start those conversations. And that is the training that Mental Health First Aid provides. As part of the Olathe District Strategic Plan, goal number 3, initiative number 3, I believe, if I'm quoting it right, is for our staff to all receive mental health first aid training. We actually started this process in the 2019 school year. I will tell you, it is it's an undertaking. We have 6,000 plus staff members in Olathe. We have 4 trainers in our district. That's all we've been able to afford to pay for. Our class sizes are limited by the amount of subs that we can acquire. And right now we are limited to being able to pull 30 teachers a day from buildings due to our sub situation. So it's a challenge to get everybody done because it is an 8-hour training. It is a full-blown school day in order to get done. It is incredibly valuable. It is something that I wish everybody in our community would seek out. It is available through most community mental health centers, and so I would encourage members of this committee as well to seek out opportunities to become mental health first aid trained. It is free or low cost. We do subsidize our mental health first aid training. It's costing us about $25 a staff member in order to do, and that is being subsidized through a grant. Once we get our staff trained, then as Representative Lynn mentioned, then we can use our youth mental health first aid and start working with our kiddos. We do a lot of, I would say, hybrid youth mental health training through all of our classroom lessons and things with our students, but that formal training until we get a certain number of staff members, you're right, we can't get it done.
Thank you, and thank you.
Further questions, committee? I have one. Is the Robertson Fund, is that in addition to your foundation funds?
That is a fund that is administered through our foundation. Okay. Yes.
So it is, but it's a separate fund within the foundation.
Correct.
Okay.
So it is targeted only for mental health. It can't be used in anything else the Public Schools Foundation funds.
Right. Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much for being here today. Next, I have Dr. Mark Schmidt, Assistant Superintendent at USD 229 Blue Valley. Welcome to committee.
Thank you very much for taking the time to hear from, various districts about mental health and how we are approaching these issues. I'm inspired to hear my colleagues and what is going on there. I know, I have to admit, I'm more familiar with what's happening in Olathe, Shawnee Mission, Blue Valley, and the other Johnson County school districts because we do have quite a bit of collaboration amongst our groups. Today, I believe I was invited here to talk about the partnership that we have with Children's Mercy health systems in providing social workers that serve our students within our school buildings. I want to reflect back, and just hearing some of the stories here, I reflect back to 2016-17 when my title was slightly different as the Executive Director of Student Wellbeing. And we had just experienced a time period where we had 5 suicides in the previous 18 months. And within the Blue Valley School District, we don't have any problems. It is the perception sometimes that when your patrons live in nice houses, that then they don't have any issues or any challenges. I am here to tell you today that is not true. We had 5 suicides, and I was gathering together with the flight team, which is our crisis response team, and we were all looking at each other and said, we got to do something different. We have to change. I was able to meet with our then superintendent and had that same conversation, and he agreed. He goes, things have got to change. And he told me about, Children's Mercy had reached out to him and asked about maybe doing a pilot program dealing with some Medicaid funding and things like that about how we might partner together. And at that time I said, can we focus on social workers? And they agreed. And so long story short, by the beginning of the 2017-18 school year, we had entered into a partnership of shared funding to provide 19 social workers within our buildings and then 1 supervisor social worker for 36 buildings. And that was a tremendous success. I heard from our principals how the social workers worked so closely together with our existing school counselors, our existing school psychs, and they formed a team. They had a subset of skills as far as reaching out to our community, knowing what the resources were, being able to work with families to help them realize it's not a sign of weakness to reach out and access services within the community. And they also talked about having the person in the building at the time of the behavior, at the time of the mental health crisis is so valuable in able to address those needs in the immediacy of it happening. Over the next several years, the #1 request I had from building principals were, can I have a full-time social worker for those that were split? Because they talked about whenever a crisis happened, it tended to be when the social worker was at the other building. And every year, kind of the same response. I would if I could, but I can't. We don't have that funding level. This year, when we were reaching out and trying to identify what are the greatest needs that we have as we anticipated students coming back and needing services, what academic supports, what social emotional supports are they going to need? And to a person, the building principals identified an increased need for social workers or more mental health supports within their building. And I think as I reflect back and I heard Olathe talk about the challenges that they're facing with their students and student behavior and student dysregulation, I can say that is mirrored in the Blue Valley School District. And we are so thankful that we had the opportunity to expand this program using ESSER funds by 8 more social workers so that every building now in the Blue Valley District and every student in the Blue Valley District now has access to a complete mental health team that includes a school psychologist part-time, 1 or more counselors, and then also a full-time social worker. And what I'm hearing from our building principals is they're so thankful for that and they see the benefit played out every day. I hear from parents who are thankful for the work that's being done with that group as well. But I do need to thank those of you in this room because the funding for this does come from the Kansas At-Risk Pupil Assistance Program that we utilize. You have some flexibility in how you use those funds to address the needs in your building, and we choose to use those. The ESSER funds that were allocated to us, of course. And then we also supplement some of those resources with, by getting reimbursement through special education for the services provided by these master's level social workers when working with special ed students on behavioral goals and targets that are part of the IEP process. With that, I don't want to repeat myself from what's in the testimony, and I know we're short on time, so I'm often told I just sometimes need to stop talking, and so I will do so. But thank you so much for inviting us all to come and visit. I will stand for questions.
Thank you, Dr. Schmidt. Are there questions? Representing Neighbor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since you were all here, the superintendents, and you've heard that the ESSER funds are not going to be or haven't been renewed, how are you going to fill that place so that you don't go backwards?
As I said at the beginning, the social work program was born out of a crisis. And when you're in a crisis, you do what has to happen in order to make that work. And so we found the funds at that point, and we did have to reduce some other staff members in order to make that work. When we had the ESSER funds, we realized that we're in a crisis situation right now. As kids are coming back from the first time they were back in the building for a year and a quarter. we also knew that we were going to have a big influx, and so we couldn't think of a better use of those funds than to flex up at this time. I was visiting with our superintendent, Dr. Merrigan, just the other day, and she said, "Hey, I don't know how we could possibly walk back the support that we're providing the buildings." What that's going to mean is a lot of other hard decisions, because you can only spend the money that you have. And so we're going to have to figure that out. It's probably going to be some reductions in other staffing areas throughout the organization, assuming that still holds.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Committee, further questions? I have one more, and it's really bad when I have to go back into the cobwebs and remember numbers from a year or 2 years ago. On the work that Blue Valley does with Children's Mercy, I want to say that's at $300,000.
Okay. So in our first year, we had an agreement that they would provide services for these 20 social workers for $600,000 a year. Okay. At that time, Children's Mercy was working on an idea of doing an intergovernmental transfer where Blue Valley would transfer money over to Medicaid, and then Medicaid would be able to draw down some additional funds to help fund not only social work within our district, but also to expand that to other school districts within both sides of the state border. They knew they were taking a risk. We knew we were taking a little bit of a risk, but we went ahead anyway. By the end of about the middle of the second year, we realized that that was not going to work out. And so we ended up signing more of a fee-for-service agreement with them. We started to ask for reimbursement for the special ed services that our social workers were providing anyway. We had to reach a little bit deeper into our budget in order to fund it. This last year, there was about a $300,000 gap. I think that's what you had heard, between what we were paying and what the services cost. For the Kids is a fundraiser that is conducted by the Timmons family who had lost a child to suicide. And they had raised through, Nick's Choice is the name of the organization, but they had raised $300,000 and donated that directly to Children's Mercy in order to balance that budget, to make it doable. This year, they've agreed to provide $100,000. The state of they don't do ongoing grants, and so they're kind of weaning us off of that money right now. But for next year, there's not going to be any additional assistance, so we're just going to be funding it 100%.
All right, thank you.
That's a long answer for a short question. I apologize.
No, but I just couldn't remember if it was a $300,000 or $100,000 figure, so I appreciate the clarification. Are there any further questions, committee? All right, seeing none, thank you very much for being here today. We appreciate that. Okay, committee, we're going to try to catch up a little bit of time. The one thing that we have to be careful of today is the 1220 virtuals that you will see on your list here. We have to keep the judges within this time frame because of their existing dockets. So as we proceed forward to any of our other conferees, we may cut at that point and go right into them, and then we'll proceed to our other people to play catch up. So we're going to now have our working groups updates, and we'll start off with Carrie Bruffett. Welcome to committee, Carrie.
Good morning, and thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, committee. I think we can help a little bit with catching up on the schedule, so you don't have to hear very much from the KHI folks. Hina Shah, my colleague, is online, so she can join if we have any questions, but we're really going to hand over the updates to the working group chairs, and they are all participating remotely today, so they'll be able to do that, and I think they will be able to provide pretty concise comments, but also want to make sure that it's open for questions and any discussion that you all want to have with them. And many of you have been in the working group meetings we've had so far. Just a brief update, we've had one each for the services and workforce and system capacity and transformation working groups, and 2 meetings of the telehealth working group. We have 2 meetings coming next week. On the first is a sort of a special focus of the system capacity and transformation working group on the legal system and law enforcement recommendations. And that was, in fact, to ensure that we could get some judges who are participating in the working group in the meeting. So I think we've maxed out our judge participation for Monday as well. So we're looking forward to that. And then on Wednesday, we'll have a conversation with the the services and workforce working group. And then each week thereafter, we'll be having working group meetings as well until the next special committee meeting. So most of the work so far has been focused on looking at previous recommendations. Before I hand it over to the co-chairs for updates, I wanted to also point out a memo that we had included in your materials, and this was in response to a question, I think, from Senator Fagg last time about, hey, how were problems identified last time? Where do these recommendations come from? What were the seed and the origin? So there's just a brief memo that's a cover sheet to try to explain the pages thereafter, which are notes from the first meetings of last year's working groups. So not to be confused with this year's working groups, but in those meetings, there was a focus on discussion around barrier identification for issues that had been assigned to the working group, as well as general barriers and opportunities that they thought recommendations could be focused on. But a reminder to all of you, and I know you're very aware, that the starting point for the working groups last year, and then so therefore in many ways this year, were previous recommendations and reports from other task forces, committees, and working groups. So they already had, many of those groups had already done the work of the problem identification as well. So it really built on that. So that's just an explanation of that memo. We'd be happy to answer questions about it after you've had a chance to digest it, but it really was just to address that initial question. But with that, I'm going to hand over I think we have 2 of our co-chairs from the Services and Workforce working group who are online, Will Warrens and Charlie Bartlett. And they're not going to go through, there's a written document you have, they're not going to go through it in that exact order. They've kind of split up the topics. So I'll hand it over to them and stand aside. Probably Dr. Warrens first.
Thank you, Carrie. Thank you, Madam Chair. So Will Warrens here. And I will try to be brief, but hopefully let you know what you need to know. So the Services and Workforce Working Group met on October 14th, and I think a big part of it was us meeting each other, getting to know each other, and as Carrie mentioned, the chairs were selected. Myself, Charlie Bartlett, and then Shane Hudson from Central Kansas Foundation. So one issue that we did talk about was recommendation 1.2, access to psychiatry services. I think the working group was leaning towards keeping that recommendation mostly intact and maybe refining it to make more specific what that study is going to be about. And there might be as well in that maybe an ask of the legislature to ask that study is carried out. We talked about, let me scroll through here. We talked about recommendation 3.3 in foster homes. That's going to be one that I think the work group feels we're going to have to bring in maybe some experts. It seems like it's definitely a topic that we want to support. We know how important having qualified foster homes for youth that are dealing with mental health symptoms is. We were not, or at least I myself was not quite as well educated on what the roadmap is to try to achieve this recommendation. But we're going to be readdressing it at future meetings to try to get an idea of what that roadmap might be. We talked about recommendation 5.3, frontline capacity. And with that recommendation, there was some concern that it is also kind of a broad recommendation. We're trying to figure out how to narrow it down to provide recommendations. There was some talk about a very good program going on in Wichita through KU, the Kids Map program, and the fact that this has funding in the short term, but long-term funding is not present as of yet. The Kids Map program is a program where Dr. Rachel Brown, child and adolescent psychiatrist, meets in an echo presentation format, an educational format where she meets with primary care providers. And through the course of working through cases together, hopes to not only have better solutions for those cases they talk about, but also to help increase the skills and capacity of the primary care providers that participate from various communities in Kansas. In addition to those items, I know that we plan to meet, I believe it's on the 3rd, and that we are going to draw up some recommendations for suicide prevention. I think we're going to lean heavily on the Kansas State Suicide Plan and try to figure out how best, maybe through some recommendations and improvements of data. What were the other ones? Improvements of data, maybe to help formalize the State Suicide Prevention Coalition and to try to formalize how an annual report from that coalition can work its way through the governor's behavioral task force, and then also I think maybe ending with either the governor and or the legislature. But we're going to talk more about that in our next meeting. And then we're also going to address the autism waiver. But I think we're going to bring in some members of the autism task team working group to help us figure out what is the best way to support any revisions that should be made to the autism waiver. A final issue that I skimmed really quickly through all of those issues because there was one question we had for the committee as a whole, and that is this issue of dealing with special populations. And I think this deals with diversity. And our work group was wondering maybe for some strategic tips or strategic advice on how best to address this issue, to dive into the special needs and challenges of all these special populations. And by that, I mean, farmers, veterans, race, gender, and there's many others. Felt a little bit like what I want to say, an unending task. So we didn't know if perhaps another thought that was raised is maybe instead of direct recommendations for all of these populations, maybe perhaps a mission statement or the expectation that all recommendations that come out of the committee that have potential impact on special populations, that's somehow addressed within all of our recommendations. We just didn't know. So we will be talking about it further, but I don't know if there's any thoughts on the committee regarding that issue.
Committee questions, Dr. Warrens? You must have explained yourself so well. Did you have a question, Senator? Okay. I appreciate the highlights that you've given here, and I look forward to maybe a little bit more detail on what you've done. I have to agree with the foster home. That's been an issue forever and ever. Workforce, we know, is a major issue for all of us out here. I would like for the committee to maybe get some information on this kids map, because even being from Wichita, I'm not real familiar with that, so that we understand that. So if committee can, provide that to us. It's not necessarily something the work group has to go into detail on, but Senator McGinn has a question.
I just want to go back to the special populations. I'm not quite sure. You said you kind of wanted to get some feedback from the committee, but was there a specific question? I didn't quite get that.
Well, the question is just maybe for strategic tips for the working group. Option one being we start giving specific recommendations for specific populations. That's the tactic that seemed a little bit daunting. Versus should we instead would we have the committee's support maybe to explore in some type of a general statement or mission statement that also includes the expectations that all of our recommendations from all the work groups would address the concept of the need for diversity and addressing special populations whenever appropriate.
All right, thank you.
Or would that be felt to be not enough work by the work group?
That can get pretty deep pretty fast with
Yeah.
all those populations. So I'm not quite sure, how I would recommend that you proceed with that with a 90-minute, meeting, but it's something that we still need to keep aware of out there. Because sometimes when we hear the word diversity, so many times we go to race and culture. And, culture can be, whether it's an urban, it's a rural, is it farmers, whatever the different careers might be out there. Would that be accurate?
Yes, absolutely. And when I was investigating on the state suicide plan and suicide prevention, that's very, very accurate. Farmers, rural, frontier are just as much of a special population.
Right. Further questions or comments? All right, thank you, Doctor. Appreciate it.
And now Charlie Bartlett, who's also a co-chair, will talk, and he'll actually be talking some about the workforce issues as well.
All right, Charlie, welcome.
Welcome. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure and an honor to be able to talk to the committee, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. With recommendation 1.4 workforce investment plan from last year, the committee looked at this and they thought that one of the things would be important is to break this into both long-term and short-term responses by splitting the recommendations in that way. The reason for that is the work group felt that there might be some ambiguity. The work group felt that by having the immediate or short-term and long-term actions achieved, they believe that by splitting those two up, it would be more beneficial as we move through these. The other discussion led to feeling that maybe with the workforce development, long-term plans and implementation of short-term plans, it may be good to define a lead agency, and there was some discussion and whether that lead agency should be a government agency or a independent agency such as a university partner in doing some of that work in the future. We also looked at the work group members noted that by having a lead agency, it would that would be in charge of the recommendation, it would decrease the burden of communication between agencies to achieve the recommendations and allow for an increased focus in accountability. Also, there was some discussion from the original 1.4 where we talked about career ladder and other ways to have entry levels into the profession. Part of that discussion was on the licensing conversation. As we talked about, that social work became licensed in Kansas in '74. The substance use disorder counseling became licensed in 2010. And with those licensures, the people that were working in the field became grandfathered in to the profession, and most of those people that grandfathered are now aged out or aging out of the workforce. And currently there's few entry-level positions in the helping professions that did not require a minimum of a bachelor's level specialized education to become employed in the behavioral health workforce. By creating an entry-level position in the behavioral health field, it would allow for the workforce to have an expanded career ladder and an opportunity to be employed in the helping professions while pursuing further education and licensing if that were desired. And we also had some conversation there about the effect that increased peer services are having in these fields and being able to help the clients, to help with retention and ongoing work of the counselors in that field, as well as seeing just some positive results in the number of the people that are peers that are now advancing into higher levels within the agencies. And then, of course, we had some discussion, as we just talked earlier here, on urban and rural focus and how recruitment challenges are really different based on location and strategies that might be there for urban Kansas may not be the same for frontier communities and vice versa. And then we talked, as Dr. Warren talked about foster homes. We also looked at some other topics that have come up for further discussion, such as social isolation and strategies to address stigma. And I guess I'm one that thinks out of crisis, there's often opportunities, and the pandemic has certainly made awareness of mental health issues and substance use issues in this last 2 years and have brought it home to many people and many families. And so I think there is a great opportunity for this, and we're also seeing how this has affected social isolation. And we're seeing some of the past efforts maybe needing to be talked about to expand, such as our recovery centers and communities, and our consumer-run organizations that do certainly provide a way to start that connection and develop those social contacts and build strong communities. So with that, I also will stand for any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? I think you've hit on one of the toughest topics out there, and that's with the workforce. So I'm glad to see that you guys are going there. Thank you very much for your presentation today. Appreciate it. Go ahead, Carrie.
Thank you, Charlie. So now we're going to shift gears and have Kyle Kessler, who's one of the co-chairs of the System Capacity and Transformation Working Group, talk, and he'll talk about the first meeting. And as mentioned, the second meeting of that group is on Monday, and that will be a deeper dive into the legal system and law enforcement recommendations. And I will note for both of these working groups, both services and workforce and system capacity and transformation, there are a number of presentations that are happening today that are really going to inform their work, particularly on the new recommendations or the new focuses that you all gave them and assigned them. So they are participating remotely in these meetings as well. So it's kind of like we're making a working group meeting out of you guys' meeting as well. So we really appreciate that. And so both suicide prevention, the amount of focus that you all are putting on that today, will be very helpful, and it's obviously very timely and well-deserved time. But then the other issues, trauma prevention, trauma-informed care, and the K through 12 school pilot, I grabbed all the materials, so that'll really help inform that discussion as well. So we appreciate that. So just a reminder again that their discussions so far have been focused on last year's recommendations and how they might be updated or revised. And with that, take it away, Kyle.
Welcome to committee, Kyle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Carrie. And again, we appreciate very much the facilitation work that's been done by KHI in this process again, and all the work by you and the other committee members, Madam Chair. We powered through about half a dozen recommendations and a couple other items that we discussed. The first one being, and I think you have the sheet in front of you, recommendation 2.2, which addresses inpatient capacity. And we combined that with recommendation 9.1, which is the regional model. Both of these things have had strong support, not just with the Mental Health Modernization and Reform Committee, but in previous legislative sessions. And recognizing that we have a lack of inpatient beds in our state right now, and the acuity is significant enough that sometimes the staffing mix doesn't work right for not just our state mental health hospital beds, but also the local regional beds as well. So the support from a regional model, we believe, on 9.1 could help fill the gap in resources identified by the working group members. Recommendation 2.3, reimbursement rates increase and review, implement an immediate increase of 10 to 15% for reimbursement rates for behavioral health services. After increasing reimbursement rates, establish a working group to regularly review the reimbursement structures for behavioral health services for both the uninsured and the Medicaid population. Again, this is an issue that's been discussed for the last several years with stagnant Medicaid rates on the fee-for-service side with Medicaid specifically. And that was expressed during the work group as well, that this was indeed relating to the Medicaid rates. Recommendation 4.1, the 988 Suicide Prevention Lifeline funding. You all have discussed this, and I know it's going to be discussed a lot more. The primary discussion piece was that although the telecommunications surcharge was the proposed funding mechanism last year, Working group members clarified that they believe this remains the best funding mechanism for 988 in a sustainable funding form going forward. Recommendation 9.3 relating to integration. Specifically, this was to increase integration, linkage, collaboration, and identify care transition best practices among mental health, substance use treatment, primary care, and emergency departments across the state, and to adopt coding practices that allow for the integration of services across the continuum of care domains, including but not limited to primary care, substance use disorder, and mental health, to provide more integrated services to clients with co-occurring conditions. And the discussion pieces really, again, were around revising the recommendation to clarify that the strategies noted are only some of the ways to pursue integration and that other strategies could be used. One of them, I think that was discussed as well, was the CCBHC initiative and the work that the primary care clinics and the FQHCs are doing with CCBHCs as they get up and going. One collaboration in Southeast Kansas that allowed for memorandums of understanding to be done and cross referrals to be made. Recommendation 8.2, the Criminal Justice Reform Commission recommendations, and that was simply to implement recommendations developed by the CJRC that are related to specialty courts like drug courts and mental health courts, and develop a process for regular reporting on implementation status and outcomes. And that's going to be one of the items that's discussed next week at our November 1st meeting. Recommendation 8.4, defining crossover youth population. Future efforts should include behavioral health within an operationalized definition for youth with offender behaviors at risk of entering with offender behaviors at risk of entering foster care, as well as including diverted youth in the definition of the broader juvenile offender population. Again, that's an item on our agenda for next week's meeting. We had a couple other items that were discussed as well, and including a high priority discussion relating to Medicaid expansion that the 2020 Finance and Sustainability Working Group had put together. And there are several folks from that committee that are on our work, or from that working group that are on our working group now. And the recommendation discussed by the working group related to expansion was to recommend full expansion to increase health care for uninsured low-income Kansans, and specifically got into the working group discussion relating to possible effective increased FMAP percentages for expansion under ARPA. A couple other items that we discussed were hopefully in future meetings going into item 7.3 with under information sharing, and 7.5 cross-agency data. As a reminder on 7.3, this had to do with utilizing Medicaid funds to incentivize participation in health information exchanges and to explore health information exchanges like KHIN, Kansas Health Information Network, as an information source on demographic characteristics such as primary language and geography for crossover youth and other high priority populations. As I mentioned, we're talking more about specialty courts and law enforcement impact and competency evaluations at the meeting on November 1st. And then the working group meeting on November 10th, we believe will allow us to review proposed revisions based on the working group discussions from a couple weeks ago, as well as next week, and to develop recommendations related to other topics assigned to the working group for 2021, including outcomes data, the K-12 mental health intervention team program, and behavioral health in schools. So we appreciate the conversation around that today. And my co-chair, I should have mentioned earlier, my co-chair for this working group is Laura Brake from the Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services. And I believe she's on this call as well in the event that she has anything to add. Otherwise, we will stand for questions at the appropriate time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Kyle. Laura, did you have anything you wanted to add?
I do not at this time.
All right. Thank you. Committee, are there questions? Senator Hawk.
The Ways and Means question on the rate increase and review of the 10.15%. Do we have a ballpark figure of what that would be in state general fund and all funds? Or how might we get to that eventually?
So we had collaborated, Senator, with KDADs a couple years ago when coming up with some funding, which I know Senator McGinn chaired that budget committee, and I believe there was a 2 or 3% rate increase that was put in prior to it being cut during the allotments. So that would be 2 sessions ago. And I believe for a 2% increase, it was around $3 million. That will be adjusted going forward because when certified community behavioral health clinics go to the prospective payment model, then there won't be the need to, those rates will be increased because it will be cost-based reimbursement. So that will change up what that fiscal note would end up being for the remainder of the fee-for-service behavioral health group. So I would hate to venture a guess without consulting with KDADs and potentially the budget and legislative research departments.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So with the new certification requirements, those rates are going to be in the budget. And so are we thinking this 10 to 15% is on top of what that's going to be?
It would be, I would describe it as parallel. But yeah, it would be an additional funding mechanism for the non-CCBHC. So whether those are non-CCBHC community mental health centers or substance use disorder providers, or maybe safety net clinics that are doing fee for service in that regard. But I would certainly defer to Denise Sisman and others on that.
So that's a separate recommendation for rate increases, and we're assuming those rate increases are going to be built into community mental health centers that get that new certification.
Well, they wouldn't receive the additional 10 to 15%.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I think to muddy that water even a little bit more, to clarify that, is that 10 to 15% you're talking about technically doesn't have anything to do with the new CCBHC rate when they reach that point. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so they're two different. Yeah, okay. It's real easy to get confused on those there. But the CCBHCs will come in more at what our FQHCs do today. Further questions or comments for Kyle? All right, seeing none, thank you very much. Appreciate both you, Kyle and Laura.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I went and looked at the agenda, and it reminded me that a couple other things that this group is going to be looking at are also on the agenda for today. Kyle already mentioned the 988 hotline funding, but also the specialty courts presentation. So we'll continue to go fast to make sure we get to that one. And with that, I will also turn it over to the Tele-health working group co-chairs. And I'm not sure who's going first in that group, so I'll just be quiet and see who speaks up.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman, and this is Sunny Mickle with Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Kansas, and I'm a co-chair for the Telehealth Working Group. And in the interest of time, I'm going to be speaking today, and we can make sure that my co-chair, Dr. Shauna Wright, steps in if there are any questions from the committee. But to kick it off, Carrie discussed earlier that the Telehealth Working Group has held 2 meetings so far. And during our first meeting on October 13th, the group discussed enablers and barriers to the implementation of telehealth and telemedicine services in 2020. In addition, the group began discussing possible revisions to be made to the recommendations so that we can have more action in 2022. During the working group's second meeting on October 20th, the group reviewed the Kansas Telemedicine Act with the Office of the Reviser of Statutes, and this helped us identify whether the law may need amendments to implement any of our recommendations. I wanted to point your attention to the vision statement that's included in our written testimony. And I'm going to allow you to read that yourselves in the interest of time and just move on to the 5 different recommendations that we did discuss. So the first recommendation is 10.1, and that focused on quality assurance. The group recommends improving provider and patient education around telehealth literacy in relation to privacy efficacy and access and cybersecurity practices. We also recommend exploring the need for behavioral health and medical professional licensure, interstate compact, or a BSRB waiver program. The next recommendation was 10.2, and that was focused on telemedicine reimbursement codes. The working group recommends maintaining Medicaid reimbursement codes that were added during the COVID-19 public health emergency for telebehavioral health services and considering options to prevent the loss of facility fees so that providers are not losing revenue when they deliver telehealth services. The working group discussed recommendation 10.3, and that looked at telehealth for crisis services. And with our recommendation, we include establishing coverage for telehealth for crisis services that allow law enforcement and mobile crisis services. We also recommend exploring virtual co-responder models for law enforcement, and that will help aid police departments and other law enforcement agencies as they respond to mental health crisis in rural and frontier communities. Plus, increase education for providers, practitioners, and law enforcement officers on using those telehealth services for crisis services. The working group also took a look at recommendation 10.4, and this was focused on originating and distant sites. The working group recommends consistency with the Kansas Telemedicine Act definition of originating site. And they would also like to keep that same consistency and use the Kansas Telemedicine Act definition for distant site. Under recommendation 10.4, the working group also discussed examining issues related to providers that are practicing and patients receiving services across state lines, such as by exploring participation and interstate licensure compacts. Our final recommendation is 10.5, and this is focused on the child welfare system and telehealth. The working group recommends utilizing telehealth to maintain service and provider continuity as children, particularly those children in foster care, are moved around the state. In addition, we recommend exploring how the unique needs of parents of children in the child welfare system can be met via telehealth. And we will have another work group meeting, and that will be set for November 15th. And at that time, we're going to discuss 2021 telehealth payment parity. And it's a new topic for this committee, this work group. Dr. Wright, do you have anything to add to my testimony?
Dr. Wright, are you with us?
I know she may have had to step away. I believe she was about to facilitate.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
There you are. There you okay.
Thank you. Yes, I did not have anything to add, Sunny. I think you comprehensively covered what we've discussed.
All right. Thank you. Committee, are there questions? Senator Hawk.
Just a question. Did that group discuss the reciprocity law that we passed this year? And I forget what that bill number was, and how that might affect the interstate compact licensure issue?
Yes, we actually did begin to discuss that. I believe you're referring to SIPACT, and there was a concern because that covers only a certain type of providers. We believe it covers PhD psychologists and does not expand to other behavioral health providers. So we were trying to explore how we can include other provider types as well and give them some of the same abilities to help us with servicing Kansans.
I think the reciprocity law applied to all of the licensure categories, did it not, at BSRB?
I don't believe that it did. I think that they're correct on that.
Okay. So,
but it was, yeah, it was brought up and discussed, and I think it's being looked at a little bit further to see what it does cover and what it doesn't cover.
And could I ask, could you explain what you mean by a BSRB waiver program and how that relates to licensure?
Dr. Wright, would you like to address that? Because I know that's something we had started to discuss.
Yes, that was a suggestion made by one of our working group members that we wanted to further explore. Most states are using more of a licensure compact like SIPAC, which is for licensed psychologists, as we look at other behavioral health professions and how we may look at interstate licensure. The one thing that we pointed out in our work group is that in Kansas, we have what I would call an omnibus licensure board that covers several behavioral health professions, whereas other states may have a psychology board, a social work board, a marriage and family therapist board. And so it is quite a bit of work for the BSRB to navigate these licensure compacts when different states typically don't have a common regulatory board for behavioral health professionals, but rather singular ones depending on the behavioral health professionals that are licensed in their state. So that was a recommendation of, rather than look for a compact, would the BSRB be interested in looking at having a waiver program, which would state, if you are in good standing with your license in your state, could we offer a waiver for you to provide services in our state? And that's something that the work group really wants to be informed by the BSRB, because that is a pretty big request, I think. And without giving it due diligence, it's hard to say whether that is beneficial or not in terms of the quality of care that's available to our Kansas citizens. So we'll be talking with the BSRB about that more.
Madam Chair, is David on this working group? Just curious, or anybody from?
Yes,
staff?
yeah, he's on the BSRB.
Good. Thank you.
We couldn't do it without having them on board with us. That's what makes the working group so great, is being able to have the professionals that are actually working with this instead of it just being legislators, that we have limited capacity with that. So basically what, in just kind of clarifying where Senator Hawk was going at, is that you would be possibly talking about some type of a BSRB compact, whatever encompasses all of them, because I think it is accurate to say that the Psych Pack only did a select designation. Yep.
Yes, Chair, that is correct.
Okay, and then on the 10.3 telehealth for crisis services, and we're going to hear a little bit more on that today on the 988 suicide prevention line and some of the services that we'll bring in from that. So hopefully that will help clarify some of the crisis services that you're referencing in here on the recommendations. All right. Further questions, committee? All right, seeing none, thank you very much. Appreciate both of you being here with us today. Carrie?
That does wrap up the updates from the working groups. Are there any general questions or recommendations for the working groups before we hand it over to the rest of the discussions? I did want to point out, Senator McGinn, at the last meeting, you had raised the issue about waiting for competency evaluations, and one of the things that wait for evaluations at Larned State Hospital. And KDAS is going to be making a presentation, providing a presentation to the System Capacity and Transformation Working Group on Monday. We're going to do a lot in a 60-minute meeting on Monday. So we didn't directly update you on that, but that is to come. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it very much. Next committee, we have a presentation on Kansas urban and rural suicide rates presented by Wyatt Beckham with KHI. Did I hear, Wyatt, that you're maybe from the Nest City area? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Got quite a bit of family out there in Nest, and well, some of them are getting older, so they're not necessarily there, but that and Ransom, and
Thank you.
nice area.
Yeah.
Welcome to committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to present. There will be a couple places where I'll try to keep us on time, a couple places where we'll dive in a little deeper, but appreciate the opportunity to present today. My name is Wyatt Beckman. I'm with the Kansas Health Institute and delighted to be here with you all. I think you're all likely fairly familiar or a little familiar with the Kansas Health Institute. We're located just across the street. We are a nonprofit, nonpartisan educational organization, and we're committed to convening meaningful conversations around topics such as this. So today's agenda, we're going to start with our brief and talk about our findings, and then we'll move into federal and state rural suicide prevention efforts. So this is our brief. It was published in published in September, and it focuses on urban-rural suicide differences in the state of Kansas. It's available on our website. Before we dive into the results, I did want to orient us about our state and some of the terms we'll be using. You'll hear me often say frontier communities, rural communities in the state. This map helps illustrate where those are. Frontier communities are in white, rural communities are in blue. These are determined by population density. Frontier communities have less than 6 people per square mile. And as Madam Chair pointed out, I am from one of those communities, right there where the star is. I'm from Ness County, Kansas. So this issue of rural frontier suicide is really important to me personally and professionally as well. So methods to orient us. We used vital statistics from Kansas Information for Communities. That's a KDHE data source. We used 20 years of data from 2000 to 2019. The data was age adjusted to the 2000 US standard population. That allows us to compare populations in areas that have more or less older or younger folks more fairly. Rates are presented per 100,000 population, and we used 5-year average rates. So suicide rates fluctuate from year to year to smooth out that difference and to help us see the trend more clearly. We combined 5 years of data at a time and did that rolling from year to year. One important note is our data does not include, or our analysis did not include data from the time of COVID or after COVID. So this is all pre-COVID-19. Okay, so here's our first figure. So over the past 20 years, something you can clearly see, the rate of suicide has risen across the state. In rural and frontier, in all communities, it's risen. It rose from a rate of 12.5 per 100,000 population in our first time period to 18.1 in 2015 to 2019. This equates to an increase of 44.8%, or nearly 1.5 times higher. And we saw that rates began to rise more quickly after our 2007 to 2011 time period. Across all groups, we saw that suicide rates in our final 2 time periods, so 2014 to 2018, 2015 to 2019, were significantly higher than our first time period. So what this means is every peer group had a significantly higher suicide rate at the end of our study period than they did at the beginning. Suicide rates increased everywhere, and they did so significantly. While all counties saw an increase in suicide, the increase in frontier and rural counties outpaced those in densely settled rural, semi-urban, and urban counties. And you have those percentage increases on the screen next to those groups. By 2015 to 2019, the suicide rate varied from 17.3 per 100,000 among urban counties to 22.9 per 100,000 among frontier counties. And there was a significant difference between our frontier counties and our urban counties. Now we're going to look at the leading means of suicide in Kansas. The KIC data that we use has 2 groups for means of suicide: discharge of firearms and other unspecified means. So we're going to look now at suicide by discharge of firearm. We've seen that it's increased as well, but what's fairly striking, and you can see, is that it's increased more dramatically in our frontier communities. They are that top line that's above all other peer groups. Beginning in approximately the 2011 to 2015 period, the rate of suicide by discharge of firearms became statistically significantly higher than all other county groups. including rural counties. So even those that were only slightly bigger, frontier groups were significantly higher. In contrast, suicide by other unspecified means, such as poisoning and suffocation, remains similar for all groups. You don't have a chart of that, but just letting you know. And now we want to zoom in to that final time point. So this bar chart zooms into the last time period from the previous chart. This is our most recent data. It's from 2015 to 2019, and it shows that 2/3 of suicides in frontier counties were by discharge of firearms. The next highest proportion of suicide by discharge of firearms were among densely settled rural communities. Across the entire state, just over half of all suicides were by discharge of firearms. The rate of suicide by discharge of firearms in frontier communities is what we're going to zoom in on. And it was 15.3 per 100,000. This was higher than all other county groups. And one final point, which you can see in the table before we move on. Suicide rates in frontier communities were higher, significantly higher than other groups, but it's important to note that the number of suicides was greater in urban counties because of population, so don't want that point to be lost, but the rate was significantly higher. We're now going to move into having talked about rates and where Kansas has gone in the past 20 years and really highlighted the challenges in frontier communities. We're going to talk about suicide prevention focused on rural suicide prevention. We're going to start with the federal level and then talk about state level. So our work identified 4 broad areas and roles of federal suicide prevention for rural suicide prevention. And we're going to talk about each of these. Starting with agenda setting, the 2012 update, which was the most recent update of the National Strategy for Suicide Prevention, which is a report of the Surgeon General and the National Action Alliance for Suicide Prevention. It serves as a roadmap for national suicide prevention efforts. It's organized into 4 interconnected strategic directions and advanced by specific goals and objectives. The national strategy is meant to represent a comprehensive long-term approach to suicide prevention. Despite higher rates in suicide in rural populations, however, they are not identified as one of 11 groups with increased suicide risk. That said, the group of leaders that make our state suicide prevention plan, which you'll hear more about later this afternoon, they use this national plan as a guide, but they made additional efforts to consider rural suicide prevention in that plan, and I will let them talk to you more about that. The second role that we identified was the legislative one. The federal government has, through a number of pieces of legislation, supported suicide prevention priorities for decades. Some of these examples include Senate Resolution 84 and House Resolution 212, which recognized suicide as a national problem in 1997, and the Garrett Lee Smith Memorial Act in 2004, which created state, tribal, and campus suicide prevention grants. And we have some of those grantees here in Kansas. Earlier this year, Congress turned its attention to suicide prevention and the unique needs of veterans. On June 30th, President Joe Biden signed the Sergeant Ketchum Rural Veterans Memorial Health Act of 2021. This act was co-sponsored by Senator Jerry Moran from Kansas. And this act set the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to expand the Rural Access Network for Growth Enhancement, the RANGE program of the VA, and to conduct a study to assess the mental health care resources of the VA that are available to veterans in rural areas. The third role that we'll highlight is providing funding. In addition to providing funding for healthcare access and mental health services, the federal government supports suicide prevention through several grant initiatives. One of those is the Comprehensive Suicide Prevention Grant Program. This is funded by the National Center for Injury Prevention at the CDC. It funded 9 recipients in 2020. Mostly all of those were state departments of health. They were to implement and evaluate a comprehensive public health approach to suicide prevention. And it required grantees to identify one or more vulnerable populations, one of which could be rural populations. One of those grantees, which was Colorado, and we'll talk a little bit more about some of Colorado's initiatives later. SAMHSA provides several funding opportunities. They help with the Garrett Lee Smith Campus Suicide Prevention Grant, and one of those is here in Kansas, Fort Hays State. Final example, the Farm and Ranch Stress Assistance Network, recently launched by the USDA, provides grants to support providers providing behavioral health services for agricultural workers, in crisis. So our final role for the federal suicide prevention efforts is resources. The Office of Rural Health Policy supports the Rural Health Information Hub. It's a really, really great resource for rural health information, grants, all sorts of things. And one of the tools on that resource is the Rural Suicide Prevention Toolkit. And this, I won't go into detail, but great examples of resources. An example that I'll talk a little bit more about is the CDC policy brief that was released in 2018. This policy brief identified 4 policy options or strategies that could be adapted for rural suicide prevention. And we'll walk through each of those briefly. The first is improve access to mental and behavioral health services. We know that many parts of our state are mental health provider shortage areas. Nearly half of all people who die by suicide encounter a primary care provider in the preceding month. So integrating behavioral health services and screening into primary care may be able to improve identification of at-risk individuals. Also included in this is access to telebehavioral health services, which can reduce barriers to care, especially in those frontier and rural areas. The second area is reducing stigma in communities. We know there are unique cultures in rural communities and social norms, and some of these may increase stigma for mental health care seeking behavior. By reducing stigma, rural communities can support greater health service utilization when it is available. The third is increasing connectedness through peer norm groups. Peer norm programs often are set in school settings, and they work with peer leaders to increase connectedness, shift some of those norms that are barriers to seeking care, and make protective factors such as provider relationships, coping skills, and connections to family and friends more common. The fourth area is to work with communities to reduce the risks for suicide. And one of those chief risks is access to lethal means. The time between deciding to engage in suicide and attempting suicide can be as short as 5 to 10 minutes. That's what some of the research shows us. People usually won't substitute a different method when a lethal mean is unavailable or difficult to access. So reducing easy and immediate access to lethal means, such as firearms or poison, may reduce suicide risk. I check my clock. I want to make sure we're good on time. I think we are. This is our final section. We're going to drill down and think about state suicide prevention. The federal role is sort of set a foundation and oftentimes influence state roles, but we'll talk about state now and get in a little bit to Kansas as well. So three key areas, and this isn't a comprehensive list of things the state does for suicide prevention, but three key areas are a convener, grants and funding, and then population-specific initiatives. Starting with grants and funding. States, as you know, can function as both grant recipients from the federal government, and they can also be grantors down to local governments and organizations. Some states, such as Colorado and Nevada, have formed distinct units within their state government to implement suicide prevention efforts. The Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment is one of the Comprehensive Suicide Prevention Program grantees, and it funds numerous community suicide prevention efforts, one of which is Zero Suicide, which is a program here in Kansas as well. And Colorado has funded that in several rural and frontier designated counties. Through these funding opportunities, states can prioritize specific population prevention goals and efforts, including rural communities. We've seen that in some states. The second role that we identified was convener. So state agencies can take the lead in implementing statewide initiatives through partnerships with private organizations and other governmental agencies. Suicide prevention commissions, such as the one established in Michigan by the state legislature in 2020, are one mechanism by which states can institutionalize statewide suicide prevention efforts. And to talk a little bit about that Michigan commission, it's a diverse 24-member commission, and it's explicitly required to focus on demographics showing the highest rates of suicide in the state. And it must, at minimum, consider rural and urban areas, along with other characteristics such as race, sex, occupation, age, and socioeconomic status. Next, we're going to talk about some population-specific initiatives. When we were doing our work thinking about how states were doing rural suicide prevention efforts, we realized that oftentimes there may be efforts that aren't explicitly framed as rural suicide prevention, but the populations they serve have a strong presence in rural communities. And so we're going to talk about two of those examples now. The first is farmers and ranchers, or those in the agriculture community. We know that agriculture plays a central role in Kansas, and especially in many of our frontier and rural communities. Some examples. In Kansas, there's the Kansas Ag Stress Resources from the Department of Agriculture, supports at-risk individuals in farming and ranching across the state. An example from Maryland, they launched the Save a Shore Farmer program. That's the bottom left picture. With direction from Congress, the Veterans Health Administration Office of Rural Health developed the Veterans Affairs Farming and Recovery Mental Health Services, or VA Farms, pilot program at 9 VA medical centers, none in Kansas. But those provide veterans with agricultural vocational training and mental health care services from licensed providers. One example of that sort of program, though, in Kansas is the Save Farm. That's near Manhattan, and it supports veterans' mental health along with agricultural training. Finally, a recent example, Land O'Lakes, which you maybe have heard of from their dairy products and their butter. They are a farmer-owned cooperative, best known for those products, but they rolled out a new program for members in partnership with Empathia, which is focused on helping family members access services, including mental health services. They have a program called Life Matters, and there's an online portal with wellness articles and a hotline to connect with counselors. The next population that we want to highlight are gun owners. And I'm going to give you several examples from some other states. In Vermont, the state legislature mandated the Department of Mental Health to collaborate with members from the gun ownership community to launch the Vermont Gun Shop Project. This statewide awareness and prevention project, it works directly with gun owners to create prevention materials and resources for members that own guns. In Colorado, they run a similar program by the same name with resources for gun owners, and they have resources in English and Spanish. One of their example resources is in the middle in Spanish. They partner with the Colorado Firearm Safety Coalition. They have a map of temporary firearm storage locations. These are used to safely store firearms out of the home for a period of time to prevent unsafe access. In 2019, a final example, the Utah House Bill 17 went into effect. Among other provisions, the bill requires the implementation of a firearm safety and suicide prevention education course and programs. Some example materials include firearm safety packets and online videos. And the State Division of Substance Abuse and Mental Health is required to provide cable-style gun locks to firearm dealers, and those dealers are required to provide individuals purchasing certain firearms with those locks and with educational materials. One note, briefly, is that the Kansas Suicide Prevention Plan does include an objective to support local efforts to work with gun shops, firearm owners, shooting ranges, et cetera, to promote safe gun storage. But I'll leave more conversation about the state plan until the afternoon. So with our final time, we'll drill into just think a little bit about how suicide prevention is set up in the state with a lens on rural suicide prevention in the state. So suicide prevention in Kansas is spread across many departments and agencies. The Suicide Prevention Plan is published by KDADS. This serves as a strategic guide. It uses data from KDHE. We have work from the Department of Education. They publish a school-based prevention toolkit. We know that there is the Youth Suicide Prevention Coordinator position established in 2019. The Department of Agriculture implements efforts as well. So we're spread out in a number of different agencies. And I'll also note that the challenges and opportunities unique to rural and frontier Kansas, those higher rates and some of the underlying challenges were noted by the Office of Rural Prosperity when they were doing their listening tour, and in particular at a community listening event in the northwest region of the state. Rising suicide rates were identified as an area of concern. While our focus was on governmental efforts for suicide prevention, we would be remiss not to note the nonprofits and associations in the state that are doing important work. You see several of those on the screen. Interest of time, I'll just sort of note those and we'll move forward. I will mention here some collaboratives and coalitions. The Kansas Prevention Collaborative, which is a partnership state and local providers and convened by KDADS, makes funding available to local coalitions and other organizations through the federal substance abuse block grants. It's been in place since 2015, and they've awarded multiple rounds of competitive grants to expand prevention efforts to be more inclusive of mental health promotion, suicide prevention, and problem gambling. In the most recent round of grants, 12 local coalitions received funding totaling $534,000 to support development and training in using the strategic prevention framework. 3 grantees were in rural communities, but none were in frontier counties. On September 21st, the Kansas Suicide Prevention Coalition was launched. The mission of the coalition is to champion suicide prevention efforts for all Kansans through equitable access to partnerships, advocacy, resources, ideas, and data. In closing, I want to highlight two recommendations in quotes at the federal level. In 2017, the National Advisory Committee on Rural Health and Human Services recommended that SAMHSA include rural-specific research and considerations for prevention into the national strategy for suicide prevention. The advisory committee also recommended that HHS conduct a national comprehensive evaluation that assesses existing state and tribal efforts to reduce suicide rates and identify successful evidence-based rural-specific strategies. Over 3 years later, our research shows that most rural counties here in Kansas, and especially our frontier counties, still face unique challenges, and that may call for tailored approaches in line with these recommendations. I want to finish my final thoughts, and I think we're hopefully right on time, just by returning back to my hometown. So, as I've mentioned, I was born and raised in Ness City, Kansas, and the picture on the left is the entrance to the hospital in my hometown. That hospital is full of really hardworking care providers and staff that do everything they can to meet the needs of the population they serve. One of my parents is one of those people that goes in there every day and tries to meet the needs of the community. The picture on the right is the entrance to HaysMed in Ellis County. Ellis County is a densely settled rural county. By nearly all categorizations, especially at the national level, both of these communities are rural. We would often lump them together in the same group. What our analysis shows is that when we do that, we often miss unique challenges. Here in Kansas, if we would lump all rural communities together, we would miss the unique challenge and burden in frontier communities related to suicide. We know our frontier communities and our rural communities are not simply smaller versions of cities. They don't have all the same things, but on a smaller scale. And I think by recognizing the nuance and the differences in these communities, recognizing the unique challenges, we are better positioned to tailor suicide prevention efforts to meet those unique needs. And I'll stop there. We're right on time.
Thank you. You did a great job. Committee, are there questions? Senator McGinn?
I have a number of them. Will we have a chance to, I know you're on a timeline.
You know, what we could do, if you can hang with us for a few, what we could do is, let's go ahead, our lunch is out there and ready. We could grab our lunch, and before we go into our next presentation at 12:20, is that right? No, 12:10, 12:10. We'll try to, so go out, grab your lunch, get back in here as quick as you can, and we'll do the questions then if that works.
I just have a question again. I thought I heard Wyatt say he was going to be here this afternoon.
I won't be here this afternoon, but
Okay.
there will be conversation about the state suicide prevention plan, so some of that I left to Andy and Monica.
All right, committee, you got 60 seconds. McGinn's got some questions. Just someone else has some questions, and then Carolyn will be back in here. Representative Shoup.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm working on it. I'm getting better.
Oh, you got it that time. So my question, the statistic that really jumped out at me was, and it might not be exactly right what I'm saying, is like 50% of people in frontier areas who commit suicide like saw a primary care physician in the last month or so?
So that's a general finding that's cited in that CDC policy brief. And it's not specific to Kansas or specific to frontier communities, but we find that over half of folks that die by suicide do see a primary care provider in the preceding month.
Yeah,
about half.
my mind immediately kind of goes just, maybe that is not necessarily, and I'm sure it's related to some extent, necessarily a mental health modernization issue, but maybe even just like a palliative care modernization issue. I don't know. I can imagine people going to a primary care physician, get some sort of terminal diagnosis, and then they start to think about how they prefer to go, right? And so I don't know. I think that stat is very interesting and worth digging more into. Thank you. That was a really great presentation.
Thank you.
Representative Lynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple questions. I'll try to make them quick. You did not separate them at all between male and female. Do you see similar trends for rural or frontier women versus women in other parts of the state?
Suicide rates are higher among men in frontier areas, similarly in all areas. And some related point that I should have made is the trend of higher suicide rates in frontier communities is national. It's not unique to Kansas. So suicide rates in rural and frontier communities are higher everywhere across the country, not just in Kansas.
If I may, given the stigma usually associated with it, and I don't know that I don't want to assume that has more of a stigma in rural areas, but I think amongst that population, maybe they don't share as much. What kind of outreach is being done? I see that you have the groups that have those things, but what's being done in the community to kind of spread the word that, hey, you're not alone, there are resources?
So I'm not in a great position to speak about unique programs community by community. Andy and Monica may have some of those examples in the afternoon. But you're hitting on a point that the CDC raised as well, that reducing stigma, whether it's through those peer programs in schools, whether it's through other organizations, whether it's through service providers making that effort, that's a mechanism for increasing use of the available services and can reduce suicide risk. So stigma and some of the cultural norms was identified as well as a challenge.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The male-female question, and then you had a section on firearms. Is there a difference in choice of method in terms of suicide between male and female?
I don't have the statistics offhand, and I can follow up with the specifics. We kept the full population together in part because the numbers are small, and that allowed us to do a more confident analysis statistically. But there often are some slight differences in methods with men choosing suicide by firearm or use suicide by firearm.
And then I don't think your study does it, but I'm curious with other states. We've had some bills on red flag laws in terms of having family members intervene. That's kind of a political hot potato with Second Amendment issues. But I'm just curious if any states have red flag laws. Is there a significant difference in suicide rates?
Our study didn't look at red flag laws specifically. I can follow up with more examples of the efforts in those states that we talked about related to working with gun owners, but not anything specific to red flag laws. My apologies.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator McGinn.
Thank you. Apologize if this is redundant. First off, excellent report. And I really appreciate the division of the frontier and the rural areas, and then the fact that spotted throughout is some of the more urban of our rural areas as well. Yeah, on the slide that has to do with the trend that increased, and you may have shared this, but I didn't catch it. that increase in the rural or frontier area seems to be significant in the 2009 era. That's when it really starts climbing, it appears to me. Was there any reason for that, or did you research any of that?
So our research didn't look at underlying reasons for why, and I would probably not be best to speak without feeling confident about underlying why, but can say that when we look at the suicide by firearm chart, which that's 12 and 13, when we get to the 2011, 2015 time period, that's when statistically we can more confidently say that that rate is different than all other groups, even those rural groups.
Okay. I didn't know if there was like economic reasons. And then on your slide 22, I thought I heard you say, you said something about that some of those that had committed suicide had seen some kind of a provider or not. That's on 23, the CDC policy brief. I couldn't read that brief. It's not big enough. I need to bring a magnifying glass.
Yeah, that's just the cover, and I'm happy to follow up and provide that link for the brief for distribution. So that specific finding was not unique to Kansas or unique to frontier rural areas. It's a general finding that around half of those folks who die by suicide encounter a primary care provider in the preceding month.
Beforehand.
In the preceding month, encountered a provider.
Okay. I'd like to know that statistic, I guess, or that number. And then, finally, I'm familiar with Land O'Lakes, and by the way, they're over a third is agronomy as well, so they're not just butter and milk. And 98% of our co-ops belong to Land O'Lakes. They took over for farmland. But I was just looking at the gun owner pieces from the different states, and I'm not going to get into the red flag at all. What I'm curious about, and I'm going to be asking our organizations as to why they don't have some kind of suicide prevention component, in their agenda or what they do with their membership. So it just looked like we're missing in that area in our state.
I can't speak to specific examples that I've heard from Kansas, but I know in Vermont and in Utah and Colorado, legislatively in some cases, and among the associations there, among the gun owner groups and among the gun shops, there is a really intentional effort, and they have a vested interest in suicide prevention just as much as non-gun owners do. And the overarching theme of those three examples is really working collaboratively with those that own guns, those that sell guns, because they care about suicide prevention as well.
Okay. And thank you very much. You've given us lots to think about. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, and we appreciate that, and I'm sure that we'll be calling upon you again in the future. So
thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, committee, and you got us back on time, so we appreciate that a lot. We're going to now hear from Sean Jurgensen, and he's the special counsel to Chief Justice Lukert. Welcome to committee.
Good afternoon.
I think you're going to introduce our special guests, aren't you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'm Sean Jurgensen. Thank you for inviting me and three of our judges today to committee. They are joining us by WebEx. They are Chief Judges Nick St. Peter, who is our Chief Judge in Cowley County. It's a one-county judicial district. Our second judge that will appear is Judge Tim McCarthy. He's from Johnson County District Court, and he presides over a veterans treatment court there. Chief Judge St. Peter presides over a drug court. And then finally, Chief Judge Glenn Brown, who is from Hayes in Ellis County, and he provides over a drug court as well, our 23rd Judicial District. And we appreciate you inviting us to talk about specialty courts. And they're going to get more in depth on what specialty courts, how they operate, what they do. But I was asked generally to cover what they are. Oftentimes we get questions, a specialty court, what is that? And so generally speaking, a specialty court is a unique docket of cases in which the defendants in those cases engage in a treatment program designed to address the underlying driver of their criminogenic behavior. And so we look at mental health issues that those defendants are experiencing, addiction, depression, whether it's drug addiction, alcohol addiction, anxiety, other issues like that. And so they engage in a treatment program with a provider or via supervision, using incentives and sanctions to help get them back on the right path to break that cycle where we see oftentimes recidivism occurring in the criminal justice system. And so it's more than just a group of cases that share a commonality in the charge. So it's not a DUI docket where every single defendant on the docket has been charged with a DUI. It's more than that. It's when you actually hone in on the underlying issue and that you try to treat what's driving their behavior. And so inside with my written testimony, we attached a grid, this grid in my written testimony. And currently in Kansas, we have 19 specialty courts in operation across the state, all at the district court level, and they're not all the same. We have drug courts, veteran treatment courts, behavioral health courts, truancy courts, and a home court in Emporia. And they're all created, and their programming is designed to treat particular issues from that community. And so while you're going to hear what Chief Judge St. Peter is doing in Cowley County, which differs slightly from what Judge McCarthy's doing with veterans in Johnson County, because those defendants and what they're experiencing are unique. And so they have to be particularly tailored to address what they're experiencing. But to date, these are the specialty courts that we have in Kansas. There is work afoot for more specialty courts to be developed across the state, and so this list will grow, at least we hope. And then I also attach on the second attachment, the third page of my written testimony, is Supreme Court Rule 191, which created a specialty court committee within the judicial branch. And that specialty court committee is already meeting, and it was established to provide recommendations to the Supreme Court on the administration of specialty courts across our state. And Chief Judge Brown, who's appearing today, is actually the chair of that committee. So any questions that you have specifically for that committee, he'll be perfectly situated to answer those. What Rule 191 will also do is it will complement the language that's currently contained in HB 2361, which is a bill that's sitting in Senate Judiciary right now. The House passed it last session. I believe it's going to be passed this coming session. We hope so. And what that bill does is it speaks to certain administration issues related to specialty courts. And so this committee will complement the work that bill anticipates. The committee is also creating a webpage on the judicial branch website that will include resources to create and help run specialty courts across our state. And then finally, the committee helped the judicial branch host back in January a 4-part veteran treatment court webinar that was attended by folks across the nation. And it was designed to help people learn about how to create or start up a veterans treatment court. And it provides resources to those veteran treatment courts that are already in operation across the country. And so that's generally the overview of specialty courts before I turn it over to Chief Judge St. Peter. Any questions yet?
Do you have any questions of Sean? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll let you introduce the judges as they come up.
Yeah, so Madam Chair, the first judge on the agenda is Chief Judge Nick St. Peter, who sits in our 19th Judicial District in Cowley County.
Welcome to committee, Judge.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Landwehr and members of the special committee. My name is Nick St. Peter. I'm the Chief Judge of the 19th Judicial District. It actually is the smallest judicial district in the state, consisting of one single county, which is Cowley County. The population of Cowley County is about 36,000 people. I provided written testimony to you, but just by way of background, I began to be interested in specialty courts back in 2006 when I had an opportunity to view one at the National Judicial College in Reno, and came back I worked with my chief judge to talk about the possibility of starting a treatment court in the state of Kansas. At that time, there were very few treatment courts. Over time, I was able to reach out to a judge in Lyon County who was operating a court, which helped provide a template for us to start ours on April 17th of 2009. Our program has changed dramatically over that time frame, but essentially the way we operate now is that, first of all, we have a team of individuals that include both a prosecutor, a defense attorney, treatment providers, case managers. We've had voc rehab specialists, and then the ISOs from community corrections that work with the individual participants in our program. Our program meets every other week, which is consistent with the research that's been provided by the National Drug Court Institute in terms of a minimum effectiveness in terms of contact with the court in the first few phases of this program. Our program is divided into 4 phases, and a person advances through the phases by completing treatment and other requirements. Those requirements include attending treatment, attending court, being subject to random testing for the presence of drugs or alcohol or other controlled substances in their system at least twice a week on a random basis, participating in other post-treatment activities such as pro-social meetings, and participating in recovery programs outside of the treatment provider, which may include AA, NA, or a variety of other entities. As the person goes through the program, the requirements become greater. At the initial phases, we're not interested in the person obtaining employment, although it's fine if they have employment. We are concentrating on trying to stabilize them and get their treatment regimen established within the program. The program itself utilizes a couple of validated instruments to determine our target population. Drug court programs, by definition, are extremely intense, and they were designed only for those offenders who score on an evidence-based tool as being both high risk and high need. High risk meaning that that offender has a high probability of failing on traditional supervision. High need would mean that that offender has a substantial substance abuse disorder that's in need of treatment. We utilize 2 instruments that have been validated and are used across the state of Kansas to make that determination. That includes what's known as an LSIR and a SASE. Those 2 instruments will tell the court at the point of sentencing if that person meets that criteria. So we're looking at those offenders that fall within that target range. Evidence-based practice tells us that if you put offenders that don't fall within those 2 categories in the program, that you actually can make them worse by giving them more treatment than they actually need. So we start with that. We have found over a period of time that it's best to get 2 assessments done on the individual during the first 30 to 60 days that they are in our program. That assessment is a mental health evaluation that's done at our community mental health provider, which is Fort County Mental Health, and a health assessment, which is done at our community health center. Oftentimes, our target population, which is primarily methamphetamine addicts, have a lot of health and mental health issues that have been masked based upon their use of those substances over a period of time. As they become get clean and wean themselves and are off of methamphetamine, then those problems begin to surface. And so we want to get those identified soon so that if that person needs medically assisted treatment in the form of maybe an anti-anxiety or anti-depression medication, we can get that identified early on so that they have a better chance of success within the program. After we do that, then we get them referred to those resources. And then as a judge, I'm reviewing their case every 2 weeks with them and with our team of individuals that are working with that participant. Our program uses a variety of incentives for this target population. We actually utilize a matrix that's designed to encourage good behavior and a matrix that's used to respond to negative behavior, taking into account what it is that you're trying to either encourage or discourage and the methods by which you may do that. The incentives that we use are some that we've had donated and some that we have purchased. But typically they're very small things because what you find with this target population is that for a long time, they have not had a lot of success in life. And therefore, even small things, including praise from the judge and from individuals working with them, a Sonic token for a free beverage, a Frosty, free Frosty, a $10 gift card to Dillon's to purchase fuel or food for their family, go a long way to reinforce the positive behavior that you're seeing of them in the program. So we utilize those every 2 weeks when I see people. That along with positive praise. In terms of sanctions, we rely on research to determine the appropriate sanctions if one is needed, including the sanctions grid that I just referenced. But typically speaking, in the study of drug courts, when they have been studied exhaustively, it's been determined that programs that impose a jail sanction longer than 7 days have a much worse outcome. And so we utilize that research. Also, there's research that has been done by the National Drug Court Institute that says that if the judge spends at least 3 minutes with that individual, the chances of their successful completion of the program goes up dramatically. So we are continuing as a program, as a judge, and our team members to continue to look at that ongoing research and evidence-based practices to be sure that what we are doing has the greatest chance of putting that person in a position of success. Ultimately, we can't make somebody be successful or not be successful. What we can do is give them all the correct tools and atmosphere in which to be successful in recovery. As a person gets further on in our program, then we focus on them obtaining and maintaining employment, reconnecting with family, and again, working on establishing a pro-social network outside of what their life used to be. So keep in mind the target population that we have. These are folks, for the most part, in my years of experience in working with them, are maybe in their 40s and probably have been using drugs and alcohol since they were 10 or 11 or 12 years old. So this is what they know. We are kind of turning their whole life upside down for good reason. We're asking them to change the people they hang around with, the things that they've done, and the places that they go. To do that and be successful, they have to have some other substitute for it that's positive. They're not going to simply just sit at home and do nothing. So part of the ongoing process of our program is to ensure that they are developing what we call pro-social relationships. In other words, positive relationships within both the recovery and our community to replace the negative relationships that they've had in the past. I know that you're looking at the issues of mental health in the state of Kansas and reform. I can tell you that that plays a part in problem solving for us. Just looking at information from the National Drug Court Institute, there's a high incidence of co-occurring disorders amongst individuals who are in drug courts. In other words, many of them do have mental health diagnosis or issues that need to be addressed. The basis of that typically involves prior trauma. And so as a court, we're trying to be mindful of the fact that that person has trauma, which you may have heard of, refers to ACEs, which is accumulated adverse childhood experiences that they bring on board when they come into the program. Those issues around that trauma need to be dealt with in order for them to be successful on a long-term basis in their recovery. We also utilize a program called moral recognition therapy. It is a cognitive-based program that's used to help raise the moral thinking level of the individual that is in our program. It is a validated program that's been used by other drug courts. We began requiring that some years ago as a part of a person advancing through our program because studies out of the Commonwealth of Virginia found over a period of time that individuals that paired that along with drug court had a much better chance for long-term success. But essentially, that program requires that the person kind of examine their past life, examine the people that they have hurt through their addiction, examine the ways in which they're going to make amends about that, and then to develop strategies about how they're going to proceed with some long-term goals. This is especially important, I think, with our population who are primarily methamphetamine addicts, because methamphetamine attacks an area of the brain that controls a person's moral compass. And so raising their thought process about how their conduct, how their actions, how their decisions impact both them and others becomes important to their long-term recovery. In terms of program participants, we average between 25 and 45 participants in our program at any one point in time. Presently, we have 32 individuals in our program. Our program is designed to last approximately 18 months, although it is not unusual for a person to be in the program longer than that. And again, as I said, we use this phase model where as they continue to get better and meet stated criteria that are within our program, they move up stages until they hit the point of commencement or graduation, which I can tell you as a judge that's been on the bench as of 17 years today, is one of the most gratifying things in terms of the work that you do within the criminal justice system. We have, in fact, a commencement proceeding the 10th of November, and I believe we have approximately 9 people that are scheduled for graduation at that time. So that's essentially kind of an overview of our program and how we operate it. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have about what we're doing, how we started, or the approach that we take if you have any.
Judge, can you stay with us through our other 2 judge presentations?
I believe that I can. I think my jury is coming back in the civil trial I'm in at 1:15, so probably through most of it.
Okay, because what I'd like to do is try to take questions, because something tells me it's going to be similar questions on each one of these after all 3 of you have presented. And if we don't get to that, we'll try to catch you before you leave. Next one, Sean. And you can just use the mic right there at your seat, too, if you want to. Then you don't have to bounce back up and down.
Sorry about that. I'm told that Judge McCarthy's having some technical problems. He may be there now.
Grab one of the other mics. They gave you the bad one from up here.
If not, we'll go to Chief Judge Brown next, because I believe he's logged in.
That's fine. We can do either one. Do we have testimony from Judge Braun?
No.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Great. All right. I'm Chief Judge Glenn Brown of the 23rd Judicial District. I'm in Hays, Kansas. I've had a lot of technical difficulties here the last 2 days as well, so I hope this is being received. I, like Judge St. Peter, run a drug court in Hays. In fact, we have drug court this afternoon. When we got started, we had the assistance of Judge Fowler in Emporia, Judge Johnson in Salina, and Judge St. Peter would let you know I've contacted him on a number of occasions for ideas and input, and it has been valuable in us getting started. We've only been in existence about 3 years. Salina is the other court. We call Salina Eastern Kansas. For many, they would disagree with that, but we are the furthest court west in the state of Kansas. In getting started with the drug court, we faced a lot of challenges. The first one was financing. While it doesn't take a lot of money to start a drug court, we needed to obtain defense counsel because you have to have a defense attorney assigned to the court to assist the participants, and getting that arranged was difficult. Getting incentives, we use the same method that Judge St. Peter does. We have small rewards we give those that are successful on the every other week basis when they report. And our county commission enthusiastically endorsed the idea of a drug court. Representative Barb Wassinger was a member of the county commission and one of our biggest advocates. And they gave us a small amount of seed money to get started. And then after that, we applied and received some federal grants that we currently operate under. And it's not a lot of money by any stretch. And based on the results we obtain, it is a wonderful investment. And so we got started and have proceeded. And when I interviewed drug court judges before we got started, There was one thing that was unanimous among all of them. They said, if you do it, it will be the favorite thing you ever do as a judge, the most rewarding. And I can echo those comments. I look forward to drug court every 2 weeks to watch people succeed at this level. As Judge St. Peter pointed out, many of our participants started using illegal drugs at ages 11, 12, 13, and they've had 20 or 30 years of drug use. And to see them get sober and maintain sobriety and the achievements is just remarkable. You know, the reason we were interested in doing it was to stop the revolving door. We remodeled our courthouse several years ago, and I often use this phrase in my courtroom that there's a door to my right, a big metal door, and it leads to a hallway that adjoins our jail where the holding cells are. And I've told a lot of defendants in our design, we made one mistake. We made that a regular swinging door, and we should have made it a revolving door, because I saw the same people coming through over and over again with the same problem. And we didn't have the mechanisms in place to stop that revolving door, but drug court has done that to some extent. That is one of the real rewards that we have experienced. Like Judge St. Peter, we have a five-phase program. In each stage, there are certain requirements that the participant needs to achieve and maintain for a period of time before they can move to the next phase. It's generally considered an 18-month program, although we have had some graduate in as early as 14 months. In the public, one of the things that when I've spoke about drug courts that I have faced is the question of, well, you're just going easy on them. And, you know, we need to be tougher on our criminals. Well, let me tell you, a drug court participant does a lot more in drug court than they would on regular probation. It is not easy at all. The requirements that they must complete are far more extensive than standard probation. Like Judge St. Peter, they must complete a cognitive, we call it cognitive thinking course. We require a financial literacy course. So in other words, they have to take a class dealing with how to set up budgets. And as part of that, have to set up a payment plan for their fines and court costs from the criminal case that brought them to our court. They're going to be required to complete treatment and aftercare. We many times have, after they've completed the methamphetamine group, and methamphetamine, like Judge St. Peter mentioned, is our #1 problem drug, we many times require them to go to individual counseling. We have started a peer mentoring program, and we have several of our participants now that have completed meth group and individual counseling that are going to peer mentoring as a means of dealing with the issues that they're facing. And again, a lot of success. When we ordered them into COG thinking, I don't know whether Judge St. Peter's experienced this, but that's the one we get the most resistance on. And after they complete the program, that's the one I hear the most in court about. That's the best thing we did, or that's the part of the class I enjoyed the most. It's the most resisted and probably the most complimented among our participants. All of these things result in some real successes. But talking about the mental health aspect, in preparation for today and in going over my reports last night, I checked. 15 of our current 25 drug court participants are currently also receiving mental health therapy and counseling in conjunction with the drug programs that they're in. Most of those are patients at High Plains Mental Health Center located here in Hayes. And as part of their participation, we monitor their use of any prescribed medications and those types of things, so that we deal with the co-occurring disorder along with the drug issue that brought them to our court. Drug courts are not easy on the staff or the judge either, because they require additional time. It is some of the best time I spend, but like Judge St. Peter, we meet every 2 weeks. So every 2 weeks on Thursday, I do a staffing from 2 to 3:30 where we review the progress, hopefully, and sometimes some of the mistakes made by our participants. 3:30 starts drug court, and that runs till 5 o'clock. You might say, well, that's just one afternoon every 2 weeks. But when you look at a judge's calendar and trying to schedule around, I see Judge St. Peter kind of smiling. He's in a jury trial today. Well, try to schedule a jury trial when you're going to lose your Thursday afternoon every 2 weeks, or work around that is difficult. However, recently, well, in the not too distant past, we had a week-long murder trial, and of course I had drug court that same week. I told my jurors, we have drug court on Thursday. We're going to recess early because I can't move drug court. We've got 25 participants. It is extremely difficult to try to get that rescheduled. And, so I'm going to give you an early recess that day. And they were all very receptive. And I just warned them up front. They planned on it. And so we actually work jury trials around drug court, keeping that time safe. But the team that we have, which includes, of course, law enforcement, mental health therapists, drug treatment providers, intensive supervision officers, the prosecutor, the defense attorney, all of those individuals have to likewise accommodate drug court on their calendars as well to participate in staffing, and then they all attend drug court. So it is a huge time commitment, but everybody joyfully, I can truly say it, agrees to do it, because we have seen the benefits. And I just want to talk a little bit about success stories. But before I get to that, I want to talk about one other aspect of drug courts that I think Judge St. Peter probably has seen in his experience, and that is what I call the group dynamic. These participants are all there every 2 weeks, just like we are. And many of them knew each other in their previous lives, whether they used together or used the same drug dealer. Anyway, they're acquainted. And so they come to drug court together. And we had a case here a while back where I had 3 of my female participants. They always sat together in the front row to my right, where I'm looking from the bench. One of them was called up, and she had a dirty UA for methamphetamine. And that's discussed openly in court. Everything is done in the open. The discussion between myself and each participant, everybody else in the drug court knows what we're talking about, whether it's their success or, in this case, a failure. And I brought up the positive UA, and we talked about, what occurred, why she failed. And while I was talking to her, I noticed out of the corner of my eye, the other 2 that sat with her crossing their arms in a very negative fashion, and then getting up while she's talking to me. They're behind her. She can't see them, and they moved. And she turned around to return to her seat, and they had, I guess, shamed her, but had let her know that she had been dishonest with them and had not shared that she had been positive on a UA, and they let her know they weren't happy with her. And I think that was far more therapeutic than anything I said to her, because she was, she was chagrined at the fact that occurred. So I think the group dynamic, in other words, when somebody has done really well for 2 weeks, we acknowledge it. They get a little gift card. We all applaud them, and they genuinely are strengthened by that kind of recognition. As Judge St. Peter pointed out, these are folks that really haven't had a lot of success in their lives, and little successes like that may not mean a lot to the average citizen, but to them, it's a really big deal. And so it's fun to participate in that. Just, what are some of the results? We have some people. Mark was in our first graduating class, had been a methamphetamine user for about 15 years, heavy user, worked in the oil field. At the end of the class, he had full-time employment. He had got back his driver's license. He had obtained custody of his 2 sons from DCF. They were in DCF custody, and he had turned it around and had custody of his 2 sons. He has mentored a couple of our current participants. Tremendous success story. Another of our participants, Tara, the day I sentenced her, and then she came back on a revocation, and that's when she was placed into drug court. She was the most angry person I think I'd seen in my court in a long time, and I thought there was little chance that she would graduate. But she proved me wrong, and likewise, she got custody of her children back from DCF. She got full-time employment and recently found out she was promoted to manager of the business where she works. She resided in an Oxford house. That's been one of the residual effects of us having a drug court, is we now have Oxford houses in Hayes. And even though she doesn't reside in it, she's still active in the organization and has been selected for a leadership position there. So, and I could go on and on with the success stories. This is the kind of thing that breaks the cycle of addiction, that brings them the skills they need to succeed later in life, and quite frankly, stops that revolving door that I talked about. So if I sound enthusiastic about drug courts, I am. I think specialty courts in general have a tremendous success rate. House Bill 2361, which the House passed, I believe, unanimously, and which the Senate, I think, will receive favorably, hopefully, this next session. They simply couldn't get to it last year with the volume of bills. Will provide the framework for some financing for the courts, particularly startup costs, I think, would be good for those districts that want to begin this program. And with the Chief Justice, who has made this one of her priorities, forming the Supreme Court Committee, which has 12 members on it, 3 district judges, a mental health professional, prosecutor, defense counsel, community corrections director, the director of, I think, the only juvenile truancy court we have in the state. Anyway, these people are now participating in assisting us in trying to bring what Judge St. Peter and I have talked about, that we're seeing direct results and success in our counties to the other areas of the state. So thank you for the opportunity today to visit with you a little bit about this, and I would welcome any questions after Judge McCarthy speaks.
Thank you, Judge Braun. And we do have, I'm stepping on your toes here, Sean. We do have Judge McCarthy via phone. I think we had some technical on the video side. Are you there, Judge?
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Hey, I apologize for not being able to get on by video. I was on the bench calling a docket that went from 11 to 12:10, and I ran in here and I couldn't get the video on. But everyone knows I'm the worst one in the courthouse on technology anyway, but at least you guys can hear me. So I appreciate the invitation. You've heard from 2 excellent drug court judges, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about veterans treatment courts and some of the differences and some of the similarities. I've been a district court judge in the 10th Judicial District for 8.5 years, and I came from the civil litigation side, so you can imagine how much I've had to learn. But in my first year, I told people half the people that come to the podium have substance abuse issues, and at least 25% have mental health issues. I was told by probation officers and Johnson County Mental Health that I was low on my estimate on both. I asked our chief judge why we didn't have an adult drug court, so I went to visit 5 of the 9 in Kansas. You've heard 2 of the excellent drug court judges we have in Kansas, and they're just incredible. And was having a hard time getting traction, and heard about Veterans Treatment Court, and I went to visit the Missouri Veterans Treatment Courts, and started kind of a different team, a little bit of the drug court team and all that. And people were running up to me in the courthouse and said, "I hear you're trying to start Veterans Treatment Court. How can we help?" And people that were veterans, that were lawyers, that worked in the system, deputy sheriffs, people that work in the computer department. So we had a lot of momentum, and I told our chief judge, we need to go start that way and then go back. You've heard about treatment courts, I'm sure, before I got up here to talk, but drug courts started in the 90s and mental health courts followed. In 2006, Judge Robert Russell in Buffalo, New York, was a sitting judge who heard drug court and mental health court. And as he said, veterans need both these courts and they don't fit in either one. And he tells this story that I won't do justice, but he said that one day in staffing, he heard that there's a Marine Vietnam vet that's in his court, that goes to his groups. He won't participate, won't engage in treatment, stares at the floor. Judge Russell called him up to the podium, and he wouldn't look him in the eye, and his shoulders were slumped forward. And he saw that a probation officer standing next to this veteran was a Marine Vietnam vet. And he said, "Mr. Kurowski, will you take Mr. Smith out in the hall and I'll call him back?" And then he saw a probation officer in the back of the room who was an Army Vietnam vet. He sent him out to join them. And as Judge Russell said, he called him back 15, 20 minutes later. The veteran walked up to the podium, stood at parade rest, looked him in the eye and said, "Judge, I'm going to try." And so from that idea in 2006, he started the first one in 2008. There's over 500 veterans treatment courts today, just all from that, what Judge Russell found that veterans needed. After I'd visited the 5 drug courts, I went to listen to sit in the back of the room in a Missouri veterans court, and wondering what was different between drug courts that I'd seen in veterans treatment court. The Commissioner Fry didn't let me come back to staffing. They did later when I went over there to visit. But I'm sitting in this giant courtroom in Jackson County, Missouri, and I'm one of the first ones there. And you can feel that everybody in the back of the room is a veteran. And you can feel that in the room, that it's just veterans on this docket. The second thing was when Commissioner Fry called the first case up, the lawyers don't get up. There was a guy in jeans and a Hawaiian shirt that walked up, behind this veteran, stood behind him at parade rest at the podium, and then when the commissioner called the case, the VA is sitting right below him as the treatment provider in this court, and said, this veteran has been screened. He's got post-traumatic stress. He's going to start his treatment and classes on this date. So as I say it, I think the differences are that it's only veterans being on the docket makes a difference. That person that walked behind him in the jeans and Hawaiian shirt was a volunteer veteran. And everybody in our court is assigned someone. They don't work in the court system. They have no connection to us other than they are volunteers and a battle buddy that's going to walk through those veterans through this program. And as Judge Russell found, the veteran-to-veteran contact makes all the difference in the world for these guys. And as I said, we've got the VA as our provider. We were the 41st state to come online. We were the first one in the state of Kansas. And because we were 41st, we were able to kind of learn something from all these other courts that preceded us. People said, "Are you going to be felony or misdemeanor?" And we said we're going to be both. "Are you combat or non-combat?" And we said we're going to be both. Are you probation or post-plea court or diversion? And we're both. And most of our people are actually on diversion, which is kind of different from some of the other treatment courts. We visited the Missouri courts. They helped us immensely, just like we've tried to help some other Kansas courts. I think you've probably heard in the folks before me that we've got, not only a judge, but we've got prosecutor, public defenders, probation officers, sheriff's department deputies. We've got mentors. There's a person that sits with us in staffing who's the head of the mentors. We've got Johnson County Mental Health, because if anybody is not eligible for VA treatment, we can provide them with treatment through our County Mental Health Association. But it's just been an incredible experience that we've had so far. We opened in January of 2016 and had our first graduation March of 2017. So we'll be coming up on 5 years since that first graduation, and we've graduated 50 from the program, which doesn't sound like, you know, a huge number, but when you see the graduations for these 10 or 11 veterans that graduate every year, and you heard Judge Brun reference a graduation, they're just incredible. And we do it the same way as the drug courts do, that we staff, you know, every 2 weeks, an hour and a half before we go out into court. And then I'm kind of the spokesperson for the team to kind of incentivize and sanction them when need be for what they need to do in the program and applaud them for what they've done. One thing I just wanted to tell you, and I know we've all got great graduation stories, but we've graduated about 10 during the pandemic, but the last one that we had in person just before the pandemic is one that I've kind of retold a few times. A young African-American veteran who I'd heard in staffing tried to commit suicide by cop. And when he came to the podium for the first time, it was the most depressed looking face I'd ever seen standing in court. And it was hard to describe. It was different from the post-traumatic stress and the traumatic brain injury, which we've got a lot of. But this young man, over the course of, you know, he was in the program, you know, about 18 months, but over the course of a year, just by him going to treatment, being supervised intensely by our team, having a mentor to walk alongside him, you know, he gradually got better and better. We came to the graduation in one of our big courtrooms, and I went up to tell a little bit about him and give him his challenge coin and his certificate, and I could see that his wife was sitting over on the left, and she was 8 months pregnant, had a smile on her face, and so did he. To the right, I was told that he invited the two officers who shot him when he tried to commit suicide by cop were sitting in the first row on the right. And it was incredible, his speech. And the chief deputy district attorney came up to me as soon as we closed court and was kind of shaking me by the arms. And he said, "That's the coolest thing I've ever seen in a courtroom." He said, I was on the team that reviewed the officer-involved shooting. And he said, "This officer shot him in the leg and hit him in the femoral artery, dropped his gun, ran and put his finger in the femoral artery, rode with him in the ambulance to save his life. And then 18 months later, he's sitting in the front row where this veteran is thanking him for saving his life, you know, and thanking the team for working with him." But that's one of those great stories that we've all seen in graduation stories in Veterans Treatment Court and in treatment courts. But and we've got some great ones. Ours is kind of a hybrid of both mental health and drug court. And I think the drug court judges have kind of referenced that too. There's some great mental health judges doing mental health court. Judge Picorni in Lawrence, Judge Mike Russell in Kansas City, Kansas, and Judge Rob Winnell has started mental health court in Johnson County. And I think there is also, my understanding, in Topeka and Wichita, there's some mental health courts that are going. But I just wanted to kind of give you that report on Veterans Treatment Court. And the same as the Missouri courts helped us and the Kansas drug court judges, we got visited 3 or 4 times by Wyandotte County, and Judge Renee Henry started the second Veterans Treatment Court in Kansas within the last year, and they're doing great, just starting up. We've talked with at least 8 or 9 other jurisdictions and had visits from 3 or 4 of them. So I suspect that we're going to get 2 or 3 or 4 more Veterans Treatment Courts in the next year or two. But anyway, it's just been, just like Judge Braun said, best thing I've ever worked on by a long shot. And in any event, I think you kind of, have heard a lot about treatment courts, drug court, mental health court. Veterans Treatment Court is kind of the third piece of the puzzle. And hopefully we can get those spread around the state. One thing I always mention at national conferences and at state conferences of judges, because I've talked to judges in rural Kansas that always kind of say, we're not big enough to do that. We're not close to a VA. We can't do it. During the pandemic, almost all the treatment and groups were done by telemedicine. But before that, we had guys that were getting individual therapy for post-traumatic stress remotely. And when I first heard that, I thought, well, how is this going to work? And then you'd sit there and every 2 weeks and see this veteran get better and better and better and see it work, and I just keep assuring, the rural judges that you don't have to be in the same town as the VA, that there's ways to do this, and that telemedicine is a wonderful resource for this kind of treatment in these kind of courts. But in any event, it's been a great experience for us. And I would just close with any of you that are in the meeting, tell everybody in your courts they're welcome anytime to come sit with us. We let people come back into staffing. We all sign a confidentiality agreement when we start staffing, because we talk about treatment records. But they're welcome anytime to come visit our court. We'll be happy to share all our documents and all our experience with them. But appreciate you guys letting me talk about Veterans Treatment Court, and then I will stick on for any questions if there's any after this.
Thank you very much, Judge. And I think I'm going to have a talk with Sean's boss. You shouldn't bring judges that will make us cry. So it's just powerful stories. And we know that our veterans are one of those that should be getting the most services, and sometimes they get the least. Question that I have, and this goes back to actually all of you, but Judge St. Peter, is I'm interested in, what are the costs associated in your courts for the individuals, whether it's for their assessments or their treatments to the individual? And then my final question will be, what is the cost of having a specialty court?
Well, first of all, let's start with the portion of treatment. Most of the treatment is already funded through existing state resources for us, either through Senate Bill 123 funding or some type of APS funding. So that typically covers the cost of treatment. In terms of the evaluations, we do have a little bit of grant money that helps contribute to that, but our community health center, for example, will do the physical evaluation for $20. If the person doesn't have the $20, they'll go ahead and do it. Our mental health center, obviously a community-based center, provides services based on the person's ability to pay. Let's say if they are receiving any medication management or receiving therapeutic treatment. Again, those entities, we do have some funding that we use to contribute that, but most of those are on a sliding fee scale basis where they're not going to fail to render treatment if the person doesn't have money up front. In terms of other costs, for many years, I've paid out of our local budget the defense attorney fees associated with this. We have a grant that we got a few years ago totaling, I think, $421,000 from the National Drug Court Institute that we've used to defray costs of our defense attorney, costs of drug testing, which was probably the biggest thing. When you're testing these number of folks on the average of twice per week, which is what the standards are for an adult drug court, that cost is pretty extensive, even though we use a lab in Arizona that does this for drug courts all over, provides a call-in system. People call in each day to see if they have to test on a random basis. Prior to this grant, we were not always able to test everybody twice a week because of the cost. With that, we have been able to do that. What we charge the offender is the offender, if they're Senate Bill 123, they pay $300, which is what's provided for within the rules for their treatment. They also pay a drug screen fee and a supervision fee that amounts to about $750. That's paid out over a period of time when they're in the program. We don't keep somebody from finishing if they don't have everything paid. But I will say that by and large, most of them have those fees paid when they do graduate. So that's kind of what they have to contribute. But when we started our program, we intentionally tried to do it by utilizing primarily resources that were already in place and not being too reliant on grants, because if you start off with big grants and you don't have anything to follow it up, it could cause disruption of your program. So the grant I'm talking about, we got a few years ago, but we had been in existence for quite some time prior to that. It sure has helped defray costs out of our budget in the 19th Judicial District, that we haven't had to pay for those attorneys' fees out of our budget over the last few years.
Any other comments from the other judges?
This is Judge McCarthy, and I'd just say it's a little bit different for a Veterans Treatment Court. There's a grant that you put in. It's a BJA grant that we put in through Justice for Vets, is this national organization that trains us. We put in for training, and so it took over a year of operating before we got a grant. And but I spoke to House Veteran Affairs, Military Affairs Committee, and they asked that same question. I said, well, we put in for a grant, but we're just operating because we all work in the system. And we did get a over $300,000 grant to start. Then the problem is, after 3 years, when it runs out, then you got to find other things. We found a few smaller grants. The county has started paying our treatment court coordinator. And the UAs, Judge St. Peter just referenced it. That's one of the big ones. You know, this giant company called AdvoCacy does our UAs for our county, and it's $16 a test. Well, testing twice a week for a year or 18 months is oppressive for these guys. And so I went to AdvoCacy and I said, can you give us a break? Test for 4 and randomize these 4 and charge $13.50. And I said, well, that's not going to work. So I just said, well, what if you just collect $5 from every veteran and we'll find the 11 or $11.50? And they said, okay. So we have just, the veterans pay $5 when they go for a UA, and we found, and we just found the money to subsidize that. There's some court, Tulsa, Oklahoma, and some other courts that I've visited. They have their own machines, and Kansas City, Missouri Municipal has their own machines, and then they do it to try to, to defray that cost in those programs. We also started a 501c3 where we get some contributions to kind of help veterans with some other issues if they can't pay their rent or their car broke down or things like that. But so we've continued to try to search for grants and try to approach it that way.
Anyone else have a comment on that or a question? Senator Alley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had the privilege of sitting in the graduation exercise for Judge St. Peter's Court, and it was very rewarding to see that. Can you tell us, Judge St. Peter, what your success rate is for those entering your program and then those graduating?
Okay, so that question comes up often, and I'm not trying to be coy about my answer at all, but it gets down to how do you define success rate? And I've seen different models define that differently, but I would say that about 75% of the individuals that come into our program do eventually graduate from that. In terms of what happens afterwards, it kind of depends on, again, what are you looking at? Is your idea of success that they never had contact with the criminal justice system again? Is your idea that they maintained themselves primarily in sobriety and recovery? Obviously, that's going to be less than what our graduation rate is. And I would put that number more in the 45 to 50% range that we're not seeing again.
Thank you.
Senator Fagg, did he ask your question?
Thank you, Madam Person. Senator Alley's kind of covered the one area. The other one I was wondering, do you ever do any drug testing after graduation? You know, I've been around some situations where somebody gets out and they go home and they're living with their mom and you know things are bad, but there isn't anything they can do. And I didn't know if you ever, after post-graduation, if you're aware of an issue, can help with that.
Well, actually, Judge Brown referenced that theirs is a 5-phase program, and ours really is kind of 2 because after the person graduates, they then have about a 90 to 120-day time period that they're in kind of what we would call phase 5, which means they're still on some form of supervision and still subject to testing, but they have finished the program. And so we have had instances where people have tested positive post-graduation in that time period. In fact, I had a gentleman here just recently where that happened, and he came back to drug court. Actually, he wasn't even a participant, but he wanted to come back and he wanted to tell me that he had slipped up and that he had used, and he wanted to acknowledge it in front of other participants that knew him in the program. And of course, while he wasn't in drug court, we made sure that he had the supportive, the support he needed going forward, got reconnected to, the meetings and providers that he needed. One of the things I've seen from when you talk about success rates, one of the things I've seen happen over the many years we've done this is sometimes you have somebody that graduates, they do fine for a while, they have an issue again, maybe they don't come back into the system, but they have an issue, maybe they do. But one of the things I've found is they have been exposed to a framework about how to react to this while they've been in the program. So oftentimes their ability to pick back up and recover is much different than it was at the point that they came to that program initially. They know where those supportive places are, and sometimes it's a matter of just getting them reconnected to those things so that they, can continue on in their recovery journey.
Senator McGinn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank all the judges. Very inspiring stories. Great to hear. Judge St. Peter, I just want to make sure I understand and clear. You said that they take a kind of a rigid test to decide whether or not they fit in that program. And I thought I heard you say those that do not qualify, it's because it would be over-treatment for them. So if that is correct, does that mean they go to more of a outpatient or a community type of treatment, or what happens to them?
Well, they're still probably, since we're a post-conviction court at this point, which means they have a conviction, they're probably still going to be on some form of probation. For example, they may be in court services supervision instead of community correction supervision, court services being less intense in nature than community corrections. They're not going to be under the same regimen of calling in and testing. They're not necessarily going to have the same frequency of commitment to recovery meetings that you would see within the drug court program. So, they're offered programming based upon their needs. That LSIR test has different domains. And so as a sentencing judge, it tells you, here are the areas this person is doing fine. Here are the areas this person has needs. And then we would tailor their conditions, whether they're in drug court or not, to those needs.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
That brings up an interesting question, Judge. And this is probably for all three of you, if you're still available, is, and I think I read part of it in one of the testimonies, is some of these where the individuals are going through this court prior to a conviction and those that are going through these courts after a conviction.
Well, like Judge St. Peter, we're a post-conviction drug court, but many of our participants are not initially at sentencing placed in drug court. In other words, their LSIR SASE showed them not to be high risk, high need, and they go on probation, whether it's with court services or community corrections. And then while on probation, have a number of violations, positive UAs, variety of other factors. Then we see them on a motion either to modify or revoke probation, and at that stage, consider them for drug court. So several of our participants have gone that route, and that's how they've arrived in drug court, is on a motion to revoke probation. I don't know whether Judge St. Peter's had the same experience or not.
We have, and sometimes they don't score for drug court initially, but then as they're on supervision, they continue to have problems, and then they do score in that range. I appreciate being able to address you all today. I'm sorry that I do have to leave. I have a jury sitting in the courtroom right next to me and an expert witness to bring in by Zoom here in just a few minutes. So thank you all very much. If any of you ever have any questions or want more information, please feel free to contact me. I'd be happy to provide information in any way I can. Thank you.
I would like to thank all three of our judges, because I know that you had very busy schedules and worked hard to find the time to meet with us, so I really appreciate that. And Sean, I thank you for coordinating all this for us. And I know that staff's got your contact information, because I think in the future you'll probably hear from us a little bit more. And I don't know if you want to do it or if Judge Wanell wants to do it, but just another little promotion of the Behavioral Health Summit that got canceled this year that is coming up next year, courtesy of the courts.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. We had a preview, and I think it was very successful. We had hundreds of people that registered for the summit, over 300, and we had over 200 people who participated in the summit preview that we spoke about at the last committee meeting. We had welcomes from not only Representative Landwehr, Governor Kelly, Speaker Reichman, and Chief Justice Lukert, as well as some other heads of different committees within Kansas. And the responses that we've already received has been extremely encouraging. I think it will only increase the interest and participation in the upcoming summit. As we continue to see specialty treatment courts grow. And as Sean and I talked about recently, not for today, but would love to share with you kind of the process of growing and creating a specialty treatment court, which is what Judge McCarthy mentioned that I'm involved in right now. So the summit is really exciting. We just need to nail down a date. And as Representative Landwehr knows from the emails, apparently every other organization rescheduled their event for April of 2022. So we're working on that right now, and then we'll get back to the substance.
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate that. All right, committee. Let's see. Next up, I think I just saw him come in. That would be Andrew Brown with KDADS. Righty, do we still have KDHE with us? Because at some point, I'd kind of like to go over that chart if possible. Okay. Might check with her, see if she can stay with us, and then I'd like to come back to that suicide data. Welcome to committee, Andrew, and I believe that you have a counterpart with you there, Monica. Welcome to committee.
Madam Chair, thank you for having us present today on these topics. Oh, sorry about that. Thank you, Madam Chair, for having us present today on these topics. They're important. Here in Kansas, we are getting ready to engage in our 988 implementation process. And so we're excited today to be able to talk a little bit about that. And then we're going to stick around for another presentation on the state suicide prevention plan. And Monica Kurz is with me. She's the Vice President of Kansas Suicide Prevention Headquarters. All right.
Yes, as Andy said, thank you to the committee for allowing some time on the agenda to really dig in more detail to the topic of 988. As committee members may be aware, the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline, and truly the way that folks who are experiencing a crisis or who are worried about someone who is experiencing a crisis is getting a major facelift. What we have here is one of, I think, the most innovative changes in the mental health system in truly a very long time. So on July 16th of 2022, folks in Kansas will be 3 digits away from mental health support in a time of crisis. This is a big change from having to remember a 10-digit 800 number. Now, while I can rattle off 800-273-8255 without referring to my notes, that's truly because it's my job. And what we know is that when folks are experiencing an emotional crisis, that's not the time where their brain is working the most slowly, the most logically, or the easiest. And so what 988 is going to do, at the very least, is to remove the barrier of having to be an expert in the system in order to be able to access the system. Now, 988, the phone number itself is just the start. We know that the most robust way that we can approach this work is to ensure that the crisis call centers who are interfacing with the people who are in crisis are able to connect them to a robust continuum of crisis care, which would include mobile crisis response teams and crisis stabilization facilities. Now, as Commissioner Brown stated, we've been working pretty hard on figuring all of this out here in Kansas. So we've had a couple of groups meeting to engage in this planning process, really for all of 2021.
Yeah. And so I'd like to say that KDAD's received a grant from Vibrant, which is the organization that SAMHSA contracts with to facilitate the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline around the country. And that grant was a 988 planning grant. And so we're going to talk a little bit about that, but that was sort of the funding that allowed KDADs to put this project together and develop the implementation plan with the coalition.
Yeah, thanks. So to hopefully just kind of demystify a little bit what we mean by crisis call center, or what we mean by the NSPL, you know, I think that sometimes folks think that there are, I don't know, hundreds of counselors sitting in a building that's shiny somewhere, maybe on one of the coasts, who are going to be answering these National Suicide Prevention Lifeline calls. That's not the case. The National Suicide Prevention Lifeline for the entire nation is answered by a network of over 180 centers that are operating in their local communities and states. And, you know, I could not just start like Monica's counseling shop for the NSPL. There are some pretty strict standards and clinical and operational expectations that the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline has in order for a call center to join the ranks of that network. It's one of the, I would say, most critical roles that Vibrant Emotional Health, who Andy just referenced, plays. So some of those requirements you see on the slide in front of you. We have to have training. Oh, go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, and I'll point out too, like I think there's been some questions within the legislature about like why can't 911 call centers do this? And this is one of the primary reasons is that those 988 calls are routed nationally to the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline crisis centers. So in Kansas right now, we have 3 active NSPL crisis centers. And we have something like, I think, over 200 911 crisis centers or call centers. So we're not able to route those calls through those 911 centers because the 911 centers haven't gone through the Lifeline accreditation process.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. So some of the things that are involved with that accreditation process is making sure that you have folks with appropriate mental health training answering those phone calls. So when folks call 911, they're very certain that they're going to get an efficient interaction that gets somebody to their door. Yeah, it's a little different with 911. We know that with 988. With 988, when a person in crisis calls, they are going to have access to help immediately via that phone call. This goes beyond just connection and really is about the quality of service that you're able to deliver on the phone call. So a 988 call or an NSPL call lasts on average between 20 and 30 minutes. My guess is that a 911 call is only going to last 20 to 30 minutes if we're having a hard time getting someone there. But we're truly able to deliver those services on the phone. And so that means that training is critical. The NSPL really takes a look at that. It means that we have to maintain accreditation that digs into that training program, that takes a look at the service delivery that we have. It means that we have to have staff that are dedicated just to answering the phone. We need to be available when anyone calls. We can't be walking around with a pager in our pocket and hoping that we get to the phone if it rings. Timing is critical for these services. So it is just a bit different than what you see with 911 services. As Andy mentioned, we do have 3 current centers that are a part of the NSPL network. You'll see on the map that we have one in Wichita. So ComCare of Sedgwick County operates an NSPL line for residents of Sedgwick County. Johnson County Mental Health Center just joined the network 2 months ago. 2 months ago, and they are now answering NSPL calls for folks in Johnson County. And then my organization, the Kansas Suicide Prevention HQ, we answer for the other 103 counties for the first call, and then we operate as backup or rollover service for both Sedgwick County and Johnson County. Our entire purpose with this network is to ensure that we are answering as many calls from Kansans in Kansas. So we've added in some redundancies and some layers to ensure that there's another stop before that call rolls out of state to someone who's not as familiar with the lives of Kansans and the resources that are available to them.
All right. Well, and so one thing that we want to talk about is that the crisis hotline is really just the first part of a suite of services that are part of the crisis service array, right? So it's oftentimes the first contact that they're going to have when they're in a crisis. And by shifting that from 911 to 988, we're making sure that that call, that contact is answered by somebody who's been trained to respond to those mental health crises.
Yeah, so as Andy said, I really think of the NSPL or 988 as kind of a front door or perhaps like the hub on our wheel, right? So just thinking about the fact that when someone calls in, yes, we're able to provide them with emotional support. We're able to engage with them around screening for risk of things like suicide. We're able to engage in collaborative safety planning. But we're also a connection point. And one of the things that is truly exciting about 988 is the possibility that it has to really also strengthen some of these other connection points. Because a hotline call doesn't really just end at the end of that call, right? We have connections that we want to make with things like crisis stabilization centers, sometimes medical and first responders. I will say that the counselors on my line are no stranger to interacting with 911 dispatch and getting folks the help that they need. But we also do things like referring them to community-based resources. Sometimes the thing that gets you out of crisis is knowing where to go get diapers for your toddler, right? And so those are also services that we want to be able to connect people to. If we're not able to de-escalate appropriately, it's really critical that we have capacity for mobile crisis response teams in the state so that we can send some mental health professional to someone's house in order to continue that service. But I cannot stress enough how important those collaborative safety planning steps are, because that's really where we start to think with someone about Do you have a therapist? Are you seeing someone who can help you in a long-term way with some of these issues? And being able to engage with someone when they know they need help right now and connect them to those mental health services is incredibly important. So how do I know that 988 is going to be important? One of the reasons I know is that year after year, we are seeing increasing numbers of Kansans reach out to help with the crisis lines that exist right now. I can tell you that on the National Suicide Prevention alone, we have seen a 59% increase in the number of calls that are coming from Kansans between 2016 and this year. We've just really seen that shoot up. And I'm not alone. You know, in talking with my partners at the other crisis call centers, I learned that Johnson County has seen a 64% increase in that same time period to their local hotline. This was before they joined the NSPL. And when I look at ComCare's numbers, I know that as of when they got me this data, the beginning of this month, they were only 300 calls fewer for just the first 3 quarters than they were the entirety of last year. So we know that they're also increasing. I think that the message is clear, that people have learned that they can get the help they need with just a phone call, and more folks, as they become aware of that service, as we get a good reputation for being able to help, are accessing that service in their time of need. You know, another point I like to draw attention to is that we talk about hotline calls as really being one of the most cost-effective and least restrictive kinds of care, right? We deliver a lot of bang for the buck that is spent, and we're able to divert folks from higher cost, more restrictive, and sometimes more traumatic interventions. So, you know, when I look at the data in my center on the calls that we have to send out to 911 or send out to emergency response, we're doing that 3% of the time. Johnson County Mental Health Center, doing that 9% of that time. That means that 90% of the folks who call are avoiding interaction with police and are oftentimes avoiding a trip to the emergency department, which we know is really critical for folks who are in a behavioral health crisis, because the emergency department is not where you want to be when you or your loved one is experiencing a crisis. They're really, really good and set up for things like medical emergencies, and it is unfortunate the number of Kansans that we have who spend hours trying to navigate that system. But a phone call truly can alleviate that problem. We also have really become more aware and better equipped to really think about the kinds of partnerships that are going to be necessary and available between 911 services and 988 as we've engaged in this planning process. And already before 988 has even launched, we're seeing that each of the crisis call centers is starting to engage in more collaboration with their local 911 centers. I myself have gotten to start going to a bi-weekly phone call with PSAPs across the state. So, you know, it has been a good way to develop some trust and relationship building. And what we're talking about is really moving to a place where we have an opportunity not only to call on 911 when we need them, but for 911 to call on 988 when they need us. I am sure you can imagine that there are plenty of 911 call takers who are talking with folks who are experiencing some kind of mental health distress that don't need a police response, have maybe gotten a police response already today, nothing has happened, and now they're just calling 911 repeatedly because they have a need that hasn't been met. That's the place where 988 can really step in. There are times where you call 911 because you don't know what to do, and what you need is a mental health professional. So as the 988 planning moves forward, as resources are available for crisis call centers, that just increases our capacity to take some of that burden off of 911.
And I'll add too that, you know, as the front line of that crisis system, right, the operators on these lines are able to divert people from needing more expensive services like crisis stabilization, crisis intervention, mobile crisis programs. And it really does become a system where if we can start diverting people and triaging them at the level of care that they actually need, we'll be able to help reduce our state hospital issues, and this will help with lifting the moratorium as well.
So as Andy stated, we've been busy with a planning grant since the beginning of the year. And the way that we have approached identifying the steps that will be needed for 988 implementation in collaboration with the leadership from KDADS has been with two groups. We have a 988 coalition that meets monthly that brings to the table a broad spectrum of stakeholders. I've listed some examples, right? We have community mental health centers at the table. We have local suicide prevention coalitions at the table, 211 providers, and 911 coordinating council representatives. There was a real emphasis on ensuring that we were bringing to the table folks who are working at agencies that are serving the rural and frontier parts of our state, because we know that needs there look different. And one of the things that has been truly exciting about this coalition is that it's been a space for us to learn from the expertise of lived experience. And I think that this can't be overstated. I want to ensure that any crisis system that we build in Kansas is really predicated on knowledge that the folks who are using it are going to give to us. And so this coalition has really provided an opportunity for folks who are associated with NAMI, people who have lost loved ones to suicide, to say to us providers, here's what we need. Here's what works and doesn't work. And as an ongoing coalition, I think that's something that it really brings to the table and something that will be good for Kansas. In addition to the coalition, we've had a planning group that meets a couple of times a month. And so KDADS has convened a meeting that includes representatives from each of the 3 crisis call centers that we've talked about, because we really have to dig into the details. We have to start thinking about how we're going to work with each other and work with the communities that we serve. And I will tell the committee that Kansas at this point is really seen with some envy from other states in the nation, because we've been able to bring the crisis call centers to the table in a way that not every state has. And we do have such a strong collaboration between those crisis call centers and our state agency. I think that both Andy and I get calls not infrequently from other states asking how we're getting this done. And so that planning group has been really, really important. It was also the group that really completed the landscape analysis to think about what we had with regards to crisis call services in Kansas prior to 988.
And one of the outcomes of these two groups working together has been that just last month we were able to submit a draft implementation plan to Vibrant for them to review around our implementation plans for 988. We're expecting feedback on that plan in November, and then we will make some revisions based on their feedback and then resubmit that to them for final approval in December. And then obviously that'll give us about 6 months to work towards that implementation so that we can go live on July 16th.
So Andy did a nice job of setting us to talk a little bit about what's involved with the plan. And so that has really revolved around kind of 8 core areas. Number 1 is ensuring that in the state of Kansas that we have sufficient capacity to provide 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week services for 988 calls, texts, and chats. So as you heard me mention before, we've seen a real significant increase in the number of Kansans who are accessing hotline services. Well, up until really just a couple of years ago, that had not come with really any financial support or increase in support in order for us to build the capacity in the state to answer those calls here. So we were in a situation in 2019 where we saw that Over 40% of those calls were rolling out of state to a national backup center, which hurt. It hurt because I know that when folks roll to those national backup centers, that I don't know how long their wait times are going to be. And as I'm sure the committee can appreciate, when we're talking about crisis intervention, when we're talking about suicide prevention, timing is key. And it's really critical that we're able to answer those calls when they come in. Now, we've made progress on that since 2019. Again, have had really good collaboration with KDADS. But the first point in this plan was really thinking about how do we get up to an 80 or 90% answer rate just for the current level of calls, so that we can start thinking about what we do when we see a 2, 3, 4-fold increase in the number of calls that come in when 988 is activated in 2022. Now, if you're like me, hearing me say 2, 3, 4-fold increase might be driving you a little bit bonkers, right? Why don't I have a better idea of how many calls we're preparing for? And it's because kind of despite our best efforts, and there have been a lot of efforts to really think about what those projections are going to look like, the picture is still very unclear about just how great of an increase we'll see, though there is broad consensus both within Kansas and when we speak with our other national network providers that the increase will be large. So in addition to kind of thinking about getting up to that 80% answer rate, we're also thinking about what kind of capacity needs to be built in order to answer those calls. And that's really tied to this next priority of the plan, which is thinking about how to secure adequate, diversified, and sustainable funding for 988 services. Again, I'm sure the committee can appreciate that as a crisis call center, it is very difficult to greatly increase the staff and the capacity of our programs without knowing how long we're going to be able to do that. And so what we've really talked about within the planning meeting and within the coalition is needing to identify reliable funding. Unfortunately, crisis calls at this point are not a Medicaid reimbursable service, and so we're more limited in the kind of strands of a braid of funding that would be available. So as I said, we're also looking at that projected call rate. And then truly, in addition to these kind of capacity questions and funding questions, really sitting down as crisis call centers and saying, how are we operationalizing the standards that the NSPL has, and how are we supporting each other in maintaining a high level of quality? I think one of the things that we talk about quite a bit is that it is good for no one if they are to call 988, have a bad experience, and learn that help really isn't out there. It's really critical that we're able to deliver services from highly trained staff who have access to evidence-based tools and trainings, and that they can do a really high quality job. The coalition is another aspect of this plan. At this point in our draft, the coalition plans to continue meeting beyond the start date of 988 and really be there in a capacity to provide feedback and advice to the network about how 988 calls are going after it goes live. We're also currently working with our partners at 211 and other mental health providers in the state to ensure that we have a good and robust resource for referrals and linkages for folks who call 988. As I said, my center answers for 103 counties. It's a lot of counties. And so, we'll get a little into this when I start talking about staffing needs, but one of the things that we really recognized is that we just need more time and staff available to make sure that we're maintaining really good lists of resources and the relationships with those resources to ensure that folks are getting appointments. We're also not just talking about that initial call. We have some really robust research in the suicide prevention community at this point that says that one of the most effective interventions for keeping someone alive is not stopping contact after the initial contact. That really a follow-up phone call, honestly, even a follow-up postcard has been proven to reduce the likelihood that someone will attempt in the future. And so as we are planning for 988, we're not just talking about plans to make sure that we can answer the phone when it rings or type back to the chat when it comes through, but that we're also making plans to follow up with folks after they've been contacted. We know that that's a really important part of safety, and it's also a really important way to create linkages between crisis call centers and the folks who are going to be providing more ongoing support. And lastly, and we'll talk again about, I think, some of the needs here, but I was very thoughtful as Andy and I were putting these slides together. And I really thought, how do we start to educate the committee? You all are already aware that 988 is coming. And this is kind of complicated to tease out. It's different than 911. It will be available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You're going to get connected to a mental health professional. There are really important messages here. And to truly realize the promise of 988, we will have to educate the public about them. And so I think that what that means is that we can't just think about the service delivery. We also have to think about public education and marketing campaigns to ensure that folks of all generations in all areas of the state are aware of a resource that's available to them. As I said, this is a big shift, and we need to be ready to educate folks about that.
So, last session, we were able to receive a $3 million allocation to our budget to support capacity building within the crisis centers, the crisis call centers for 988. And so KDADS has allocated those funds out to the 3 call centers that we've identified today, which is Johnson County, Sedgwick County, and then the statewide services at Kansas Suicide Prevention Headquarters. And so as we're looking at the staffing and the technology and the infrastructure needs, keep in mind that there's a greater need for funding beyond that $3 million.
Yeah, as the crisis call centers have gotten together, I think that we've identified really 3 main areas where we feel like we need to kind of focus preparation for 988 and then obviously sustain that. The biggest, I will say, heftiest price tag point of that is the staffing, ensuring that all of the crisis call centers have sufficient staff to provide frontline services and then also that backup capacity. And so, what does that look like? Well, it looks like a counselor in the chair in front of the phone to answer the call. It is very much about ensuring that we have enough folks who will show up and be available on every shift to answer. And it's not just about those folks, though. I think it's also about ensuring that we have kind of the adequate support to ensure that they're delivering the best product that they can. And so that means an emphasis on ensuring that we have good clinical supervision for those folks, and that we also have the staff that's available to make sure that we are doing those follow-up calls and also the resource connection. My center is also answering NSPL chat and texts that come in. So folks who text the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline or who go onto a website and click the chat now feature. We also provide crisis services in that way. What my center has found is that it really didn't work to try to have the same person answer the phone and chat on the computer. I'm sure that I'm not the only one here who's ever tried to answer an email while you're on Zoom. Like it just doesn't go very well. And so we have kind of 2 different programs. We'll have different people on shifts to monitor and to respond to chat and text, and then also to the phone. Right now, we're a part of a network that means that we don't have to be 24/7. We answer 7 days a week for an 8-hour shift. And what we're really needing to do in preparation for 988 is to ensure that we have 24/7 coverage to answer those chats and texts from Kansans. And technology. This one's kind of difficult to talk about because who knew how kind of complicated automatic call distribution software could be, and how important it was going to be that we selected the right system, got our staff trained, and that we were also selecting a system that allowed us to capture the data that's going to tell us whether or not we're doing a good job. So I will say that kind of in this technology vein, most of that is just going to the kind of technology you need to operate a 24/7 confidential crisis call line that allows us to provide adequate support to the folks who are taking the phone calls. So that also comes along with some of the work that we've done with the 911 Coordinating Council to think about what kinds of technology we need in place in order to be seamlessly interacting with 911. I'll tell you anecdotally, in Douglas County, we started this conversation with our 911 PSAP, kind of saying, okay, how do we start sending calls back and forth in a different way? And the supervisor there was really excited, right, about the possibility of us providing additional support to his staff and to the people of Douglas County. And he said, but Monica, I can't transfer to you guys. You're not a 911 center. We don't have the technology that enables us to do an external transfer. We can't do it. The technology is not there. And so as we've talked about it, I think that there's a $40,000 a year solution to that. That's $40,000 a year that I don't have in my budget without sustained funding, if that makes sense. So there are just some very real challenges that need some different technology solutions. We also know that there are some infrastructure needs. As I say on this slide here, we're adding approximately 11 full-time equivalent to the staff that we have at KSPHQ, and that's just us, right? Johnson County and ComCare are also hiring, and so we just need to do some changes within the building to make sure that we're able to do that and to have the space available. I know that that's something that ComCare is also very, very focused on. But a little bit more detail, I think, on those staffing requirements. We had an analysis that was done by Vibrant Emotional Health as a part of the planning grant that we got. They've provided us with some technical assistance, and they engaged a company who took a look at the Erlang C formula, right, which was really about how many calls are coming in and how many agents or counselors do you need to answer those. And what Vibrant came back and told us is that very likely for between calls and texts, we're going to need about 30 folks available in the state of Kansas in order to answer those, all of those contacts. And they made some estimates about how many folks we would need on shift at any given time, kind of the max number of people you would need. And so really with that formula in mind, knowing what we know about current call volumes, knowing that we're expecting an increase, Johnson County Mental Health Center, KSPHQ, and ComCare have all started hiring additional folks to answer the phone call. I'm very happy to report that for the last 3 weeks, we've had a 90% answer rate for NSPL calls in Kansas. Knowing that we were closer to 60 just 2 years ago, honestly, 2 months ago, that's a huge improvement that we've been able to make with the investment that the legislature made last session. And we're all very hopeful that we'll continue to be able to provide that level of service with continued support. And so this is the slide that I put in here to remind me just how important I think this public campaign is. I can't actually talk about it enough. And I think that that's because as I get on these calls with other states who are doing this planning process, this is one of those things that kind of comes up over and over again, that the more more calls I am on, Commissioner Brown, the more I'm realizing that we are not going to have a national solution to this anytime soon. And that means that we need to be thinking even more critically about what job we're going to do here in Kansas. And that is going to take some thoughtfulness in order to make sure that we do have the resources that we need. Because without public education, without awareness, 988 is just a number, right? And that's something that we don't want to be true. And I think that takes me to our questions slide.
All right, so Madam Chair, we'll stand for any questions on 988.
Committee, questions? Representative Lynn and then Senator Alley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question. Are you receiving texts already from this number?
That's a complicated question, but yes is the simple answer. So right now we're receiving text messages to the 800-273-8255. So when folks text that number, they come in, and the same will be true of 988 when all of the carriers turn that on.
So my question then is, sometimes over text, it's very difficult to understand someone's tone or how you're able to interpret that message. So at what point do you switch to a phone call versus, like, how do you handle that?
That's an excellent question. And I will tell you that my organization has been answering phone calls for 50 years. We've been answering text messages and chats for the last 6 or 7 years. And we have done a lot of learning about just how different those communications are. Because the way that we deliver the services that we deliver are different. We have to talk in a different way. And as far as when we decide to move to a phone call, that's something that we generally leave up to the person that we're talking with. One thing that we've learned is sometimes folks choose to chat or text because it's not safe to be on the phone. And so we want to be really respectful and follow that person's lead and let us know kind of what they can and can't do. But we'll certainly offer it as an option. We'll offer follow-up phone calls or emails as an option, just in a way to connect in any way that we can. You know, I will tell you that it is complicated work keeping someone engaged, clarifying meaning, getting answers to questions that we need to ascertain safety, but that we are able to do that, and we are able to send active rescue when we need to for that service as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Alley and then Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Apologize for not being here at the first part of your presentation. I did scan through the document, and one of the things we heard this morning was we have a rise in the number of suicides in frontier and rural. I see that the 2 call centers are going to be in metropolitan areas. So how do we handle that in western Kansas, for instance? How do we handle that?
Yeah, well, for starters, right now we have the statewide answer is done by Monica's center, which is based in Lawrence. And they've been answering calls from all across the state to the NSPL for a very long time. And we've added both the Wichita ComCare Crisis Center and the Johnson County Crisis Center within the last 5 to 10 years or so. Johnson County just coming online about 2 months ago. And so they're answering their calls locally, and they're county funded. And so they are serving their county catchment area for that CMHC. So one option is that other CMHCs and other counties around the state could look at funding their call centers for NSPL accreditation, right? That's an option. Another option is that statewide, we could take the opportunity to fund this call center with state dollars or with fees that we collect through a 988 bill. And that would then allow us to make sure that we were covering all of the counties in the state effectively at that 90% or higher answer rate.
Is there a concern about, and we talked about one of the had farmers, for instance, that's a lot different. They have a lot different problems than what you do in a metropolitan area. And do we have anybody that is in the call centers that understand those problems?
Let's talk about competency real quick.
Yeah, I think that that's an excellent question because we do know that the stressors that are related to a crisis do look different from caller to caller. And a lot of that can be due, I think, to the kinds of issues that folks are facing. And that looks different from community to community, from urban, suburban areas to rural areas. We put our phone counselors through about 100 hours of training before they answer the phone. And some of that training is about how to answer the phone, right? And then a good portion of that training is really about thinking about how we give them the skills to be competent or culturally competent with folks from a variety of communities in our state. And we talk a lot about rural and frontier concerns. I joined the Rural and Frontier Subcommittee for the Governor's Behavioral Health Services Planning Council for this very reason. We know that suicide is a problem in these counties. We know that the needs look different, and we know that we need to be prepared with strong partnerships and the correct training. As well, my executive director is a farmer, right? So it's something where we place a lot of emphasis and think a lot about getting folks the kind of information they need. Does that help?
I think that's good, but I think if we start thinking about expansion, thinking about covering that, we ought to put one in a metropolitan area called Hayes or somewhere out there that would be in the center of their neck of the woods, if you don't call it that. So thank you.
Yeah. Well, and I will add too that in addition to what Monica talked about, we also, Kansas, Iowa, Nebraska, and Missouri have a regional agricultural stress line that's also available to anybody that's working in the agricultural industries and is experiencing any kind of stress that's related to, crops or anything else that's going on. So that's a separate hotline from the NSPL, but it is specifically geared for those types of stressors. And then because of the way we recruit people to serve on these lines, particularly at headquarters, there's a lot of folks that are coming from other communities around the state to Lawrence and serving on the line. So we do get a lot of backgrounds for individual counselors.
And I guess if I can just say one more thing on that. One of the planning group that has been meeting, the coalition that has been meeting, we've talked a lot about capacity and we've talked a lot about workforce. And I think that one of the lines that we have been trying to balance with planning thus far is ensuring that bringing on 988 is not going to put a stress on the kind of workforce stresses that exist in a lot of our communities in Kansas when it comes to having adequately trained mental health professionals. And so, while I agree that having a crisis call center in the western part of the state could send a really strong message about the kind of support that we want to provide on the line. It's also very important to me that we do any of that kind of expansion in a way that's really thoughtful about some of the real workforce needs that the partners that we have out there that we talk to quite frequently are experiencing.
Senator, did you get yours answered? Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Just wanted to kind of clarify on federal funding, as much money coming out of Washington? Surely there's something to get us geared up and see how it goes and look some numbers?
Yeah, so Senator, right now there is $0 federal dollars that have been allocated to 988 for the purposes of state implementation.
Okay. I still have a little problem in the 911 versus 988. I just envision that's two numbers, and you really do a good marketing program on 988, and then people start calling 988 when their house is on fire. I can see that be very confusing, kind of going both directions, just my opinion, and that's going to be a tough issue to try to go through. Do you guys actually analyze your calls? Because I can envision somebody calling you 4 times a day, and gets into all kind of crazy things, and you're tied up on this phone call when the real diamond in the rough's calling. And just might talk about that a little bit.
So the answer to probably both of parts of that statement is yes, we do analyze our calls and we do get folks who call us multiple times a day. And so it's important from like a call metrics standpoint for us to really have a broad vision of that. And it's also really important and why we emphasize with the counselors in the room familiarity with what we like to call kind of our experienced callers, folks who have used crisis hotlines as a part of their ongoing support, sometimes for many years of their life. And so we are kind of constantly assessing, analyzing, and giving feedback to our counselors about how to recognize folks who are using us repeatedly, what kinds of limits we put in place for those folks, how long they can be on the phone, and really ensuring that if those are the calls that we're on, that that's something that we're wrapping up to get to the next one that's coming in. It's also where some of these technology needs with the automatic call distribution software comes in, because one of the things that that does is it will enhance our ability to identify phone numbers that are being called, which numbers are waiting in the queue, and how we pass those things along, right? Like how we have kind of our call flows and our ability to make sure that we're getting to folks who we don't have a lot of history with.
One thing to keep in mind, Senator, is that the call center that Monica has up out of Lawrence has been in place for how many years? It's a national.
Yeah, so we've been operating since 1969, and we joined the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline Network in 2005, which was the first year that that network became available. And we were actually a part of the Hope Line, which you'll sometimes see out there still, the 800 suicide number, which was the predecessor of the current National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. We've been doing this a long time. We've been navigating our experienced callers for 50 years. Yeah.
Representative Armberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To kind of piggyback off of Senator Alley's comment, Great Bend is center of Kansas, so that would be a great location for a call center.
Call your CMHC.
Oh, I will. So I have quite a few questions. One, does somebody show up if they're concerned? As in, you are very, very concerned, and you say you contact 911. How do you do that? Do you do it discreetly? Do you have to let them know that I'm concerned and I'm calling 911 because I am worried about you?
Yeah, so for the safety of our callers and the safety of our first responders, my first preference is always to activate an emergency rescue like that with the full knowledge and hopefully agreement of my caller, right? So our ideal scenario is I'm feeling concerned about you. You've told me that you've taken these things. We need to get you some help. I want to call and do that now. And that person says, yes, thank you. Will you stay on the phone with me? Yes, absolutely, we will. And then it kind of goes down from there, right? And so it's one of the reasons why having, I think, a mental health professional on the line is so important, because you can do a lot with rapport building to get folks help and get their buy-in for that. Of those diversion rates that you saw from 911, what I didn't break out for you was kind of voluntary versus involuntary dispatch, meaning we called 911 with agreement or we called 911 without agreement. And I will say about 2/3 of our 911 calls are voluntary, and that's across centers.
Okay. So to follow up on that, do you, with calling in, can you track their location and their phone number, or you have to ask for their location?
So the NSPL is different from 911 in that it does not come with geolocation data, like with the phone call, like you would be familiar with 911. So what we typically have is a phone number or an IP address. And sometimes we don't have that. Like *69 continues to be a resource that folks use, and they will block those call details. Which does mean that we are trying to get the information that we need to give to our law enforcement partners. At this point, the decision about having geolocation embedded in 988 is not a decision that we as a planning group have gotten to make. That's something that we're waiting for the FCC and the U.S. Congress to weigh in on.
Okay. Do you have average call times or peak times?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're on, like I said, our typical phone call lasts between 20 and 30 minutes. You would probably not be surprised about the time that we're busy, and it really tends to be kind of starting around 3 p.m. and going until about 2 a.m. I think a lot of folks go to bed at that time, and we do find that we are oftentimes the busiest when everybody else is closed. It turns out that crisis doesn't happen between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. It happens whenever it needs to happen, and oftentimes when folks don't have a lot of support, often when the rest of the family has gone to bed. And so we do see that we're busier during those times.
Okay, and my final question is, currently, is there a percentage of 911 calls that should be directed to you?
That is much harder to pin down to you. I'll let Andy, yeah.
Yeah, I would just say that we don't know the exact percentage of how many calls go to 911 that are simply a mental health emergency. But we feel like there's a strong likelihood that when we implement 988, we will be diverting a significant number of police dispatches and emergency first responder dispatches that are related to a mental health crisis.
Can they transfer to you or no?
We're working on the solution to that.
Okay, thank you.
Committee, are there further questions? Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm kind of going back to square one with a couple questions. I did a Google search for hotlines and suicide hotlines in Kansas. There's like a suicide.org. And I assume, is that 800-273-8255 group number? Website?
So 800-273-8255 is the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline.
Yeah. Is the suicide.org their group too?
Is it suicidology.org or is it suicide.org? I'm sorry, that's a very in the weeds question, but suicidology.org is the American Association of Suicidologists.
It just says suicide.org, and then it says Kansas Suicide Hotlines, and there are 20 different numbers. They're mostly, it looks like, community mental health centers.
Yeah. So, so each of our CMHCs has a crisis line. And there's a requirement within our participating agreement with the CMHC that they have an after-hours answering service. A lot of the CMHCs around the state choose to contract with HIS, which is Health Information Solutions here in Topeka. And so when we look at like who our potential NSPL partners might be, that's why ComCare and Johnson County are part of the NSPL, as they realized it was an opportunity for them to capture more calls from their citizens within their county. And so that's, between all of those, that's 26 different lines that people can call when they're in crisis. We're hoping that with 988, it will make that less confusing, that there'll just be one number that everybody in the state can call and get connected to the services that they need based on their level of need at that time.
But I'm assuming those other numbers will still be advertised, they'll still be live. So if somebody's out in Great Bend or Hayes, I didn't see them on here, but well, what was it? There were, Garden City has one. I assume that number will still be there, but it won't necessarily route through 988, is that right?
Correct. So when you call 988, that routes you through the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline, which has the accredited call centers, right? And so the CMHCs that are maintaining a crisis line or an after-hours line with HIS, those calls will continue to go to the CMHC or to the HIS call center here in Topeka.
And then if I understand this right, is the 988 going to be the new number for that 800-273-8255?
Yes.
So that will be on July.
Yeah.
That number won't go away, though.
But they'll still be at the 800 number if people have that. So they
Yeah,
can still do
they've maintained the 1-800-SUICIDE number for over 10 or 15 years now, that it's been technically not the number. And I think they'll do the same thing with the talk number.
And so, near future, any call that goes to 988 is going to go to one of these three places you mentioned?
Currently.
Unless they're fully booked up and they could, then where would they go?
So if a call rolls over from a Kansas answering service to the National Backup Center, our closest current backup center is St. Louis.
Okay. And I have one last question. Because,
That's it. That's
okay,
it. No
thank
more.
you, thank you. Senator McGinnis was trained in this. You're my new trainee, Representative Landwehr.
He's got 4 now?
It's just a Senate habit. So the 211 number, it could also get calls just like 911 does, and will they make a referral call to this National Suicide Hotline, the 800 number now, or will they refer that to 988 or just tell people? So how will that, and how is that staffed? There's not duplication on that, is there?
Yeah, so the state 211 center is run by the United Way in Sedgwick County. I think it's Great Plains United Way. And so I'm not super familiar with how they're staffed, whether they use volunteers or paid staff, that kind of thing. But the 211 center itself is statewide, and they maintain resources. So if a caller calls them in distress, they would then refer them to the 988 center.
Good. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are you sure? I'm just checking. That's it? Okay. Just check. Are there further questions? Okay, I have a few for you. Because you answered the 911 to the 988, which is something we talked about during a session, so I'm glad to hear that's being worked on. And when you talked about your 8 core areas, were you referring to pages 10 and 11? Was that your 8?
How is your packet printed? Representative Landwehr, I'm sorry.
So that's 10.
Yeah, it is. It's slide number 10 and number 11 are the 8 core areas.
Okay, and the 988, when people call the 988, we are required to provide services, is that correct?
That's correct.
So if we don't have enhanced funding, which was talked about during the session, which was 50 cents per phone in Kansas, then we won't be providing services to these individuals when they call, will we?
It'll be much more difficult.
Okay. There's also a requirement that a follow-up call does happen on anyone that has called 988, correct?
Correct.
And then what type of a database, and if you haven't, I'm sure you're going to do one now, that will track to show the strengths and the weaknesses of this system?
So we actually are waiting to hear from Vibrant because they're looking at possibly having a national solution for that. So we've sort of been instructed to wait and see how that goes. But each of the 3 call centers currently maintains a database with all their call information. And we can request a report from them and collect that information at KDADS.
So you could do that today?
Yes.
I think at some point it'd be good for us to see one of those reports, see what we're looking at.
Sure.
And Andy, I don't have all my notes from the committee meeting here in front of me, but there was an entire list. I think and you can correct me if I'm wrong because you've lived and breathed this for a while, is the 50 cents would raise about $10 million. Is that correct?
I believe it was 17 million.
17 million? Okay.
Yeah, 17.3.
What's a 7?
Right.
Yeah. 17 million. And then that 17 million was paying for the 3 million just for the startup of our 3, and you've already gotten that money, so we could go ahead and lower that down to about a $14 million figure. And then what were you providing with the rest of that money? because there were issues, and we talked about this, and I think it goes back to where Senator Alley was going with, is mobile crisis units were one of those, and we would be no further than an hour out from anybody in the state to help with our rules. Can you elaborate on that a little bit, please?
Yeah, so the 988 funding bill that was introduced last session really allows for us to use those funds to support any services that are provided to a caller of 988. So if they reach out to 988 and they're part of that 10% that maybe aren't able to be successfully de-escalated on the phone, and there continues to be a sort of a state of emergency or crisis, that would then allow us to deliver mobile crisis services. It would allow us to deliver crisis stabilization services in a 24 or 23-hour facility. It would allow us to provide co-responder programs. It also generates funds that we can use to work on things like the marketing of 988. It can create funds that allow us to build sort of those ongoing infrastructure pieces that we need to bridge the divide between 911 and 988. So it's a funding source that would be a renewable funding source that's dedicated to 988 and that 988 system, which would include the crisis services array that's provided to the people that call the number.
And this money cannot be used to supplant any existing funds in any of our mental health services that we currently provide in the state. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think as long as we word the bill that way, that would be true.
I think that's what we had done. So, okay. Are there any further questions? I think it's really good for us to get a better understanding of how important this 988 is. I know there was a lot of angst once it passed out of committee of, well, I'm not paying 50 cents for this. Well, I guess, a life isn't worth 50 cents is kind of where I'm coming from. There was a lot of pushback by the telecoms. And Andy and I had a few phone calls with the telecoms, and we actually had 2 of the 3 reach back out to us, and that was T-Mobile and AT&T came back to the table and was willing to negotiate some things and discuss some things, but Verizon is bucking us big time. They don't want to pay a dime. We will have an update at our next meeting on what the other states have done, because when we actually passed our bill, I think there was only one state that had passed anything, and the telecoms all said, well, let's just wait and see what the other states are going to do. And I was disappointed in that because apparently they don't think Kansas can lead. And I think we could have and should have taken the lead on that. But I think it's varying anywhere from $0 to $1, I think is the highest one that I've heard that's out there across the state. The one that's 0 apparently has a much more robust budget than what we've had. But you have to stop and think, if we can't provide these services, what does that health professional do on that call when that trigger gets pulled? Because that's what happens with our 911 operators today. And it's not a pleasant event to have happen. The mobile crisis units have got to move. I know that a lot of our communities have got something on that order where we have embedded with some of our law enforcement. We have some mental health providers to move with them, but most of those are not 24/7 because they can't afford to offer those services 24/7. But it's kind of a big deal. And for those of us that have done a lot of work in working with our IDD population, that's definitely a big deal with them. And if you ever get the opportunity to listen to their presentation on what happens to some of their clients when they're out and about and issues arise to them, if the right person isn't there to help get them calmed down, it's a fatal result is what happens. So, these are things to think about. And I ask for you, call Andy, call Monica, because I always know Andy will, but I know you'll take the calls, Monica. Visit with myself. Anyone is question to where you can get to a comfort zone on what you think we should do, because 988 goes live July 16th. So this isn't an option of maybe or we'll push it down. We're either ready or we're not, and Kansas has a decision to make. Further questions, Representative Arnberger?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you kind of, with your questions that you were just stating, brought more questions. So then 988, is it more or less going to be a mental health hotline instead of just suicidal hotline?
Correct. So, and Monica can attest to this, but you don't have to be suicidal to call the hotline, right? Like they will respond to any sort of crisis that somebody's experiencing at the time of their call.
Okay. And then with our CCBHC or with our, with CCBHCs becoming, is it a 6-year phase-in or 3-year phase-in? 3-year phase-in. So with that happening, is this a required service? I know you said there already are, our CMHCs already provide a crisis hotline. Is 988, I mean, am I kind of going on the right path here?
You are. So our CCBHC is one of the things that we talked about using some of this funding for, right? And each of the CCBHCs has as one of the 4 core required services by SAMHSA and by CMS is a crisis service array, right? And that needs to be a 24/7 crisis service array that they provide. And so we're very interested in using CCBHCs to support that. The caveat is that CCBHCs provide services for the folks that have Medicaid coverage. They provide services for folks that are uninsured, and they're required to provide services for anybody in their catchment area that needs those services. They're only going to be paid for that through Medicaid. So in order for us to help find braided funding to support these services, it's important that we also identify other ongoing recurring revenue sources to help support that.
And then the final question, I know you said 17 million. Is that including the track phones and all of that? Because for some reason, I thought our grand total was 25 million, and I don't know where that number came from.
Well, I think the 17.3 million, and we can go to KLRD for double downs on this, but I think that was the original amount for the original bill. And then I think as we were starting to get feedback from the telecoms, there was some language that might have increased it.
Okay. Because I was thinking that when you added the track phones, that's what it made it 25 million, but I just wasn't quite sure.
And I don't recall off the top of my head either, Representative. And I think the thing that a lot of people don't realize, and I know I sound like a broken record, whether you're a CMHC or soon to be a CCBHC in Kansas, you are required, just like an ER at a hospital, to take that person that walks through your door or asks for services. You can't turn them away, regardless of the ability to pay. And a lot of people forget that. So any further questions for them? Okay, I know that we've got you going back to back, but we had a report from the Kansas Suicide Data and Statistics, and she can only be with us till 3. Can we move you down and bring her online? All right, thank you so very much. Lauren, are you with us?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I am. I'm Lauren Gracie, an epidemiologist with KDHE. Can you hear me?
So, Lauren, yes, okay, we've got you. All right, so if you want to kind of hit the highlights of this wonderful report that you've given us, it's not wonderful because of the news that's in it, but it's very vital and important to what it is that we're talking about today for people to understand what our numbers look like. So thank you for being with us.
Sure. Is there a specific point that you wanted me to hit, Madam Chair? I didn't prepare a presentation, and there's a lot of information in the report.
I think, Lauren, if you go in there and just kind of hit the highlights of some of these charts, and then let the questions drive the conversation. I don't expect a full presentation from you on that. But if you just wanted to kind of hit, like what we're doing with on the, some of the hospitalizations and how do we get there, the methods for, those that, how we count those that have attempted but fortunately did not succeed versus those that have succeeded, unfortunately, and that would be great.
Sure, thank you. So the first couple of slides were covering the emergency department visits for both suicide attempt and suicide ideation. And we saw this data was from 2016 to 2020. And I thought it was interesting for both suicide attempt and intentional self-harm. For 2019, there was a dip in both of those for emergency department visits. But by 2020, we saw an increase. And this was especially highlighted for the age group 10 to 19. So slide 5, figures 2 and 3 for both for emergency department visits for both suicide attempt and self-harm. The age group 10 to 19 had the highest rate, and both saw a dip in 2019 with a steep incline for 2020. For the emergency department visits by sex, females were more likely to visit the emergency department visit, and that was figure 4 on slide 6. And all of these trends were very similar for the hospitalization data. So moving into that, we saw an increase from 2016 to 2020 for hospital admissions for suicide attempts.
Lauren, hold on just a moment. Has everyone found their report? Okay, and if I understand, you're on page 7, correct? Slide 7?
Yes.
Slide 7, folks.
Slide 7 shows the race and ethnicity for attempt and self-harm in emergency department visits. And we see that white non-Hispanics overwhelmingly make up a majority of these emergency department visits. The next slide, hospitalizations, slide 8, I believe, shows the trend for hospitalizations for suicide attempt and self-harm. And over 2016 to 2018, there was an increase, about a 32% increase. And for hospitalizations, like we saw for emergency department visits, the age group 10 to 19 saw the most hospitalizations. For slide number 10, similar to emergency department visits, the hospitalizations, females were more likely to be hospitalized for both suicide attempt and intentional self-harm. Slide number 11, again, race, ethnicity, the white non-Hispanics made up a majority of hospitalizations for suicide attempt and self-harm. And then the latter part of my presentation goes into mortality. So that starts on page 12. And this data came from the Kansas Department, or from the Kansas Violent Death Reporting System here at KDHE. And this tracks suicides from law enforcement reports, coroner's reports, death certificates, and toxicology reports. But this data we only have for 2015 to 2018. And we've seen a kind of an increase in suicide deaths from 2015 to 2018. Slide number 13 is pretty busy, but it shows a breakdown of age group for suicide deaths. Several of our age groups, age 15 to 19, 20 to 24, and then 35 to 44 have increased rates over this time period. And the age group 35 to 44 from 2017 to 2018 had the highest rate of suicide death. Slide 14 hits on sex for suicide mortality. And so opposite of what we saw for attempt and intentional self-harm, males make up more suicide deaths at 78%. Slide number 15 starts looking at race and ethnicity for suicide deaths. And again, we see that white non-Hispanics make up a majority of suicide deaths in Kansas. Slide number 16 also looks at race and ethnicity, but this is by age-adjusted mortality rate. So we can see that the white non-Hispanics have the highest rate, but that's really closely followed behind by American Indian and Alaska Native. Page 17 looks at marital status. 39% were never married. Slide 18 is looking at the education level for suicide deaths in Kansas. And then a little over 50% had a high school diploma or less. Slide 19 hits on some of the occupation data that we collect. So males in farm, forestry, and fishing have the highest rates of suicide among male workers, and then women in healthcare support have the highest rate of suicide among female workers. Slide 20 looks at the veteran suicide mortality rate, which is 70.7 per 100,000 persons, and that's about 3.5 times more than the average non-veteran. Slide 21 talks about mechanism between males and females and those differences. So males are more likely to use firearm in their death by suicide, where females are more likely to use a drug overdose or a poisoning at 34%, followed by suffocation at 31%. And then slide 22 hits a little bit on the geography. Like Wyatt said, the urban areas did see a greater number of suicide deaths, but our peers in the frontier region have the highest suicide rate. And then slides 23 and 24, I won't read off because they're really wordy, but these are looking at the circumstances that are collected by the violent death reporting system by youth and age group. So we've seen that there are some differences in circumstances between youth and adults. And those were probably the big points from this presentation. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll open the floor to questions.
Committee, are there questions? Senator Erickson, and then Representative Smith, and then Senator Alley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for this report. Just a quick question on your slides regarding sex and race and ethnicity. How? Oh, okay. Starting on page 6 and 7, do you have comparisons to the population in general? How those percentages correspond to the population in general?
These are pretty average with the national statistics.
Well, okay, let me maybe be a little bit more clear. So, for example, on page 7, race ethnicity, 76% suicide attempt, for example, white, 8% for Black or African American. How do those numbers compare to the demographics of Kansas as a whole?
I do not have that information at this moment.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kind of piggyback off of the Senator's question. When we got to page 20, the question that kind of popped into my mind is, how does Kansas compare to the national rates, and are there any other states that seem to have lower rates? Page 20, slide 20 was the veteran mortality rate information. I love looking at other states, whether it's education or tax policy or whatever, to see who might be doing a really good job and what can we copy from those states. So how does, specifically with the veteran mortality rate, how does Kansas compare to the nation? And are there any other states that have really good programs that have lower rates?
I think that's an excellent question, and it's not one that I would have available either. We have not compared this rate across other states, but it is well known that veterans do have a higher suicide rate kind of across the board. It's definitely something worth looking into. Thank you.
Is that information that we can get?
Other states that would do the vital death reporting system would probably have similar comparisons. So it's something that I could look into.
I think that's kind of what you're looking for, correct, Representative?
Yes, I'm just seeing if there's another state that seems to have a very low rate, what programs are they implementing that seem to be working, and is that something that we could copy?
Makes sense. Senator Alley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On page 15, and we'll go back to piggyback off of Senator Erickson's on race and ethnicity. You say 84% of the deaths are white, 7% Hispanic, 4 are African American. Again, we probably need to know what the Kansas makeup is to see if those are out of line or are they just normal for everybody, no matter what race they are. And so
Right,
that,
and
I think we need.
Sorry, go ahead.
I think that's something that we need there. And then go back to page 9, and I see a hockey stick running up there at 19 and 20. Could that hockey stick change be because of COVID?
I would like to address your first point about, it was slide 15, but slide 16 shows a better comparison because this does take into account population sizes. So we know that, whites and American Indian and Alaska Native do have a comparable rate. So that is more indicative of being able to compare those trends rather than looking at a percent breakdown of population in Kansas. And I am not able at this time with this data set able to make any conclusions about the increase in hospitalizations or emergency departments and it's related to COVID.
It was just between 19 and 20, and if you look at that, and you see that's in the age group of 10 to 19, which is our school-age children, it seems to me that not going to school or, stopping that might be a cause for that.
Senator, these here, Laura, I'll speak, I apologize. These do not have the 2020 numbers. We will not see 2020 numbers for Kansas until about this time next year.
19 to 20.
I know it says 19, yeah, but it's not, this is not January 20 to December 20. Numbers are not included this. This is only 19, up to 2019 numbers. Now, some of the counties, some of our local counties have their current numbers. And I know when I was looking at Sedgwick counties here about a month ago, they were, for 2020, they're kind of off the chart. So that's something, this is, it's not as clear as what it should be, except when you work with these numbers, you know that these can't be 2020 numbers. Further question? Representative Hsu.
I guess this is, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess this is more of a technical question, but same slide, slide 9. Is there a reason for those particular age buckets? They're all kind of different size buckets. I know this is taken average, so that kind of washes out, but it just seems like the age buckets are kind of off.
A lot of the age buckets had to be grouped into bigger ones like 10 to 19 as opposed to 20 to 24 due to population sizes because it would be hard to report or impossible to report some numbers and rates if they were not bucketed in certain ways. I hope that makes sense.
That makes sense. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Neighbor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When you go back and look at the veterans issue that Representative Smith talked about, I think that's something that would have to be compared to states that maybe have basis in them because they may not have a lot of military, which is going to fluctuate the amount of percentages. Does that make sense? Look at places that have more military bases and stuff acquainted in the state themselves, because you've got states like maybe Montana and others that aren't going to have that mix. So with
Yes,
that,
thank you. That's an
that
excellent point.
thank you.
Further questions? Senator McGinn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On slide 19, I just want to make sure I understand this. The occupation among women, it says in healthcare support, had the highest suicide rate. Or is it because they're caretakers of either elderly, or are they in a healthcare career? Can you kind of better define that?
I believe they would be in a healthcare career, but Dana, one of my supervisors, she's on, and she may be able to answer that question a little better because she has more background with this data set.
You say she's online, or she can get me that later?
She's online.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Dana Zulk. I'm the Section Director for Injury and Violence Prevention Programs at the Kansas Department of Health and Environment. And the information on occupation is taken off of the death certificate, and then it is categorized when Lauren does the analysis, and there have been definitions set for each particular category. And so we could research and look into what exactly gets classified as healthcare support, though we may not be able to break it down or have good knowledge of whether that is someone who's caring for elderly or end of life or any other reason.
May I? Well, I think it's important to know the difference, because whether those female workers are in the healthcare profession as a paid job, and, you know, there's something in that environment that, you know, drives them down, or if they are a female, females generally take care of the elderly and their husbands. And if that's a factor or not, so.
Yes, thank you for pointing that out. If they are categorized as a healthcare support person based on what is listed on their death certificate, that means it is a paid position. Otherwise, they would be classified under the unpaid category.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam.
Committee, are there further questions? Senator Fagg, excuse me.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. When I look at all these graphs, these are all built on like 5-year terms. Do we have anything longer than that? You know, because I'm questioning, is there any kind of cycles that go on that in the last 40 years? You know, where we're kind of in a little bad cycle here, but it's something that turns around. Just wondering if you ever looked at anything like that.
Go ahead.
The Kansas Violent Death Reporting System started in our state, and we began collecting data through that system in 2015, and that's calendar year 2015. We use the VDRS data because it is the gold standard where we're gathering reports from multiple entities to try to figure out where we can make prevention efforts. There are definitely systems that are longer. As you likely know, Vital Statistics has been collecting data for a great number of years. But I think two things I would like to point out. We do have infographics on the Violent Death Reporting System website, and I don't know if those were provided to you. But based on that data and data that we've received from CDC, we can definitively say that between 1999 and 2018, our rate of suicide across the lifespan increased nearly 70%. And on the 10 to 17 infographic from 2015 to 2017, we've tracked an additional increase of 70%. I shouldn't say additional increase. We also tracked a 70% increase in the rate of suicide among those 10 to 17 through that 5-year data.
when you talk 70%, it kind of goes back to piggybacking on Senator Erickson. Are we working off the actual numbers of suicide versus total population? Because our population has grown too through that period of time.
Yes, those rates are age adjusted to account for population changes. They would be comparable rates.
Committee, further questions? All right, seeing none, thank you very much for jumping in here for us today to kind of give us a highlight on this report. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, Andy and Monica, you are back up. This is the presentation on the Kansas suicide prevention. As you were looking through your packet, you probably thought that Monica and Andy had actually given you 2 copies of the same report, but there's actually one that says Suicide Prevention Plan 2021 to 2025. Go ahead.
Thank you for having us back again, Madam Chair. So on this first slide, what I really want to talk about is the opportunity that we've had over the last 2 years to work on infrastructure here in Kansas for suicide prevention. And this began as a TA opportunity that KDAD's received through the Suicide Prevention Resource Center at the national level. They created these guidelines around what states need to be effective with suicide prevention, and specifically looked at these areas that you see around the circle here. So starting at the 12 o'clock position with authorize, and then partnering, guiding, building, examining, and leading. And each of those areas, like we'll dive into a little bit more as we go through this presentation, but essentially one of the first things that we realized as we were going through that year-long TA opportunity is Kansas does not, or did not at the time, have a statewide coalition for suicide prevention. And so we're happy to announce that, this past September, we were able to officially launch that. And I think that we will continue to make progress moving forward on these issues for state infrastructure. But I think you have to start by realizing that where we were at in terms of infrastructure 5 years ago was really, we had no existing infrastructure in the state around suicide prevention.
Thanks, Andy. So as Andy said, KDADS was provided an opportunity to learn more about what it was going to take to really start advancing suicide prevention efforts in Kansas. As our partners at KDHE just shared, we've seen a trend of significant increase in suicide rates across the nation and also in Kansas since the late 90s. And that was has represented a real shift, because prior to that, we were really seeing suicide deaths trend down. This was a public health problem that we seemed to be making some progress on. And as that has become not true, as we have been burdened by more suicide deaths, it's really taken some kind of intentionality in thinking about what sorts of pieces need to be in place so that we can support state and local efforts for suicide prevention. And so we drew quite a bit of guidance from this community of practice that we did for the resource that you see listed there. As Andy said, there were really kind of 6 areas through this community of practice that a team that KDADS pulled together along with the Youth Suicide Prevention Coordinator at the Attorney General's office to really kind of dig in and assess what we had going on in Kansas in terms of authorization or some agency or organization that was able to kind of take a lead position in making some decisions and some guidance around how suicide prevention was going to be approached, because I think as we're all starting to learn, it's a very complex problem that has not just one solution. And we have in Kansas a lot of state agencies that have some stake in suicide prevention. Which really I think just indicates the need for increased leadership in that space, as well as partnership, which is really where the coalition, the statewide coalition, came in. And you'll see that that was a heavy emphasis in the state plan that was drafted. And that's because we know that there is good suicide prevention work happening in a lot of places in the state of Kansas. Suicide prevention attracts some of the most passionate individuals that I know, who wake up every morning with the intention of saving lives. And we need to think about how we can all partner together about what we're learning in that work, and also how we can acquire the resources that we need for it. And as again, I think we just got a good example of the examination, or thinking about how we're using public health statistics and data around the effectiveness of our programs is really important to see that we're making progress. And being able to partner with KDHE to really think about kind of what data we do have available and how we can use that as a part of this state planning process. And as well as thinking about how you are creating really a comprehensive lifespan approach. As I think you all just saw demonstrated in the report from KDHE, we can really take a look at the problem of suicide from a number of different lenses. We can look at it by age groups, we can look at it by occupations, we can look at it from a lot of different risk factors. And so we truly do need to think about how are we making sure that we don't just focus on one population, but that we really are taking a public health approach to that, as well as that the state has the ability to provide some guidance for local efforts, both in planning and execution.
And I'll just add too, like, one of the major parts of this is that, you know, when we ask about like what different states are doing to be effective around suicide prevention, one of the primary things that states that are effective with suicide prevention are doing is funding suicide prevention efforts, right? They're building this infrastructure into their state. They're finding ways to support local community efforts around suicide prevention. And they're doing statewide, campaigns in order to help people access the services that they need to prevent suicide.
So Kansas just redrafted a state suicide prevention plan. The plan runs for a 5-year term, as you can see, 2021 to 2025. And this time around of drafting, right? This is not the first state suicide prevention plan that we've had, but we were very intentional, and I say we because I was on the planning group that drafted the plan. We were very intentional in thinking about who we wanted around the table to provide the kind of input that we were going to need to really start moving towards this kind of comprehensive lifespan approach that I was talking about. And that takes a lot of different voices. And as you can imagine, a lot of time when you have are giving space to that many voices. So we were really proud to have a nice mix of both public and private partners. We at all meetings had folks from KDADS, KDHE, the Attorney General's office, who were represented at all of those meetings. We also had private and nonprofit partners, myself from ks.gov, both from the perspective of the crisis line services that we provide, but we also offer a number of kind of training and consultation services for folks from a variety of sectors who are trying to do suicide prevention. So we were able to bring that lens. Keys for Networking, who are very involved in advocacy for youth who are struggling with mental illness, was able to send some staff that were very focused on making sure that the youth perspective was present in our plan. We had folks from the Wichita State Community Engagement Institute who are very heavily involved in the Kansas Prevention Collaborative, so a network that supports a lot of prevention specialists across the state. We had subject matter experts from academia. We're fortunate to have some college professors in Kansas who are interested in looking at suicide and self-harm. We also had folks who are doing this work locally, our local suicide prevention coalitions, and so had a lot of representation from both Sedgwick and Dodge City coalitions, as well as rural mental health providers. And then always individuals with lived experience of suicide attempts and loss. Again, we find that it's incredibly important to have that voice guiding any plans that we're making. So we had a kind of a few different priorities as we were moving into the planning stage. We truly wanted to approach this from a comprehensive public health lens, meaning that we wanted to ensure that we were taking a look at what kind of prevention needed to happen at each level, and we'll talk more about that. We also were very focused on a lifespan approach, not a youth plan, not an adult plan, but a lifespan approach plan. And that a plan that was paying attention to some of our especially vulnerable populations. The committee has heard some data about the population in our rural and frontier counties and the special combination of circumstances that's increasing suicide deaths there. We also had conversation about other groups that historically experience higher suicide rates, like the LGBTQIA population and youth. So as I said, it's a 5-year plan with a plan to review or update annually, that it will work across multiple sectors that work in a variety of settings, that we had an emphasis on thinking about our data and how to improve our data, and that we were really thinking about how to use evidence-based interventions, things that we know are going to work, because let's not spend time doing things that aren't going to. So kind of one more lens, and then I promise we'll get into the actual meat and potatoes of the plan, but there's kind of a lot of layers here. When I say suicide prevention, I mean a few different things. I mean thinking about upstream prevention, I mean thinking about intervention or treatment services, and I also mean thinking about postvention. I bring this up. I was actually recently on a call with some folks from Atwood, Kansas, and we were talking about the sort of heartbreaking number of suicides that their coroner has responded to in the last 3 years. And we were talking about some approaches that might support folks in their community and in their surrounding counties. And I was caught off guard because this individual kind of very suddenly said, I'm not interested in prevention. Like, you get out of here with your prevention. That's not something that I want. And I said, okay, let's kind of slow down. Let's get on the same page, because my guess is that we have the same goal, and that goal is to save lives. And what I learned is that this community was feeling some frustration about losing their neighbors, their loved ones, to suicide, and the response to that being a speaker or an assembly, and that didn't feel effective. So he didn't want prevention. And I said, okay, I also don't want that kind of prevention. I want to look at a comprehensive lens, and that's what this is up on the slide in front of you. That we really need to think about efforts that we can make before suicide thoughts ever happen. What kind of upstream approaches can we take for our youth and adults that build their protection against suicide? But that's not enough. We know that there are going to be folks who struggle with mental health issues. We know that there are going to be folks who encounter crises in their lives that will trigger thoughts of suicide. So we also need to think about how we make mental health services available, and that those services are prepared to provide specific support for suicide prevention, because there are some best practices there. We also know that while my dream is 0 suicides in Kansas, it's something that I'm quite passionate about, that right now that's not where we are. Kansans are dying every month from suicide, and we have to have approaches within our communities that respond to those suicide deaths. Each suicide death can increase the risk for other people in those communities, and there are steps that those communities can take that will really protect their vulnerable citizens. And so any plan that we created for Kansas needed to touch on all three of these areas. And I like to think that ours does. So you can find the full plan on the KDAD's website, also on the Kansas Prevention Collaborative website, and on the National State Suicide Prevention Resource Center website, or I'd be happy to email it to you if you'd like to look at the full 50-page document. But what I thought I would do is just provide a brief overview of some of the goals that we have set and think about how some of that work is playing out in Kansas. So kind of the first level of this plan is thinking about those prevention activities. I think of kind of this as like prevention with a capital P that we can do that are upstream of the problem. And this section of the plan also really started to address some of the infrastructure needs that we have in Kansas. So kind of off the bat, what there was consensus around in drafting the plan is that we needed better integration and coordination for suicide prevention efforts, and that the way that we were going to do that was to build a state coalition. We also know that prevention messaging works. Prevention messaging campaigns that educate people about warning signs for suicide, risk factors for suicide, and steps that can be taken when someone is in crisis are protective for our communities. That is something that the plan is recommending that we take a more comprehensive statewide approach to, and also make resources available for local communities who want to do their own.
Yeah, and I'm just going to call out the last bullet point on that slide, which is to partner with our policymakers, right? Opportunities like this special committee, right, really allow us to bring forward these ideas that are in the state plan and help us engage with you on those so that you understand what we're attempting to do on the program side, and allow you guys to look for opportunities to support that work. Again, a lot of what we need to do is really look for ways we can support local communities through a state infrastructure that's strong and well thought out.
So as Andy said, very happy to report that we have made progress on what I see as really the kind of core and fundamental piece of the state plan, which was to stand up a statewide suicide prevention coalition that was inclusive of both state and community partners. So we had a steering committee that met from 2020 to 2021, and we launched our first meeting September of 2021 as a nice way to kick off Suicide Prevention Month, which is in September. So we've had 2 meetings at this point, and I'm really glad to report that we've had about 70 to 75 individuals sign on to each of those meetings so far. Our intention with the coalition is to really support close partnership and dialogue between state and private partners. I know that there are incredible people at KDADS who I work with very frequently about what they can do to support suicide prevention efforts. I also know that they want to know what's going to work in local communities, because our communities in Kansas are not cookie cutter. And so a statewide coalition offers opportunities for folks who are doing that very local work to say what will and won't work to our state partners. And in that way, with that partnership, we think strengthens the ability of everyone who's working in this space. So next, we kind of move to what I think of as that kind of intervention level. And here's where we took a look at what sorts of activities could really happen to think about a more kind of community approach, less of that higher level lens. So, we know that suicide prevention efforts really need to be targeted and tailored so that they are meeting the needs of diverse populations in Kansas. Very often, I think in these meetings when we are talking about this, we are talking about addressing what you heard from KHI earlier today. We need approaches that work in our rural and frontier communities because the suicide burden is quite high, and we know that not the same things that work in Johnson County won't work in other areas. Culturally informed practices in that way are something that we want to prioritize for support by local partners and state partners alike. We also, in the plan, really wanted to dedicate some time to thinking about what needs to happen for our SMVF population, or our service members, veterans, and families. Some of the members of the committee may be aware that Kansas had an opportunity in 2019 to participate in a governor's challenge to prevent SMVF suicides. We had a team of individuals who received pretty extensive training and consultation from folks that were with the VA, folks that were with the National Assistance Center, as well as learning from other states that were working in this space of veteran suicide prevention. We drafted a plan for that group as well, and have seen some progress on the items in that plan through the Governor's Behavioral Health Services Planning Council SMVF subcommittee.
Yeah, and I'll highlight a little bit of that real quick. We had that TA process was about a year long, and we developed a plan of action that was incorporated into the state plan as an appendix. But we also, just this past year, over the summer, started our first Governor's Challenge Extension Program, which is allowing us to work with Manhattan and Riley County and the Flint Hills region area around Fort Riley, specifically on some of these SMVF strategies that we've developed in order to try to implement those on the ground level.
Another area that we drew attention to in this part of the plan was thinking about supporting local efforts to reduce access to lethal means. Very often suicide prevention is approached from the perspective of why. Why do people die by suicide? And that's an important question. There's a lot of work that we can do in trying to answer, or in trying to support some of the answers to that question. But what is also an approach that has shown some really good results is also thinking about the how. How are folks dying by suicide? And so our state plan draws attention to supporting efforts to work with firearms owners, local gun shops, shooting ranges, and other firearms organizations to think about advancing safe storage practices. We also took a look at how to partner with efforts that are ongoing about how to advance safe medication storage and disposal, because we know that those are two of the means in Kansas that we're seeing the most deaths.
Yeah, and Senator again, I'll just point out that access to lethal means is one of the reasons that female healthcare workers have higher suicide rates, right? Their work brings them in contact with lethal drugs.
On treatment and recovery services, there are a number of goals and objectives that were identified in the state plan with relation to how services are delivered and what priorities should be looked at when thinking about utilizing mental health services to prevent suicide. One is that we wanted to use the state plan as a way to promote high standards for suicide-related care. So here we drew on what we have as kind of solid evidence and kind of national guidance on like the zero suicide framework, which would suggest that healthcare organizations place an emphasis on identifying folks who are at risk of suicide and then being able to deliver care that we know will reduce suicide risk. So you can think of it kind of simply like, instead of treating your depression and hoping that you're not going to kill yourself, we're going to help you not kill yourself so we can treat your depression. right? And so that's really the approach that we wanted to look at there, while promoting some special attention to folks that we know experience risk for a number of different reasons. We also wanted to increase access to crisis services. You'll see here we talk specifically about crisis hotlines and about the transition to 988. This is also where the plan addresses some of the work that the Attorney General's office has done on standing up an app that youth could use. This was also where we heard very loudly from our voices of folks with lived experience saying that they needed greater opportunities with their service providers to provide feedback about how those services are going, and that there should be some capability within the state to provide education to those folks about how to advocate for themselves. And I think that that's an important thing to draw attention to. We also looked here about how to support postvention activities. And so you'll find in the plan kind of a variety of objectives, from making sure that we're encouraging local communities to support suicide loss survivor support groups, to communities taking a look at what it would take to increase communication, to become aware when there are suicide deaths in your community and take a positive and proactive approach to dealing with those suicide deaths. I will tell the committee that this is an area that I see as a real opportunity for growth in the state of Kansas. I think that oftentimes our communities, particularly our rural and frontier communities, can find it difficult to get ahead of the rumor mill. We don't have a place where anyone calls to say, like, I had a suicide death and I need help coordinating that response. And I think that we really see communities struggle to respond individually to that because it is an event that we don't want to happen. Again, in the vein of reporting some progress to the committee, I do want to point out that the Kansas Department of Health and Environment was awarded a grant from SAMHSA to advance the Zero Suicide Initiative in the state of Kansas. Zero Suicide is a program that I'm pretty passionate about. Because what it is it is a framework for healthcare systems that simply states that if a person is enrolled in healthcare services, whether that's mental health care, substance use health care, or physical health care, that because that person is connected to a provider, they should not die by suicide. That we can put things into place like universal screening for suicide thoughts, as well as suicide care pathways that will ensure that every provider knows what they need to do for someone who is at risk of suicide, that will help us to reduce our errors and save lives. So Lauren Gracie, who you all met just a moment ago, is the epidemiologist who works on this project, and they have been doing an incredible job trying to get those resources out. My organization has been fortunate to partner with this initiative to provide a number of trainings for healthcare professionals and folks, particularly from the school sector, who are interested in learning more. And finally, the drafting group, I think, very much knew that we needed to be able to evaluate whether or not what we had put in this plan was working. As we mentioned at the top of this presentation, suicide has been on the rise for the last 20 years, and a lot of people have been working in this space since then. And so what we wanted to do was to prioritize in the plan that there needs to be resources dedicated to making sure that we're evaluating whether or not what we're doing is working.
Monica, can you guys kind of,
this is my last slide.
We're way behind.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. So evaluation. This also goes to thinking about how we collect better suicide data in Kansas, thinking about doing some standardization for the kinds of data that's collected by death investigators and coroners to give us a better picture of data in Kansas. And that was, I promised, that was my last slide, but now I'm done.
Okay, committee questions? I guess the one that I have, and I just want you guys to think about it, and then maybe we visit on this, is, you know, as I go through this, I'm not seeing a whole lot that's not sitting in some of our other, you know, the other things that we're doing. So how much duplication do we have going on the discussion of suicide, suicide prevention, suicide intervention, that may be unnecessary and more energy could be spent in some other areas to make things happen. So that's just kind of a comment. You don't have to respond to that. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, I have Dr. Nicole Kloss with the University of Kansas School of Medicine out of Wichita, who's on this coalition. Welcome to committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are you guys able to see my slides?
Yes.
Is that working? Okay, fabulous. So I am Nicole Klaus, and I am representing the Sedgwick County Suicide Prevention Coalition today. And I want to acknowledge the contributions of the Sedgwick County Regional Forensic Science Center and the Sedgwick County Health Department, in particular our epidemiologist, Kaylee Hervey, who works with us on collection of the data that I'm going to share with you today. So the Sedgwick County Suicide Prevention Coalition has been collecting data on local suicide deaths for about 20 years now. And we've seen that our local deaths have been increasing more quickly than national rates are increasing. And in 2020, we lost 105 Sedgwick County citizens to suicide, which was a rate of 20.4 per 100,000. I can also share that we have started reviewing the 2021 deaths in our county, and we've noted that year to date through September, our deaths are down about 22% compared to last year. So we are hopeful that this trend will continue in the final few months of the year, and we'll have better numbers to report next year. When we break down the age groups of our deaths, we see that our highest suicide rates over the past couple of years are in our 15 to 54-year-old age groups. And we've noticed that this orange bar, the 15 to 24-year-olds, are adolescents and young adults, has been steadily increasing over the last 5 years and is now at the highest rate we've seen since we've started tracking these data. And here are our data broken down over into under 18 and over 18-year-olds. Both age groups saw increases in 2020. And there are so many ongoing local suicide prevention efforts to address these concerning trends. I can highlight just a few of them. Mental health first aid training is really being promoted by our local community mental health center. And they have been working on expanding access to this training for members of our community. We've also had some initiatives to expand zero suicide implementation in our health systems and community-wide. Our coalition received funding this year through the statewide Zero Suicide Grant to support building leadership in our healthcare systems and building champions for safer suicide care, as well as to provide a variety of trainings in evidence-based safer suicide care. And ComCare is preparing to support 988 calls in the Sedgwick County area. And to conclude, I would just note that one of our biggest challenges is the workforce shortages that we see locally and across the state. There are challenges in training, recruiting, and retaining highly trained mental health professionals. And the KS Kids Map program is an example of a program that's really been instrumental in supporting primary care clinicians in treating youth mental illness within the primary care setting. Sedgwick County has also seen several grassroots efforts in the last year or two to promote community education and encourage help-seeking behaviors. Our youth have really rallied around the Zero Reasons Why program and the Suspenders for Hope program that was developed through Wichita State University has been expanded community-wide through a partnership with a local hospital. So ongoing support for infrastructure, including CCBHC funding, will be really important for improving the mental health care and reducing suicides in Sedgwick County. So let's see. Not sure how to stop screen sharing. Here it is. I found the button. So we really appreciate your support in these efforts, and I'd be happy to address any questions.
Committee questions? Senator McGinn.
Hi, thank you for being here. And it's been a long day, so maybe I've received some of this information already. I was just curious. I see that you're doing some tracking and some different things, and we have this increase. Does Sedgwick County specifically have data about why they're committing suicide?
So the data that we have is limited by what is included in the Forensic Science Center's investigation and in the autopsies. But we have been able to collect some data over the last several years on stressors that are noted around the time of death, which is not the entire picture about why people die by suicide, of course. But one of the trends we've noticed is that in younger individuals, they tend to report more relationship stressors, and our older citizens who are dying are reporting more physical health challenges when we look at their stressors.
Is there any way to do like a relationship or correlation between like the spike that happened in 2012 versus the spike we're seeing today? I mean, are you guys, I'm just kind of curious. This is interesting because you can just put a death and plot it on the map, but I'd sure be asking the question, what's going on here?
Yeah. We do not have the stressors data going back to 2012. We've started collecting those data, I believe in 2015 or 2016.
So you could eventually, sometime in the future, have a little more information in that area because you're collecting that?
Yeah, we've started collecting that over the last several years, so we'll have more of that going forward.
Okay, so you should have some now, but anyway, we can, just something to think about. It'd be something I'd be curious about. Thank you, ma'am. Huh? I know, they have 5 years. That's why I'm guessing you have something somewhere in a file, but it'd be something I'd be interested in moving forward. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further questions? Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. How long has this organization been in existence?
I was not able to hear that question.
If I turn my microphone on, you could hear me.
There you go.
How long has this organization been in existence? Could you hear that?
It was established, I believe, in 2000 after a Surgeon General call to action regarding suicide prevention.
Okay, and question 2, how much state funding does this organization get as a percentage of what your budget is? Got any idea on that?
None.
Okay. None, okay. Thank you.
We would welcome state funding.
No, I'm sure you would.
I wouldn't ask for it. Committee, are there further questions? All right, thank you very much for being here today. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Okay, let's see where we're at here. Okay, next I have Rennie is it Schuler McKinney with Advent Health?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members, for allowing me to take this opportunity to talk to you about what I'm passionate about. I'm here to represent both Advent Health, Shawnee Mission, which is located in the Kansas City area. I am the Director of Behavioral Health. So firsthand, I get to talk with individuals every day of my career who have attempted to take their life. I also am representing the Johnson County Suicide Prevention Coalition, where I served as past chair and currently a board member. With those experiences, I have a little bit of data here, not on slides, however, it is in my written testimony about some data in Johnson County specific. And then I would like to share with you just some of the efforts that we're making, much of which has been shared already today through Monica, Commissioner Brown, as well as Dr. Brown's reports. What I would like to say before I share any data is I like to pause always and say that numbers are just numbers, and want to be very sensitive to those family members or any of you who have had a loss to suicide, that these numbers do represent our moms, dads, brothers, sisters, neighbors, etc. So I always like to say that before I start going over numbers. Specifically in Johnson County, in 2020, we experienced 77 losses to suicide. Breaking that down, 93.5% were adults, with 6.5% adolescents. We also took a look at how many were male versus female, and this information aligns very similarly to Miss Gracie's report earlier today, where 75% of our deaths were male and 25% were female. Firearms accounted once again for 48% of the suicides. And the second cause of death, mode of use was hanging, coming in at 26%. We also looked at what month we had the peak in 2020, and it was in September. We have not graphed that out over the course of years, and we're going to be doing that to see if there's a trend in September, which will then put forth a different focus moving forward. Our last 5 years of suicides in Johnson County have averaged 91 deaths. Unacceptable. We have to do better. This coalition was formed in 2012 when, with the lead of Johnson County Mental Health, and several community members did use that phrase, we need to do better. And so they did a call to action, and about 150 community members showed up in a very small church. We didn't have enough space, which was a good thing. And from that, the coalition was born, and we continue to go strong as of today. We have monthly meetings where we invite anyone to participate. We have representatives from family members, individuals with lived experience, law enforcement's there, schools, healthcare, our faith community. We have a local news representative, which is very helpful when we're trying to get out messaging. And we come together, and at each meeting, we also invite a guest speaker to talk about different resources. Grandparents Against Gun Violence has been a regular attender. And from there, we break out into subcommittees and we do the actual boots on the ground. What are we going to do to try to get these numbers reduced, get access to treatment out there, have those community hotline numbers readily available? And one of the big initiatives we started in 2017 as a result of the number of individuals using firearms is the adult subcommittee decided we should make available gun locks. And we do know through studies that if you can distance that time between the thought of suicide, accessing a means, and then maybe an intervention, hopeful an intervention, that will help. So if we have a gun lock on firearm, we're hoping that that will reduce that death. So to date, we've given out over 10,000 10,000 gun locks. And we actually have those positioned now in health clinics, doctor's office, churches, a variety of places throughout our libraries, throughout our community. Another initiative that we started this year is we're now offering mini grants where we will grant money up to $500 to local community organizations who are going to help join with us in the prevention of suicide. And to date, we've already had, I believe, we've approved 8 different grants back to the community. One of our committee members said, hey, let's put the Lifeline phone number as well as the text number on the back of playing cards, and let's distribute those to civic organizations, to the Juvenile Detention Center. And so that was completed. We got those done in July. We also team up with organizations like Zero Reasons Why, Sources of Strength, Signs of Suicide, and partner with our local educational systems to continue doing intervention within the schools. In September, I had a brainchild thought and said, hey, let's put some billboards out with some of these resources, knowing that when you're driving your car, you can't write down a full 1-800 number. We put the text line out there. And when I asked what it would cost, our community rallied together, and both the advertising agency as well as the billboard agency donated 3 different billboards to our coalition to put messaging out to the community. When Monica and Commissioner Brown was talking about how are we going to market this in the future, I'm going to go back to those same folks and ask in September of next year, actually July 16th, and say, let's get the 988 number out there as well. And very exciting to announce that we have a new group formed as a recommendation from Johnson County Department of Health and Environment. And we have developed a suicide fatality review board. We started addressing exactly what I believe Senator McCann was suggesting, like we're data rich. We have a lot of information. We've got the dots on the charts, but what can we do to take that information further and really analyze the means, the why, risk factors, protective factors. And so as of January 2022, we will go live with that new review board. This is being mirrored off a review board in Washington County, Oregon, in which our epidemiologist had attended a conference where there was a presentation. And so we're teaming up with them to help design and looking very much forward to the data that will come out of that, and hopefully some ideas that we can further implement to reduce suicides. At this point, I will wrap up based on time, and I do appreciate the opportunity to speak, and will field any questions.
Committee, are there questions? All right, seeing none, thank you very much for being here with us today. Next, I have Reverend David Fulton, chaplain of the Bob Dole Veterans Hospital, Wichita.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Welcome to committee.
I thought, Madam Chair, thank you for allowing me to be here. I am considerably out of the box. I was a pastor here in Topeka for 11 years. I founded the Safe Streets program here, also founded Safe Streets in Wichita. I served in Goodland, so I have had some rural experience in Kansas. I'm just going to talk to you for a bit. I've submitted my testimony for you all. It's actually vetted by the VA, so hopefully I won't go too far out of bounds for them. But I want to suggest to you that each of you in your communities has a superpower that will help you engage this issue. I did go to the Governor's Challenge workshop in Washington, D.C. With Andy Brown and a number of others. There were about 17 states that were there. A third of them had with them community and faith-based initiatives, and at least 2 or 3 of them put the faith community as a priority on their plan for suicide prevention. I am on the state coalition. I've been on the calls. To the best of my knowledge, there is no faith-based organization that's statewide in Kansas. And so we are in the communities, every community in Kansas. Their folk are deeply vetted. Who do you think does the funerals for people who commit suicide? I can't really say about my involvement in the VA, but I was involved personally in 4 suicides in 4 weeks. So I am a veteran. People suicided when I was in theater with them, so I understand that piece of it as well. What I'm suggesting is that in other states, there are community and faith-based initiatives on the statewide level that will create a conversation with faith communities in a language that they can understand. about this threat. Now, when I was living in Topeka, which is about 17 years ago, the national suicide rate was about 30,000 a year, and it would be up and down. The national homicide rate was about 10,000. Now, the national suicide rate is 45,000 a year. And so there is a huge cultural issue that is causing that. Now, you can look at technical numbers and you can track outcomes in the past, but what will really change the game is a vision of the future of our state inculcating a sense of community. The last time I checked, faith communities built this state. We built the communities, they created agriculture, and maybe this is an opportunity to invite faith communities into the conversation. I know I talk to faith leaders about it and they look at me like a cow looking at a new gate. Why is that my problem? And we've been working on creating some coalitions through the VA. I am a chaplain in the VA. We are federally sanctioned, able to do faith-based organizing on behalf of the VA, and we're doing some of that now. And we almost had a meeting in McPherson. Our VA has community-based outreach clinics across the state. We plan on engaging those. We have one in Hayes, we have Parsons, Garden City, Salina, Hutchinson. So those are our CBOCs. We as chaplains are going to be working on that. But I challenge you, Madam Chair, and you legislators to think about allowing the faith community into this conversation. We are used to talking about life and death, and we are very interested in the vitality of our communities. So I encourage you to take a look at creating a faith-based and community initiatives office in our state. I did ask Laura Kelly about that when she was running for re-election, and she didn't tell me no. So that doesn't mean yes, but it doesn't mean no either. So I think there could be some potential for that, not only in suicide prevention, but also in substance abuse prevention and all the other public issues that we have. So I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Reverend. Questions, comments? I actually appreciate your comments because I can tell you at one time we did have a faith-based department and an agency to kind of deal with some of these social issues that we have. So it's not necessarily unheard of to have one. But thank you for being here today. All right, committee. Now, okay, Arida, how do we have this set up to do it in a round table? I'm going to let her kind of guide me on this a little bit.
Sorry, the other mic's not working. Madam Chair, the way it's set up, Richard Falcon is going to facilitate the roundtable discussion. And so he will kind of lead the conversation with some questions, is my understanding.
Okay, and let's see, we're just a little bit behind. So instead of us having 60 minutes for this, we'll have 40 minutes for the roundtable discussion. Richard, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right, I'm going to let you take the lead.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So my name is Richard Falcon, and this is the roundtable discussion of experiences with suicide and the effective prevention efforts that were made. So I'm going to introduce my guest. I have Colleen Garrison, Amber McMurray, Erica Nicholson, and Melissa Patrick. Max Mendoza might be on. He had to go pick up his kid from school. So a little bit about me. My name is Richard Falcon. I work at Compass Behavioral Health in Western Kansas in Dodge City. And I work primarily with children, but I'm also the chair of Yellow Ribbon Suicide Prevention Program International, which is a program that is worldwide. We're in 48 countries in all 50 states. And I not only do I do trainings for them, I also do trainings in Western Kansas. And I work with doctors from all over the world on suicide prevention. So we have doctors in Maryland, Africa, Northern Ireland. One of my favorite ones is in Northern Ireland, and they help us to help with the problem of suicide prevention. I have been in probably around 30 districts in Kansas, mostly in Western Kansas. So I work with a lot of schools, teens, building teen groups in suicide prevention. So I'm going to move along and give my other panelists time to talk. So I'll start with Colleen Garrison and tell us a little bit about your story.
Colleen, are you with us? Let's go ahead and go to the next one.
Okay, I'll go with Amber McMurray.
Hello, I'm Amber McMurray. I am an aunt, a mother, and an advocate. I have had custody for, legal guardianship for almost 3 years of my nephew, Andrew. Andrew comes with some pretty extreme, pretty extreme background. He has been a survivor of trauma and some other things. So as of right now, I can't wait to talk about it. I'm so grateful to be here, and I really appreciate the opportunity to have the floor.
All right. Can you tell us a little bit about what happened and what helped?
So about a month ago, during a family meeting in our home, and my nephew is prone to violent explosions, explosive behaviors due to the PTSD. During a family meeting that we were having, out of nowhere, he actually became physical and put his hands around my throat. The next day, he was extremely very sad about it and had said to me, if I was, it makes me very emotional. If I was no longer alive, life would be better. He's 10.
I see. So did you find anything that helped you with that?
During this process, back in July, I actually reached out to Kids TLC, which is a peer TF unit, and had inquired about putting my nephew on the wait list, which is a very, typically a really long wait list. Miraculously, about a week later, they reached out to me and said that they had a bed available for him. So the hope of knowing that we were going to get some additional help, really, that helped.
Yeah.
He was very knowledgeable of this process. I did not hide anything from him. I talked to him about it, and he was very eager and excited as well, because he has multiple different times asked me what's wrong with him and why does he act like this.
Yeah, and I think one of the things when I work with parents is, it's so hard when you do have a kid with a lot of behaviors, and where is the support to help you with those type of behaviors? Like where does it come from? And I think a lot of parents feel isolated when it comes to that, and they don't really know what to do when things keep happening over and over. What do you feel like would be like the long-term help in this?
Well, I think additional training for the people who work with him in our area. We are in a very rural community, Southwest Kansas. I live in Dighton. So just to put that in perspective, the closest Walmart is 53 miles away from it. I think additional training for these individuals who work with our kids directly would be really, really beneficial. There are trained individuals, however, they are very few and far between as far as the availability for us. Just to backtrack a little bit, you asked what helps now. What's reassuring is my nephew, I actually took him to Kids TLC on October 18th, so 10 days ago today. For the first time in his life, He is attending school all day, and he is very excited about that. Now, he misses home, and we miss him very much, and we want him back here with us. And so from here, I just need help. We need help.
Yeah. Understandable. Okay, so next I'll move to Erica Nicholson.
Can you hear me?
Yep. So share with us your story.
Sure. Less important who I am is who my son is. My son has a mental illness. We live in Quinter, Kansas, about as far west in Kansas as you can imagine. We know now that my son had schizophrenia with dissociation and major depressive order from as early on as 3rd grade. We spent many years getting the correct diagnosis. What should have taken a few months actually took us 9 years. In Western Kansas, we have a lack of pediatric mental health professionals that spans to include a lack of professionals for all age groups. Our local CMHC, which is 126 miles round trip each visit, did everything they could, but they could not recognize the severity of my son's needs. We were passed from office to office and provider to provider. I know that my child was way over medicated, yet his core diagnosis continued to take over and was never correctly treated. The people at our closest CMHT desperately tried to help us, but they lacked the resources and staff to do so. So that's the history and what happened to us out here in Gove County.
All right. Did you find anything that did help?
Sure. I actually had to physically relocate my son 400 miles to the east in Lawrence, Kansas, asking my sister if he could live with her family just so he could access the kind of care we desperately needed years prior. We secured services from a Lawrence-based CMHC and found a suicide prevention specialist. We ultimately received the correct diagnosis, but it took us years. We should not have had to relocate my son and break up our family. We essentially had to tear our little family apart by geography to keep my son alive. Through the resources in Lawrence, I found the organization called Keys for Networking, through whom I learned about the SED waiver. The waiver, as you all know, provides many services, but by the time we had moved to Lawrence, our last ditch effort was PRTF Care. Most of these waiver tools came along too late in our journey, and I had to fight for that program eligibility. I could talk about that for hours. Let's just say I was persistent and finally determined eligible. At that point, the waiting game began. During that wait on July 7th, 2018, my son attempted to take his own life for the second time, and I was faced with a 100-day waiting list to get into Kids TLC. I was the desperate mother and ultimately reached out to Chairwoman Landwehr, whom I had come to know through her ceaseless advocacy for mental health for all Kansas. She wanted to know more and stepped in immediately. I can never repay her. Through my roles with Keys for Networking, I am now helping other parents in very Western Kansas navigate the mental health system. When a family in crisis enters our rural emergency room, we are told that the telehealth screening will take 4, 6, or 12 hours. This is simply an impossibility in a moment of true acuity. And let me tell you, as you all know, it rarely happens Monday through Friday between the hours of 8 and 5. On occasion, we've been able to circumvent the telehealth initial assessment, desperately calling a metropolitan emergency room, asking them, begging them for an admission to an adolescent behavioral health facility. We did this in a Topeka situation. This process should be able to happen quickly and locally, but we've had to adapt for urgent care needs to help these kids and families. It's important that I share that my local CMHC in Hayes has absolutely tried. I do not mean to speak ill of them in any way. They help thousands of us in Western Kansas effectively and successfully.
Okay. And then Melissa Patrick, are you on?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. You want to share your story?
Sure. My first suicide attempt was at the age of 13. I did not receive any services at that point in time. I did not tell anybody I had attempted to suicide, although I'd broken my leg. So I was in a hospital for a week and had surgery on my leg. But as such, I had not told anybody. They could not, although they had hint of it that I had attempted suicide, they couldn't prove anything. So I was simply discharged after my surgery with no real follow-up care other than a prescription for an antidepressant. I had talked to my mother a little bit at the time about getting into services. She had attempted suicide as a young child as well. and shared with me her own negative experiences that led her to be she wasn't inclined to involve me in services. So much of my middle school, even though I was actively involved in school, I was involved in many different organizations or groups in school. I never really had that in-person support. So I was kind of, I was part of a group, but kind of on the outside. I always felt as an outsider. So I found at the time an online chat room of support. I didn't have the language of peer support at the time, but that's essentially what it was. It was a group of people that understood my emotions, where I was coming from, my life experiences, that formed a large basis of my support growing up. Eventually that room closed. This was back in the days of dial-up and MSN chat rooms. Eventually that room closed. And as I went to high school, I did find some connection with a few close friends in high school, but for the most part, I was still not in any services at the time when I entered high school. And like I said, the chat room I had been utilizing for support had closed. As I got to about the age of 17, I was finally old enough that my mother could sign paperwork that I could enroll myself in services. I could sign up for a provider and seek services. So I did that. And then at 18, I had 2 more suicide attempts. The first one, I did not tell anybody. I was still in high school. I did not tell anybody again. I just went to school the next day as any other day. And then it was during the summer before college, and I was admitted for the first time to the hospital of what would become multiple hospitalizations inpatient. Following that, I was with a provider at the time. Following that, I went to college. I continued to, my ultimate goal in college was becoming a criminal defense attorney. That was always my goal. But I still struggled with my mental health. And at one point, following another suicide attempt while I was in college, my provider encouraged me to apply for disability, which I was very resistant to initially. I'd been on honor roll my first semester of college, which I was so proud of. And I remember my provider telling me, well, you have the intelligence, but you're just not going to be able to handle the stress of finishing college. So you should just drop out of your studies and you should go ahead and just apply for disability. I eventually did. It was a huge blow to my confidence, but I did. And this whole while, most of my life, I'd lived in Wichita, Kansas. So there was, as I was growing up, there was access to a plethora of resources in Wichita, of course. But my mother, being a minor, my mother had to agree to me enrolling in those things. And then I had them again as an adult. I was able to sign myself up in services. Then I lost my health insurance coverage at the age of 19. I had written to the director of Medicaid services at the time. I didn't expect any reply, but the reply I did get was, well, there was no support, in terms of health insurance coverage, because I was over 19 and I was not pregnant, disabled, or over 65, and I was not willing to become pregnant to get health insurance, so that was kind of out. So I did the best that I could without health insurance with what limited resources were available. I ended up moving to a very rural area where I live now, actually is classified as frontier in Kansas, Kiowa, Kansas. It was such a culture shock. I went from having access to all of these resources that the drop of a dime to nothing. I recall a specific incident when it was New Year's and I tried to access resources. I'd gone to the emergency room in crisis and I was told essentially that since I didn't have a broken leg, I didn't have anything they could physically repair, that I could sit in the emergency room until I felt better. I wish it worked like that. Or I could just go home. So I opted to go home. I called 2 different crisis lines at the time. The second crisis line decided to call a welfare check, which I was agreeable to. The chief of police there in Kiowa showed up, which, if you think it's scary having the police show up in a large city, let alone a town that's 1 square mile and everybody knows who everybody else is, having the cops show up at your house. They eventually agreed to take me in for an assessment. They took me to the county jail. They did not put me in a cell. They put me in kind of a break room waiting area. And they eventually arranged for an assessment with a person over at Larned. They agreed to admit me, but halfway through the transportation to Larned, after being unceremoniously shoved, kind of, not really shoved, but, put in the back seat after the chief of police moved a bunch of junk out of the way. I could not even get my seatbelt on, but partway through, they received a phone call that, I could not be admitted to Larned because it was a voluntary admission. So that resulted in the chief of police stopping at the side of the road and debating with the female passenger that he had brought with, that he was legally required to, debating what steps would be, what to be taken next. So essentially I had to direct them. The chief of police asked, okay, well, if I take you to Wichita, do you know where I need to drop you off? So that led to me giving the chief of police, okay, well, if you take me here, I know what resources are in Wichita and I can handle it from there, where I was eventually admitted. So really I guess the sticking points or the important points are, I've had all sorts of, across any sort of, regardless of where I've lived in large cities and had insurance. I have lived in large cities and had no insurance. I have lived in the middle of nowhere. I can certainly attest to the profound lack of services compared to larger cities. But at the end, it was really the peers that I connected with throughout my experiences. When I was in college, I again connected with another chat room of peer support people to provide peer support. Those people cover across the entire world. I have people that I'm still friends with that live in Australia, that live in New Zealand, people that live here in the United States. And those people really made the difference in my recovery and being where I wanted to in life. And it was a case manager actually before I moved to Kiowa that connected me with the Kansas Consumer Advisory Council where I work now. She's just contacted me one day and said, look, I have this amazing opportunity. You need to sign up for this, but you have to turn in everything tomorrow to be part of this organization on their board of directors. I did. I applied for their board to be their emerging leader of tomorrow position. And it was while I was kind of waiting to hear back on that I moved out to Kiowa, Kansas. But really, once I connected with this world, I mean, it was completely foreign to anything I had before as far as support. I really found people that spoke my language and that really understood where I was coming from and not just in an online setting. While I'm forever grateful to the people and the connections that I made online, there's only so much, what that you can do online for support. And so having people that are there for me non-judgmentally and are willing to meet me where I'm at, regardless of where that is, or even if they don't necessarily agree with some of the decisions I make, but they're willing to be supportive of me. And they're always there to remind me of, what do I want in my life?
Okay. Well, thank you for sharing. Next, I'm going to call on Max Mendoza. He is here, I believe.
Yes, I made it just on time.
Thank you, Max. So,
go ahead.
So can you share your story?
Yes. So my story begins with my son. My son, for a long time, has had such issues with abandonment issues, separation anxiety, a lot of behavioral issues that really stemmed from the separation of me and his mother not being there. It got so bad to the point that I couldn't even leave the room without him having a complete meltdown or freaking out where I was going, if I was coming back. He would literally sit outside the bathroom door and wait for me. And I reached out to PACES, which is part of our local behavioral health network here in Wyandotte County, for help. And they started working with my son. And when he was about 6 or 7 years old, we had an incident where he became very violent at school. He destroyed a classroom and he got his hands on a large piece of glass and he threatened his teacher and himself. It was the worst of the worst at that moment. And eventually what had happened was he was taken by his crisis intervention team to KVC for admission to their psychiatric residential treatment facility. And this was one of the scariest moments of my life. And I just remember being told that he was screaming, "Leave me alone, I'm going to kill myself." And for a 6, 7-year-old child to be having these issues, and as a parent, I felt powerless in being able to help my own child. And having my child being put in a facility was difficult. And I myself had grown up in a state facility. I spent my adolescence in a juvenile correctional facility and had gone through a lot of volatile and dangerous things in my own life and trauma, and I was able to overcome this. and became an advocate for at-risk youth, even becoming a governor-appointed representative to the Juvenile Justice Advisory Board. And here I was doing all this work, and I couldn't even help my own son. And I felt like I was failing him. And it just got worse. While he was at KVC, he was one of the youngest children there, and he was put in a room with a child slightly older than him, and he was molested in that facility. And I found out just by chance because I showed up to visit my son, and I was walking in the same time as a police officer. Needless to say, I removed my son from that facility that evening. And here it is. I'm searching for help. I'm trying to do what I need to do for my son, and it only got worse. But while I was there, my PACES team was there to support us. PACES stands for Parent and Children Enrichment Services. They're part of Wyandotte Behavioral Health, and they got us into a program called ASSET. And I know this is a lot of acronyms, but it is a lot of acronyms, and I had to navigate and learn all these things. And it was so hard not knowing what to do and trying to navigate the world of mental health. But the great thing about PACES' program was that they were able to get him in this IOP program, which is an intensive outpatient program that worked with my son in his environment. They came to him in school. They came to him in our home. They worked with him where we were having the issues and gave us the support, and not only giving him support, but giving myself support by providing parent support groups, by providing, case management, therapy, allowing me to be proactive in his services. I was able to get involved in a parent support, or not a parent advisory group, being able to give recommendations about the services that they were providing. I mean, they just wrapped us in a blanket of care. And I think that was one of the most impactful things. I was welcome there. And I was one of the few dads, that was there going through this. But in a sense, it gave me hope. It helped me move away from feeling like a failure as a father and not being able to provide the services that my son needed, even though I work with adolescent youth. I provide programming for, at-risk youth, but yet I couldn't help my own child. One of the great things was they were able to introduce me to the home and community-based waiver for children with severe emotional behavioral needs. And this waiver offered financial support for services that like my insurance or his insurance didn't cover. I mean, it offered the specialized services like respite care, parent peer support, and even allowed me to start getting to know these systems where I even became a trainer now, and I do trauma-informed care training. I mean, who knew a parent like me could now be out there influencing other parents in need? I will say my son has gotten a lot better. I mean, he is now going to school all day where he was only going to school half a days. He doesn't need to be around me 24/7. He can go into his classrooms, and that's the other thing, is being integrated back into regular generalized education, not being in a SPED program. His grades have gone up. I mean, he enjoys going to school, and it's gotten us to the point now where we have seen that light at the end of the tunnel. I think the biggest thing I want people to take away from this is I just want people to understand that suicide prevention is not an event. It's not a book signing. It's not a mobile crisis center or phone calls. It's the daily journey between the provider and the parents to help a child become who they are with hope and kindness. I mean, I love my son. My son's name is Lucian. And like any parent, I just want what's best for my son and for him to be happy, healthy, both physically and mentally.
Very good. So I just want to add a little bit to that. One of the things, because I'm going to ask you guys this too in closing, but one of the things that I see when I do suicide prevention trainings across the country is, when a school comes to me and I provide the program, and the program will work. And then what happens is they're not very consistent with the program. They kind of let the program go away, fade away. And, then there's new superintendents, there's new teachers, there's new students. And then 4 years later, they're coming back and saying, oh, we need this again. I feel like the more consistent we are working with schools, can help with a lot of the issues that we're seeing. The second thing is, I do believe one of the issues we have out in Western Kansas is we don't have a lot of resources. And I hear schools say this all the time. Like, one of the things is, our mental health is so far away, or our mental health is, they're limited to what they can and can't do. And for us, even as a mental health encompass, we can do services, but the services we need to do are free services. And it doesn't offset the cost of us doing that. So it's really a balancing act that we do, is what can we do and what can we not do. So I want to leave you guys with one question. Number one, what is it that you want everybody to hear? And number two, if you had a magic wand, what would have helped? Like, if you could change everything, that might be the first question. If you could make the change for what happened, what would that be? And what do you want them to hear about your individual cases? Because they're all very different. So we can go back in order. We can start with Colleen again. Oh, Colleen wasn't here, was she? Amber?
You said what? Repeat the question one more time, please.
So, like, the first one was, if you had a magic wand, what would you wish have happened? Like, if you could make anything happen, what could have happened? And then the second one is, what do you want them all to hear?
If I had a magic wand, it would be that we had access and availability to these services so that I would not have to have my nephew placed in a PRTF unit and he was away from us, because we deserve to be a family. We deserve to be together. What I want people to take from what I'm saying is that we need help in rural communities. We need help and this space out here so that we can ensure that our people get what they deserve, so that our families can stay together.
Okay, let me go back to Colleen, because I think she is here. I must have missed her. Colleen, so tell us a little bit about your story. And maybe you need to be off mute.
Is that better?
Yep, we can hear you.
There you go. Need a microphone. That's important. Okay. Hi. Um, I am an adult survivor of suicide attempts and self-harm, a trauma survivor. Have had mental health services in a couple of different places in Kansas. Uh, and I'll just try to be pretty quick here. I think I am really encouraged by hearing the 988 presentation today. Um, I've been in services a lot of years now, and I think if the program was as comprehensive as they want to make that be, it would have reduced a lot of problems for me. Um, I think one thing, um, getting out of track here, but I think it's really important to know that suicide ideation is not a one-time thing. It hasn't been for me as much as I wanted it to be. And we need services to be there and available when we need them and can and are ready to access them. I think the 988 program would have made a big difference for me, because you only have to push 3 numbers to get to that suicide line. And for me, I tried multiple times to call crisis lines and would quit halfway through or before the phone was answered, I would hang up. So I think that's a real important thing. Um, and I think having services as close to the community you live in and you want to be in will be really helpful. I felt very, very disconnected when I came out of the first hospitalization I was in because I was so far away during hospitalization. I've and it was a long time. For me, it seemed like forever. It wasn't that long, 3 weeks, but um, I still felt very displaced. And if we can have more connection when we're ready for it, I think that would go a long way to helping people come back to community and um, maybe prevent some further suicide issues right away. Um, I too am a part of the Kansas Consumer Advisory Council for Adult Mental Health, and it is Melissa and I are co-directors, but it was being part of the consumer-run network uh, and giving back that really has kept me from suicide for a number of years. I didn't have that before. When I did have a connection with peers and was able to be giving back, that this is what has made the difference for me. And we can be a role model. We have a lot of experience and a lot of caring.
Yeah, I think it's very important that, yeah, that survivors and people that struggle are at the board when we talk about suicide and suicide prevention, because we really need to know where we're not, where we're falling at, and what we're doing good to kind of help guide us into helping everybody with suicide and suicide prevention. Okay, so I'm going to ask Erica the same question. What is your magic wand, and what would you like for everybody to hear?
Sure. Magic wand for me would be access to effective care for children statewide. Number 2 is we have kids in crisis in Western Kansas and throughout Kansas, I'm sure, and that I'm honored to know Chairperson Brenda Landwehr, who is helping us remove the shame and stigma associated with mental health. And I think that's how we bring the right attention to these kids and adults in crisis. Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, thank you. Melissa.
Thank you. I would have to say the most important point for me to drive home on my end, I've had, like I said, I've had the experiences ranging from being a minor and not really having a parent that was supportive of being in services and living in a large city, to living in a large city and having access to services, and then being in a rural, frontier community that had limited to no resources available. But in every one of those instances, in every one of those scenarios, at some point, I'd still attempted suicide. And what really supported me through those experiences were peers, were people that knew where I was coming from and could help me through those experiences. And then if I had a magic wand to change anything, you know, there's some things that are out of control as a child, of course, as a minor. I do possibly engaging in services earlier might have helped, or even having that peer support earlier would have helped. I would, my whole experience, my whole journey has involved outpatient care, hospitalizations, crisis stabilization unit stays, crisis phone line calls, all of those. But at the end of the day, it really was being able to be in the community of my choice and really having that autonomy, that being able to say what I wanted for my life, and not being someone else saying, well, this is what we think you should or shouldn't do, or this is what we think you're capable of. capable of, and having peers being supportive of, this is what I want for my life, and how can I be supportive of you to do that?
Very good. Max.
Well, after going those two, it's tough to add anything more. But really, I think one of the biggest things, if I had a magic wand, is that the quality of care that my son received was the common result of anybody who needed help and services. I hear so much about people because I live in, I live in a larger city, and we have a lot more resources. And I hear about individuals not having access to the kind of support that I had that really made the night and day difference in my son's success. For me, though, I think the one thing that stuck out the most about my experience, though, was that the services we received compared to anywhere else I reached out to or tried to get help, when we got the help we needed from PACES, they worked with my son in his environment. Everybody else wanted us to come to them. And when he is having his issues, a lot of his issues happen within the home. A lot of his issues happen in the school. And with them engaging those environments and building, seeing it, being there firsthand, walking with him, that personal touch, I think is really what brought it home. Because we weren't just another client in the day. We weren't just another file that was coming across someone's desk. They were walking through these issues with us. And it made me feel not alone. I think the second thing too is the information for services to be readily available. I work with at-risk youth now. This is what I do for a living. This is what I was doing at the time, when my son was having his issues. I knew who to call to try to find out where to go for help. Even though that I couldn't provide what my son needed, I had those professional resources to reach out to. What do I do? Where do I go? And not everybody else is blessed to have that ability to do that. And when you're a parent in crisis, it can be difficult to find that support to get those services. And so if there was some way to make it easily accessible, because I deal with so many times with clients that I work with, because there were times where I wanted to give up myself. It just seemed like it was so hard. It was so many hoops to jump through. You have to see this person, you have to go to that person. And it's so overwhelming as a parent. And I know it had to be overwhelming for my son because he didn't understand what was going on. And so having that person that took our hand and walked with us, I think really helped lead us to the road of success to where we are today.
Very good. Madam Chair, I'm going to open it up for the committee if they have any questions for my guest.
Committee, are there any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you very much for being here today. We appreciate the information from all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next committee, we have got presentations on trauma-informed care. We've got Dr. Rachel Brown with the University of Kansas School of Medicine and chairperson of the Governor's Behavioral Health Services Planning Council Children's Subcommittee. Is she virtual, Verida? Dr. Brown, are you there? I think you're on mute, Dr. Brown.
How's that? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Excellent. And can you see my screen? Hold on just a second. I apologize for for the technological hitches. Let me go to the beginning. Okay, are people able to see my screen right now?
Yes.
Excellent. So actually, that's not my correct presentation. So I really do apologize for messing up.
No, it is different.
Yeah, that's not it.
You know, Doctor, if you just kind of want to hit some of the
Yeah, let me hit some of
highlights,
the high points.
because we've got
Yes,
your written here in front of us.
yeah. Let me hit the high points, really.
Okay.
So I thank you so much for allowing me to speak to you today. My name is Rachel Brown. I am chair of the Department of Psychiatry here at the University of Kansas School of Medicine in Wichita. I am very proud to be a Kansan, although as you, I'm sure, can tell from my voice, I have not been a Kansan for all of my life. I have worked as a physician, a psychiatrist, and a child and adolescent psychiatrist for more than 40 years. And in 2 countries and 5 US states. I'm delighted to be the incoming chair of the Children's Subcommittee of the Governor's Advisory Council on Behavioral Health. And in that role is a little bit of what I'm going to talk to you about today. But before I do, I want to talk a little bit about what we have done in the Children's Subcommittee over the last year. But before I do that, I also want to say just a quick word about what trauma-informed care means. And I think we've heard quite a lot about that in the course of today. Trauma-informed care means that I am not asking you what you're doing wrong, what you're doing. Instead, I'm asking you what happened to you. So I'm saying to you, the trauma-informed approach is a belief that children's actions are a direct result of their experiences. The question is not what's wrong with you. The question is what's happened to you. And one of the things that research has shown is that many of our children, over half of our children, have experienced an adverse childhood experience. In much of the testimony we've heard today, we've heard about some of those adverse experiences: exposure to violence, loss, direct or indirect victimization. One of the things that we know more and more about is about the impact of ongoing stressors on the developing brain and the way in which stress hormones impact children's brains and therefore children's behavior. One of the things that I would really like to emphasize, and I think I hear it in some of the other presentations, I'm a physician. I went to medical school. Mental health is not different from physical health. Mental health is part of, mental health and physical health are both part of that holistic approach and should be part of the holistic approach to any individual, including particularly any developing individual. So let me move on to say some words about the Children's Subcommittee and the work that we've done. One of the things that our subcommittee recognized this year is how much good work is already going on in Kansas. And I am very grateful to those of you who've been part of this special committee because I think that mental health modernization and reform is so important. And I'm very grateful to all of those who've agreed to serve on that committee. Lots of things happened this year. I'll just draw attention to a couple of them that have already been mentioned. The Crisis Response Services, School Mental Health Initiative, a positive culture shift that the committee noted between different components of state agencies and between different state agencies. And we wanted to call out a lot of those important things. However, we have also heard, and from our consumer advocacy as much as and intermittently through the day, that like every state, we are challenged to meet the need. Before the pandemic, rates of childhood mental health concerns and suicide have been rising steadily for at least a decade, and you heard that in the testimony about from my colleague Nicole Klaus and from others. By 2018, suicide was the second leading cause of death for youths aged 10 to 24, with the first leading cause of death being death by violence. Kansas, like many states, experiences really significant workforce shortages at all levels of expertise across the behavioral health workforce, all the way from high school graduates working in behavioral health settings to doctorally prepared psychologists and people like me who are medical school residency and fellowship trained psychiatrists. That's a challenge for us, and you heard that. That's particularly a challenge for us because not only does our state have a shortage, we also have a maldistribution of behavioral health resources. Our state should have, according to my professional organization, about 600 child and adolescent psychiatrists. We have fewer than 60. And we only have 5 outside of the metropolitan areas of Kansas City, Topeka, and Lawrence in the top right-hand corner of the state. I'm the only child psychiatrist. If you came to Wichita, Kansas, there would not be another child psychiatrist west of here until you hit the metropolitan areas in Colorado. So we are many, many hours from expert resources. So our subcommittee recommendations focused on 4 areas: the impact of COVID on our state, disparities in mental health outcomes for vulnerable populations, the pros and cons of increasing access to care through telehealth, which telehealth does increase access in rural areas, but there are some significant negatives to implementing telehealth. And then our committee is the advisory committee to KS Kids Map, and you've heard about that a little bit, I know, through the day, and I want to say a little bit about that later on. But before I do that, let me tell you about one of my patients. And I've disguised the details of this young man because and de-identified them, shifted the age a little bit, shifted his location a little bit, so he's not recognizable. But I think this is an important story. It happened within the last month. So he was screened by school staff after his return to school after the summer. They found, they discovered suicidal thoughts. He told them about his suicidal thoughts. They called his mother. His mother took him to local community mental health center for further evaluation. They did a safety assessment. They determined that he did not need to be hospitalized or to go to the emergency room. They scheduled a follow-up appointment for him. And then 3 days later, they called the family and canceled his appointment. They said they could not see him because they did not have the staff to be able to offer him an appointment for another 6 weeks, and the person that he had been scheduled with had not returned to work after a short break. COVID has exacerbated the challenges of meeting the mental health needs of our children. Last week, the American Association of Pediatrics, my professional organization, the American Academy of Child Psychiatry, and the Children's Hospital Association declared a mental health emergency nationwide. They talked about the pandemic bringing on uncertainty and fear. They talked about emergency room visits. You've heard about those as well today, rising by 24% in the course of 2020 for children aged 5 to 11 years and 31% for children aged 12 to 17, with many of those, most of those, all of those being for mental health emergencies. They talked about suicide attempts and the increasing levels of suicide attempts, ideation, and death by suicide amongst our young people. And then they also talked about the trauma experienced by our young people because their parents, grandparents, family members, friends died of COVID, were seriously ill because of COVID, and also the loss and disruption of a lot of the support structures that support our children and adolescents, many of those being in positive relationships in school or with adults, community resources, and adults outside of their households. So our subcommittee took a trauma-informed approach, acknowledging the ongoing impact of the pandemic on children's mental health, both directly and also by its impact on the availability of the mental health workforce. We believe as a committee, and I sincerely believe this as well, that just as World War II was a defining event for my father, and World War I and the Depression were a defining event for my grandfather, that the pandemic will be a defining event for my child, who is a young adult, and I speak, for whose college life and friendship network and work opportunities have been very significantly disrupted over the last 18 months and has made her transition to adulthood very difficult. I think that will continue to live with our young people as they go up and through their lives and will impact their ability, their functioning throughout their adult lives and their ability to appropriately raise the next generation after them. We particularly also noted as a subcommittee that some of the impacts of mental health issues, and particularly impact of the pandemic, impacted different vulnerable populations within our community differently. And our committee made some recommendations about prioritizing data collection that acknowledged racial disparities and also the existence of other vulnerable populations amongst our young people. We made specific recommendations about equipping educators and school districts to participate in preventive strategies, the supporting and expansion of peer groups and connection because they mitigate the effects of isolation and stress for young people. We discussed specialized training for clinicians in dealing with depression and anxiety and talked about ways to support and fund providers to meaningfully engage with parents. And those are themes I think we heard from all of our consumers and at different points during the day. So let me go back to Tom, my patient. So not my patient, but Tom, the young man I was talking to you about. So he could not access local mental health systems. So his mother took him to his physician, to his family doctor who had cared for him and his family and knew the family well. And he knew the family's struggles. He knew the family's mental health history, a significant psychiatric history in both parents and in other family members. He knew what had happened to the family during COVID when they had struggled both financially and socially. He also had known a relative of Tom's who had died by suicide as a young man. And actually this physician was carrying with him some regrets about not asking more questions of that young man who he had seen within the month preceding his death by suicide. So Tom's physician is an experienced primary care physician and has been in practice for many years and treated a lot of depression and anxiety. Our primary care physicians and other practitioners are the mental health safety net for so many of our families. He took the problem seriously. He talked to both him and his parents, but he realized that because of Tom was young, because his condition was serious, and because of his family history of mental illness, that there were decisions to be made about his treatment that were actually much more complicated than Tom's physician felt able to take care for himself. So Tom called Kansas Kids Map. And I know you've heard a little bit about this in the course of the day, but let me just say a couple of words about Kansas Kids Map, because I think it's been a wonderful initiative over the last 2.5 years that I'm so privileged to be part of. This is a federally funded grant to KDHE, and we are here at the University of Kansas School of Medicine Departments of Psychiatry and Pediatrics in Wichita, the people who are both implementing the program and also evaluating its impact in partnership with KDHE and with HRSA. We do three things. We do three things for the primary care physician or clinician, so that they can do what they need to do better for their patients. So what we're doing is we're transferring knowledge. We're not transferring patients. The patients aren't driving to us. We're not connecting with patients and families directly through telehealth or any other way. All those things are all very important. What we're doing is we're talking to the people at the coalface at the front end who are managing mental health presentations in their own practices. We provide a case consultation line where pediatricians, family doctors, nurse practitioners, physician assistants, therapists can call us and ask for advice about what to do about a patient or to ask for resources so that they can better help that patient. We provide toolkits, best practice information. We provide clarification on treatment approaches, including therapeutic approaches and psychopharmacological approaches. We have an ongoing telehealth, tele-echo clinic where primary care physicians can be part of a community that shares information about de-identified cases and can get advice and guidance as part of a supportive community. And then we also acknowledge, and I think probably at the end of today, many of the people who've been part of this conversation will realize, will have experienced some of this, that if you are going to take care of or hear about young people who are suffering from mental health with mental health difficulties, issues with the trauma of their own lives, that will have a personal impact on you as a professional engaged in those conversations. And so we also provide physician and clinician wellness resources, acknowledging the high levels of burnout amongst our physician and healthcare provider population, and also the high risk of suicide actually that is experienced particularly by physicians, and especially by female physicians who are part of that healthcare at-risk population that we heard about a little bit earlier on this afternoon. So one of the things that KidsMap is intended to do and it is to increase the capacity of frontline providers to provide services to those with behavioral health needs. What we're doing is we're providing support and resources so that access to care for mental health problems increases, whilst with the highest levels of expertise, so that primary care physicians and other clinicians who are already doing this work anyway will be able to implement evidence-based, culturally informed, trauma-informed, culturally and developmentally appropriate services for the children and adolescents with whom they're already working. So Tom's doctor called us at KidsMap, and he talked to our social worker who provided resources, and then he also received guidance from child and adolescent psychiatry, psychology in working with Tom and his family. Tom received appropriate treatment in the short term, both therapy and medication. He did not die by suicide. He continues to improve with appropriate interventions. We talked to his physician about side effects, about evidence-based therapies, the impact of COVID on his mental health and the family. And we also provided guidance on suicide prevention, both for Tom, who is at risk because he has a family history of suicide. He's a young male, and he has a mental health problem and very significant depression. Because of the complexity of the family history and some of the difficulties that Tom was experiencing, and some of the uncertainty about diagnosis, we also offered additional assessment and treatment through telehealth. And our subcommittee spent quite a bit of time talking about recommendations for telehealth. We support it. We support investments in digital infrastructure. We support providers in the provision of telehealth, its appropriate use within the continuum of care, including to youth in crisis and awaiting placement. And we are very supportive of inclusive and equitable access to telehealth services, irrespective of provider code, site, or diagnosis. We made a number of other recommendations that are included in your packet. And then we also talked some about some of the issues that we will be working with next year. The three big goals for our next year are to think more about children who have dual diagnosis, intellectual developmental disabilities or autism spectrum disorders, and co-occurring psychiatric issues or mental health issues and behavioral health issues. That includes workforce issues such as the lack of training and availability of providers, funding, system involvement, and limits. We will continue to serve as the advisory group for KidsMap. KidsMap is a project that was funded, as I say, for the federal government for 4 years. We are at the beginning of year 3. Our year turned over in July, so actually a third of the way through year 3. There is not yet a long-term plan for KidsMap as it moves forward, but we believe that this is a cost-effective way of increasing access to large numbers of children and adolescents across the state of Kansas, and strongly advocate for its ongoing and we are going to try and figure out ways of looking for opportunities for us to take action that will enable it to continue. And then our third goal is to continue and to increasingly engage with the continuum of care and with families and communities who are working with us to the benefit of the mental health of the children of Kansas. And I want to finish by acknowledging the work of the Children's Subcommittee, all of its members, especially its outgoing chair, Eric Vaughan, and its secretary, Laura Hartrup, to thank all of you for your time today, and to thank my colleagues who work in mental health and have worked in what has become a system about which there's increasing strain over the last year and a half, and that I think will not soon be relieved. And to thank all the children and families for their tireless work to improve our lives and our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Committee, are there questions for Dr. Brown? All right, seeing none, thank you very much for being with us here today. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Next I have, is it Gail Kozad? Kozad. Kozad. All right, sorry about that. Welcome to committee.
There we go. Okay. Thank you very much for having me this afternoon. I know you guys are ready to go home. So the good thing is that Dr. Brown really just stole my thunder. So what I'm going to do is kind of jump ahead. What she talked about was the impact of trauma for a child and what that means for them as they age and as they become adults. That isn't anything new. It sounds like you guys have heard a lot of testimony about that and what that can look like. So really what I want to talk to you about is the impact, two things really, the impact that prevention can have on child development and social emotional well-being, in particular if we invest at a very young age. And so when you think about mental health, you don't think about 0 to 3-year-olds very often, but it is the most critical time of brain development for a child. And if there's any way to think about how we support parents through that particular time frame of a child's age, the likelihood of improving outcomes and a child's ability to regulate themselves, their self-esteem, their attachment, their bonding, all of those things will increase significantly. Currently, there is very little room to provide what I would call traditional mental health services for that age group. Because if you think about that age group, really what you're focusing on is a parent and how they're interacting with their child. And so the other thing that I wanted to just emphasize is that we tend to look at things in a vacuum, and we don't always look holistically at a person, and that definitely includes children. So to Dr. Brown's point, mental health does impact physical health, but also a child's environment, their connection with their parent are so critical, but a parent's support and the need for the services that they need in order to be a good parent are critical for their interactions with their child. So as I should have apologized, I'm Gail Kozad. I think you have that in my testimony, but I am the CEO for Kansas Children's Service League, and we are the state chapter for Prevent Child Abuse America, which is why I'm here talking about the prevention piece. So one of the things that we work in talking with the CDC is the impact that you can have on really focusing on helping parents wrap around those support services and how to teach them how to better handle stress, as well as children become older, teaching them how to handle stress as well. And then creating improved access to primary care. To Dr. Brown's point, physical health and mental health are so closely tied together. So through primary care, figuring out a way to better screen children for potential mental health services or mental illness, or not even mental illness, trauma. Because what happens with trauma is that it's often misdiagnosed. So a child who has experienced chronic trauma may have a lot of anger issues, may have impulse control issues. They may not have focus, and so at times they can be diagnosed with attention deficit disorder or hyperactivity or, anyway. And it really stems from the trauma that they have experienced. And so helping them deal with the trauma and heal from the trauma is actually going to have more of an impact than a traditional mental health situation or treatment. So in light of time, to get you guys out of here, I'd be happy to stand for any questions that you might have in relation to how prevention and focusing on the impact, in particular for 0 to 3, can impact mental health long term. So.
Thank you very much, and we appreciate it a lot. We do have a question. Senator McGinn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm familiar with your work in the Wichita area. Are you from the Wichita area, or is Kansas Children's Service League located all over the state?
Yes, so we are a statewide organization. Our larger offices are in Wichita, Kansas City, Topeka, and Garden City.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Fagg, and then Senator Hawk, and then Representative Neighbor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. You've been around long enough to hear about the magic wand.
Yes.
I'd like to know what your number one thing would be if you had that magic wand from your position.
So my magic wand in thinking about the mental health modernization would be to support parents without the child present. So a lot of the services within the traditional mental health system require that in order to work with a parent, the child has to be present. That's not always in the best interest of the child. And you heard today from the roundtable discussion that parents need just as much support in order to help their children heal. And so figuring out a way to provide that support to them more effectively and without them having to beg, plead, and borrow to have that happen would be my magic wand.
Okay.
Senator Hawk.
Thank you. I should know this, and I've had a presentation several years, but ACE?
Yes.
So what's it mean if a child has an ACE score of 0 or 2 or 4?
Sure.
How do they get that ACE score?
Sure. So, well, goodness gracious, you're going to make me work today. No. So ACE is an adverse childhood experience. It is not the cumulative total of incidents that have happened, but it looks at 10 categories. Some of those are categories of abuse, some of them are categories of neglect, and then the other ones are household dysfunction. So if a child scores a 0, that means that they've had no trauma in their childhood. Where that really becomes impactful is if there are children that have a score of 4 or more. What that does is it increases their likelihood of a whole range of poor coping mechanisms, which lead to health issues. So, for example, there's an early onset of drinking, there's early onset of smoking, there's a tendency to not have as much physical activity. All of those can lead towards depression, which leads to higher suicide attempts, which has an impact on obesity, diabetes. You can kind of see how that impacts a child as they continue to grow if that trauma isn't, if we don't help them heal. That was very short. I can spend an hour and a half just on that topic. Yeah.
Representative Neighbor. Oh, Representative Neighbor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As far as the impact of early childhood, where does that play into all of this? And the families that are able to have that, are they less susceptible to later mental illness problems?
So I don't personally have, for Kansas, data around that. But the Center for Disease Control will say that the earlier that we intervene and prevent abuse or neglect from happening, then you can recognize a 44% decrease in depression for those children as they become adults.
And as far as the parents are involved, it helps them understand better on what the educational importance is during those early years?
Absolutely. So for early childhood, when you talk about early childhood education, we really are very encompassing, not just of what you think of as traditional child care centers, but really looking at that 0 to 5 continuum, which includes home visitation and quality child care. And quality child care and home visitation will all look at how to educate a parent about the development of their child, that will help teach them how to help their child learn how to self-regulate, which often is helping a parent learn how to self-regulate. And all of those things will lead towards improved outcomes for the parent, too. And you've got a follow-up question for me.
No, I was just going to thank you.
Oh,
Thank
okay.
you, Madam Chair.
Representative Lynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're just a senator. You don't
My,
count.
my question kind of piggybacks off of what Representative Neighbor said. Do you find that a lot of the parenting is based on their own trauma and their own upbringing, and maybe they're causing neglect and abuse without even recognizing it? And then how do you get those parents to recognize that?
Yeah, absolutely. So, yes, so we provide Healthy Families America programming here in Kansas. It is a evidence-based home visitation program. And what we find is that our parents, if you look at their trauma score, so to speak, they have definitely the 4 or more. And so we actually have them do the ACE questionnaire and then have that as a talking point, not as a, we're here to, beat you over the head with the trauma that you experienced, but to really talk about what that means and how to learn from it and make better decisions for themselves, as well as how to make better decisions for their child.
So then you have resources for those parents to get their own help?
Yes, so we would work to connect them with support groups. You heard about that today, as well as if they need to access mental health services, we would work to do that with them. But often what they need is education and just a different path. In other words, information about what is the appropriate way to handle your child and discipline your child. And that's what we teach them.
Thank you.
Senator, former Representative Renee Erickson.
Thank you, I think, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here and appreciate it. Just a couple of questions. What would you say is your definition of trauma?
So actually, it's defined through adverse childhood experiences. And so, so let me think. They are under abuse and neglect, it's sexual abuse, physical neglect. Under neglect, it's, physical abuse, sexual abuse, emotional abuse. Under neglect, it's physical neglect, emotional neglect, which I'm not quite sure how they define the two differently, but there's stuff about isolation versus where you said that you were a terrible child kind of thing from an emotional standpoint. And then household dysfunction, which includes parents who are separated or divorced, a relative who's incarcerated, domestic violence in the home, substance use of a parent, mental illness of a parent.
Okay, I understand those are the categories, but what would you say is a traumatic event? I mean, when someone thinks of trauma, how would you define that for them? Not the categories, but the definition of trauma.
Well, I would say that all of those categories, most of them, people would identify as a traumatic event. If you're asking what is the response or how do people manage trauma, the way that I talk about it is from a brain standpoint, you could think about it like being in a car accident, or I use this example at times. You have a severe weather warning, and at that point in time, you are, okay, I'm thinking about, what I'm going to do later. Is it going to upset my plans? And then the next thing you know, you're now in a weather watch, or weather warning. And so you're going, oh, well, I might have to cancel those plans. And then by the time the tornado or the severe storm has hit, you're canceling everything and you're just thinking about what am I going to do for the next 10 to 15 minutes. So a traumatic event impacts the way that we respond and impacts your ability to think forward, to think about consequences,
Okay, if I may, Madam Chair. is it fair to say that the categories or traumatic event could be subjective? In other words, something that occurs for one child would not be traumatic for them because they're very resilient. But
No.
something that wouldn't be
No.
traumatic would
No.
be very traumatic for other children.
No, and this is what I will say, is the difference in that is exactly what you said. It's the resiliency piece. So the difference in the traumatic events is that all of us here in this room have had people in our lives, supportive relationships, whether that's parents or a teacher or multitude of those who have helped us work through those traumatic events. And so where you experience a difference and where people disagree about if it was traumatic to them or not is the support that they had around them to help them heal from that.
Okay, one of the, I believe it's been a while since I've looked at the ACEs to identify, is, as you said, separation or divorce. That may not necessarily be a bad thing if is, as you said, an environment where there's a lot of abuse or the other factors that lead, the drug abuse, all those things that lead to that dysfunction in that home. That separation may not be necessarily a traumatic event. It may be a positive thing. Is that fair?
So I'm going to use my own personal experience here just because sometimes it seems to make more sense. So I come from a family that had trauma, for lack of a better word. My mom made the decision to divorce my dad at the age of 14. Was that separation in some ways not traumatic because of all of the things that were going in our household? Yes. However, it became more stressful in some ways because he refused to work. So my mom had no additional support. The experiences that we had as far as our household functioning, while it was not dysfunctional, we did not have the same cushion that we had previously when he was still a part of that household. And so, yes, I think even divorce and separation, I mean, there's a reason why it's been classified in there. That's 30 years of research. That's 17,000 people that were researched in that first initial study and many years beyond that. And that has never dropped off as a traumatic event. So.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you.
Committee, are there further questions? All right, seeing none, thank you very much for being here. I appreciate that a lot.
Absolutely.
I appreciate everyone's patience and time that they've spent with us here today. This was putting a lot of information that probably would have been normally in about 2 days, so I hope you all appreciate it was done in 1 day, even though it's a little bit longer than normal. It kind of saves some of our schedules a little bit. So thank you, and we are adjourned.